Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday. It's the end of the week, a long week. Good lord, I had a long one. This is your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness. I mean, I guess I might need this as much as all of you in our best chat on Twitch. And fitting as far as tonight, because we're coming back to finish the game I started back in December. I know it was 2 months ago, but it feels like it's way longer, which I guess it sort of was. We started at the beginning of December. As my gift to myself, I said, okay, there's a game I want to play of my choosing. And my choice was Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island for Super Nintendo. We're back to it tonight for the finale. Now, last time we played, and when I edit this next week, every part of the play of this game will be linked below. We finished the Super Nintendo game, but we're loading it up again. Why? Well, we beat the game, but there was one other stage that unlocked because it got 100% on every other level. So we're going to play that with the Super Nintendo version. We're watching the intro once more. And then after that, we're going to take a look at the Game Boy Advance version. That being Yoshi's Island Super Mario Advance 3. Like we have for every part of this, we're running this through the Switch 2 on the Nintendo Classics versions of both of these. This is going to be a pretty relaxed one, honestly, for me, because when it comes to look at the Game Boy Advance version, the main things I want to get out of the way on that, in particular, is seeing how did they take this 1995 classic from Super Nintendo that was running on the Super FX 2 chip, built into the cartridge. The Game Boy Advance version didn't have that. How to take this game we're seeing on Super Nintendo and translate it to portable audiences, and also to a new generation about 7 years after its original release when it came out. Because it was 1995 for this on Super Nintendo, and 2002 on Game Boy Advance. I'll get into the credits on that when we get over that. But also they had 6 extra levels that are only in that version. And also take a look at Mario Brothers, which was in all of the Super Mario Advance games. We have not looked at that part of it yet. But I just wanted to boot up the intro, because, as I mentioned last time, on Super Nintendo, the Game Boy Advance version doesn't do this. When you beat the game, and you beat King Bowser's Castle, as we did, you do have to reset the game in order to play the last extra stage for World 6. And that's what we're going to do, and then we're going to go over to the Game Boy Advance. We're going to have some fun with that one. We'll look at every one of the levels, and we're going to win some stuff and see how it went, and give some attention to Game Boy Advance, because as I mentioned, I love this game, and I want to squeeze out as much of it out as I can. And Yoshi's still looking at the map as far as what's going on with Baby Mario, but in this case, we do know the story now, which is that Yoshi did save Baby Luigi and the stork, so Baby Mario and Baby Luigi were delivered to their parents. And remember, this I'm ignoring Yoshi's New Island, which totally retcons this. As I mentioned, the Star Wars Episode 9 of video games, the sense it takes a class like this and says, you know, we can be too clever by a half, and say, no, this ending doesn't count anymore. And people rightly revolted on both of those things. So, there you go. But, anyway, I'm going to be finishing this one and then going into that as well. So, alright. So, Yoshi, keep walking as far as what we go, and then we're going to look at the last level. As we're pointing out, this might not be that long a show, honestly, as far as it. But we will have a good amount of time looking at the Game Boy Advance version to get a sense of all the level types that I can pick out, and anything, chat, you want to see, as far as how it is. I guess we'll go into other stuff of gaming discussion, really, of which some stuff with Nintendo. We had the Pokemon Presents yesterday, which we'll get into a little, and that'll be the case as far as, will these two children ever reach their parents safely? They already did. Okay, and one thing I didn't emphasize is when you get to World 6, either in this version or on Game Boy Advance, you have a new title screen. It starts the music right away without the island sound as far as like the sea rolling in. And you also have the stars on the screen. Those come when you get 100% on each of the worlds, and that does include getting 100% on the extra level. So we're pointing that out, and we're going to have another rollover. And here we go with World 6. Also remember, because we have to reset the game, those 999 lives that I was working from last time, they're going down to 3. Remember, Super Nintendo does not save your lives. The Game Boy Advance version does. And I do have 999 lives for that one as well, just to give an indication. But in this case, yeah, we are going to run File 1, which started. God, it feels like a while. Hi, Yoshi. Hi, Dolly Finn. So good to see you tonight for the finale of Yoshi's Island for Super Nintendo. We got one more level to look at here, and that's Game Boy Advance all the way as far as its Game Boy Advance translation from 2002. So good to see you tonight. Let's get started on World 6, going back. And you also do get a new piece of music onto the titles, or onto the map screen, with the way that the horns are going here. The do 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 do. And you do have to beat the game in order to hear that. So yeah, everything is set as far as that we got 100% on every stage, but by getting 100% on the castle, we still have extra 6 we gotta do. We're gonna do extra 6. Also, I will show off, because I didn't actually remember to do this completely, we'll show off all the bonus stages as far as this. And we'll look at the Game Boy Advance version, all 6 of its levels. Not sure if you played that one. If we were to go more memories on Yoshi's Island and Yoshi is where Castle's Masterpiece set. This is the last level of the game. It's gonna be easy breezy compared to what we were doing before, but we're still going for 100%, so I will be doing 100% for this. And we still have the ghost here that's spitting out the Shy Guys, so in that case, basically wait to get 6 eggs, because your maximum, and be set, then he won't start spitting. You just keep hitting him with eggs to knock him back into the pipe. There you go. Like, oh, what did I do? It's like, yeah, you were getting him away, and I need that flower. And now we have this. So yeah, if you remember when we went to Naval Piranha's Fort, at the end of part 1, it's kind of like that. We had these ghosts here. In this case, you do need pretty much a full set of eggs to get everything set here. Also, because in that case, I'm going for all the red coins and everything. So in that case, we're set. That being said, as I mentioned, we only have 3 lives to start for this because those 999, they get wiped out when you do a reset, and we had to do that on this version in order to have this level opened up. Yeah, I'll have one more rodeo as far as this, and I'm also looking forward to looking at the Game Boy Advance version, because it is a fascination. The idea that in the Game Boy Advance era, Nintendo said, alright, it's kind of a 16-bit system, sort of, with 32-bit potential. And their thought was saying, why don't we port Super Nintendo games over to this? And there was other companies' attitudes, too. We can go into that as well. Talking about Game Boy Advance ports, how well does this one go? As I'm gonna... can I live? Ooh, just barely. Holy crap, that was close. Yeah, because you can roll on that, but the other thing... Shit! Okay, now I'm dead. I said it was close, but now it's not close. And now I gotta be careful, because otherwise I'm gonna get a game over, although it's worth pointing out that if we do get a game over, we just start back at the beginning of the stage. Yeah, actually I didn't show the game over. I probably should show the game over. I guess I do want to be careful a little bit, because if I hit a checkpoint, and then I get game over by losing all my lives, and 0, sort of, okay, no, it does, I think it does count as life on this. If I do that and die as far as that, we do have to do this level all over again. But that's fine. The other thing I'd also do is saying, hey, you know what, I can go back to Touch Fuzzy, get dizzy, and get more lives if I want to. Or go to a bonus stage or something and try and get some off of that. Or put the code in that we saw at, Sluggy the Unshaven's Fort and, play the balloon tossing game. So I guess I probably should also show that off again as well before we go on to Game Boy Advance. So I guess I will have a little more to go. And you can do that on the Game Boy Advance version as well. I'll show it on that one too. Just for completion's sake. We'll be set. Okay. So boom, boom. Crap. Whoa. Oh, also, it's worth pointing out, he's an invisible wall, actually. Not, or he's a wall, technically. I was not aware he was. Not a visible wall. Well, I mean, he's a ghost, so I guess he sort of is. Okay, I was doing that the wrong way as far as that. My thought was saying, oh, I can just jump and flutter over there. In that case, you know, just toss eggs. May as well. That's kind of Yoshi's deal, and, well, it's interesting, because I guess, well, I can go more on Yoshi. Because also, we're still waiting on the new Yoshi game, Yoshi and the Mysterious Book, coming to Switch 2. They said this spring. I don't know what's gonna go on. I'm out of eggs over here, so I gotta get the Shy Guys over here. It was the first time, as far as this game, as, uh-oh, I gotta, crap. Hold on. Oh, no, no, no. Can I get over there? You know what, I think I gotta kill myself again. Or get a life, you know, now I can do it. Because, there are red coins over there. And I don't have a way to do it. So I'll show you what happens when you jump into thorns. Yeah, Yoshi dies. Sorry, Yoshi. And, Baby Mario's saying, like, what are you doing, slacker? Like, yeah, that's fine, don't worry about it. Alright, try to stage again. Okay. Yeah, as I said, this isn't too bad. It's just a case where I'm saying, alright, sometimes your case of being able to get to areas when it comes to, you know, getting for the red coins and all that stuff is a bit limited. So I gotta be careful on eggs again. Or I gotta look at my menu, see, do I have an egg item? I don't. Having said that, I do have the 20 stars, so we can do that. Okay. We can also go more into other stuff of Yoshi as a character and also the other Yoshi games, including, I guess, our next stop on this one, as far as the Yoshi platformers. Next stop on this franchise, I guess I'll talk that, since it's sort of the same thing starting now. Dolly Fan's gonna be you and I do Second Chance on Tetris Attack for Super Nintendo. We did do it, back in 2022 for the game's, 26th anniversary. Yes, that's right. Okay. But it's 30 years of it this year. And it is an interesting one, I guess, to play again for the purpose of saying we played Yoshi's Island now. Also lets us enhance the tech more because of the, we were using the RetroTink 5X before, but the capture device I have for the HD60X is going to make the game look even nicer than it already did. And it looked pretty good before, and it is one of our more popular shows on our YouTube site. As I mentioned, of course, that is taking the indication of saying, since our show is fucked pretty hard by the algorithm of Google as far as that. Cases like, yeah, they're not going to find our show unless you get lucky, but cases where people do like the case of what they find as far as our show, of how that goes. Because, like, look, I don't do this for pay, and look, a lot of people complain to go into that as far as how the YouTube case is doing that for a living. So, which is why I say, I'm not doing this for a living. I may as well just have that creative control over the show, which we do, but also get a case of saying, well, we can kind of, we don't have to worry about cases of saying, like, well, you know what, people can question as far as, you know, the idea of how videos can get monetized. I mean, look, a lot of the stuff that comes out of my mouth in the show, or us talking about certain things that they don't want us to talk about, as far as certain things, they'll demonetize the video instantly. That, or show things, because I know that's another case where sometimes the censor stuff, like, look, we're just doing this for fun, and we do run on the expectation that, okay, sometimes the case of an adult show a little, but also it can vary. Depends on what it is, really. But that being said, saying, like, alright, it is a case that, for the limited case of our show, because I'm not going to necessarily lie, it's like, oh yeah, we're watched massively, because we're not. But, case where people love, shit, I forgot, that one goes up to the top, but I did hit the checkpoint, and I do have one more life. So, actually, the one thing I think you can do, okay, good, reserve in the middle ring, but that is, I believe, my last life. I think. Also, do I have, okay, I do have the watermelon seeds. I can use those, but I don't want to use them before I go in the door, because if I do, it goes away. So, okay, what I should do here that I didn't do last time was pay attention to where they go. So they're on the rope. So the platform will go up there, and even if I'm crouching on some of those, I'll still hit the top and die. But in that case, just wait. And you're not on time limit. That one does go to the top. Actually, that's the tell. The fact that you're seeing those little red orbs on each side, it means there's going to bounce back and forth. But when it doesn't have one at the top there, it basically bounces up. So what happened there is that I got in a case where I launched up, and then I was going to get myself killed. And sometimes in this level, you do have... Ooh, that was close. You have to be very careful about that. But you're also seeing some nice little details in this level. I think the developers knew that, okay, this is going to be the last thing you unlock as far as the game, and it is. So they said, let's have some fun with these. Let's spell out Yoshi. Whoa, but I want to keep myself crouching. I can also use eggs to knock these down, which, how many do I have? Actually, yeah, I can do that, so let's do that. Okay, I have some, but the one is fine, so I don't need to crouch here anymore. Or actually, now I may as well, because I'm on my last life. Let's use this just to get a sense. Remember, you get 90 seeds out of this. I did take a count, because let me find out. How many do you get? I don't think anybody had an answer. That's the other thing. We'll find the answers as far as this stuff, even if people may not care necessarily. But I love this game so much. I want to find out a lot about it for myself, as well as giving it to all of you. Alright, in that case, we're on the H, so it's the Yoshi. It's going to be spelling out. You're kind of getting that sense. Or she, it says. Yeah, we gotta wait. Yeah, no time limit, so don't worry about it. And, as I mentioned earlier when we started this, this is one of the first cases of a Mario game where they said, you know, we're just not going to we're not going to institute a time limit. Because they want to emphasize the fact that this is more of an exploratory game. Because remember, they said they thought that they were exhausted on 2D Marios. We don't know what to do on this. Like, is there anything else that we can, you know, mine here before we go to Super Mario 64? Which you also played recently, as far as Gemini 96 handling that. Okay, yeah, you gotta be careful there. Because even though this level is not too horrible, it's something where it does want to kill you. So you do have to be a little on your toes. And since that red one goes really, really fast, I was able to shoot that out of the way, because otherwise you're going right at it and dying. But in this case, we should be good. Just have to keep my eye out. Okay, there's the swinging ghost. He's gonna take the baby away, but... Okay, technically, we already saved, you know, we already technically returned Baby Mario to his parents. Okay, crap. And, okay, Yoshi's Island DS, which we can show because I do have the Wii U Virtual Console port of that. Ouch. And I have the, what is up there? I have the halfway point, so I'm okay, and I have the 20 item, so I don't, you know what, I have the 20 item, who cares? Let's go the other way. In that case, just spin him that way. Okay, got it. And he's invincible, so he does not get killed with that, but alright, I'm at 30 anyway. So we are at the end, but yeah, I guess we said to Baby Mario, you want one more jaunts? And actually, with Yoshi's Island DS, which was originally the direct sequel to this... Oh, well, okay, no, that's not true, because... Okay, couple things. If you make a mistake and, like, you fall off of there, come down here, and then we can go back up. Okay, technically, Yoshi's Island, here, had 3 sequels itself that the franchise eventually said, okay, no, this is not the sequel anymore. There's Yoshi's Story, which is probably gonna be our next, stop when it comes to the platformers, I should say. As the baseball boys are off screen. That's fine as far as how that is, but that comes back, so you're never gonna have to worry about that. There was that, which they came out and said, this is a direct sequel to Yoshi's Island. They called it Yoshi's Island 64 before they renamed it. We do see characters from this. As far as I won't go into who yet, until we get to it. And then Yoshi's Island came out on DS. That was by Artoon, the people who made Vampire Rain on Xbox 360. And in particular, Blinks the Time Sweeper and Blinks to Masters of Time and Space, both of which being for Xbox. And then they said, okay, that's the direct sequel to this. And then Yoshi's New Island came out on 3DS that I mentioned, which was developed by ours that the people made Balan Wonderworld and Sonic Superstars. And they said, no, the ending of this that we saw last month, beautiful ending, as far as Mario and Luigi getting delivered to their parents, didn't count because the stork made a mistake. And I thought the idea is like, no, the stork never makes a mistake. It's the parents that make a mistake, technically, if you want to look at it that way. But okay, be careful of the thorns there, again. So actually, the other thing is, let me just, okay, I could do that. I don't even need to go over there. That's fine. As you're in the jaunty music again, in this case, just keep your way going down. The other thing you can just do is say, just ground pound right down. As long as you follow the coins, there they go, we're fine. Let's let the baseball boys come down. They're gonna come down now, right? Unless maybe they just spawned. Actually, I think they do just spawn. We can also check this on the Game Boy Advance first to see, do they just spawn? And you're also hearing the jaunty music as far as the athletic stuff, so it started as a castle theme, as far as how I was like, oh, this is kind of creepy, but, oh, it's actually kind of a celebration. As we're continuing our journey on. Okay, and in this case, we do have to either use egg or ground pound our way down. I'm gonna ground pound our way down. There they go. There are the baseball boys. Whoa! Okay, there they are. So, alright, they do despawn. So, I did not actually know that. In this case, I'm gonna say, you know what, I'll save an egg. Why'd you toss over there? Why not? I'll let them live. They can, look at them. And also, since the bridge, as we're pointing out, it is like a wall. They basically just kind of play baseball with each other as far as playing catch without us doing anything, although they're out of eggs, so in that case, like, yeah, just all walking around saying, like, yeah, you know, we can, we'll have to figure that. We can also tongue them from below, but it's like, yeah, no, it's not gonna do much. Okay. Alright, here we go. We are actually almost at the end of the level. In fact, yeah, we only have 5 red coins left. So here's the deal. Ground pound. Stay in this. Now, the other thing is if you don't do any... Okay, you could just stand here and wait, and just take your way over, and here you go. But I might have missed... In fact, I think I did miss it. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, never mind. I didn't. So that's 100%. So we're done. So within only 20 minutes, that's it. As far as Super Nintendo, sort of. But as I said, I'm going to show off the hint we had. Alright, we'll show off one of the bonus stages this way. And reiterate which ones you unlock by getting 100% on each of the worlds. Alright, so that's the last 100% out of the Super Nintendo game. There you go. Yeah, there's 54 levels. I said wrongly what the number was on part 1, but it is 54 because in this game, each world has 8 levels of pop, and there's 6 of them. And then you get 6 extra on top of that, so there you go. Yeah, 100%. Let's see what our bonus stage is, and we'll take a look at each of the individual ones. Okay, this is what we're going to see on World 4 again, match cards. You do a flip of pairs, receiving the items shown in match pairs only. There's no period, by the way, by only. And continue flipping until you fail the match twice. They'll show you what they are, and then afterwards, you have to flip them over, and if you make 2 mistakes, you're done. But I don't, and if you get them all, you get a 10-up, as far as lives. But it does replace whatever the last pair you turn over is. This is the Wing Cloud Maker between these two. I'm gonna not go for that, because everything else seems a bit nicer. And the Power Block kind of acts as the Wing Cloud Maker to a certain extent, as far as that item as well. Oh, crap, that was the magnifying glass. I can't remember where it is. Shit, it's not there. I'm gonna hit that. I think this is here. Shit, no, it's not. But if you do lose, as we're pointing out, you do get the items that you picked up. Okay. So let's start at bonus 6 and we'll go backwards, as far as how it is. Alright, so for getting 100% on World 6, and that's of the basic 8 levels, there's no benefit for getting 100% on the final stage, except for something on the title screen, which is the last thing I'll show. We'll get the slot machine. Just basically press the A button to stop the tumblers. It's like the one in Super Mario Bros. 2, but unlike that one, you don't have multiple coins, you only get one chance. And you do have to get really lucky, and it's a single line across, so it's not a case where they have, it's not like the Pokemon games where you have the pale lines that are going diagonally. Or going on the top or bottom. Also, there are, combinations that are not advertised on this, and I was actually mistaken, because, about the 1-up case. Because it says there's Shy Guy, Star, and Watermelon. I think you can get it in that order, and you get a 1-up. But it also means that if you get 3 of the Shy Guys or Stars or Watermelons, you get a life. And then the other one's a 2-up for that, but there you go, I already screwed it up. Okay, and if it was something where... And it's also not like Super Mario Bros. 2, where the cherry's a wild card. So in that case, that's wild for everything, but... okay, it's wild for everything is the first symbol, in which case it be always will get a life off of that at least, if you get the cherries the first one. This one, not so much. Alright, so World 5, we're going to continue the gambling. Sorry, this is the gambling portion of the show, I guess, if you want to put it that way. Because we're playing roulette. Set the number of Yoshis with D-pad, press A to start the wheel, and then hit A to stop. But the combination of the 2 tumblers, which are of numbers and of mathematical operations, will give you lives, but it's worth pointing out you have to bet your lives, and if you have only 1 life left, the game will flat out not let you play this. In fact, I will show not being allowed to play this, probably, because what you do is you bet as many lives you had up till your last one. So, you can't bet, so I have 4 lives total, but you have to bet at least 1, but you can't bet all of your lives, you have to have 1 left. Basically, it prevents you from getting to a game over case. I'm gonna bet them all. And I have the addition symbol and multiplication symbol, and then 0, 1, 2, and 3 over there. If you're lucky, you can get times 3, which triples your lives. The worst combination, though, is if you get times 0, which means you lose all your lives. I'll see if I get that one. I kind of want to for the purpose of showing this off. There you go, wish granted. So yeah, Yoshi lost big, or not big, it was just a couple lives, but I'll also show this, because they're not lying when they say, no, you have 1 life, you can't play this. So I'll actually show you. Yeah, they say, you're broke, get out of here. So yeah, in that case, they flat out don't you play. And that also counts if you are on your last life and you hit that at the end of a stage, and they give you that, as far as that bonus game. Alright, now World 4, it is the match cards that we saw before that I failed at, so... We'll see how this goes this time. I mean, I did show winning. Actually, I technically showed winning on all of these, except the slot machine, which it's impossible to win. Okay, not impossible to win, unless you cheat. Because remember, on Switch 2, so I can use the rewind on this, and I wasn't paying attention to what it was. Well, actually, one thing I want to put to the test, I'm actually going to use that, because I can cheat, say what was behind there. That's one thing. I just want to look at one thing, which is, okay, that's what that is. I'm also going to put one thing to the test. Test the way this game pulls that in. Does it pull in the order when I select it? Because I know depending on certain games, people found that the way that the game will randomize things, it actually pulls at a specific point. Like with Mario Party, people said, hey, wait a second, when does it determine when you hit the dice block to give a sense of how many spaces you can move with the roll? When does it determine what your hit was? And it determines it when your turn comes up. It does not determine it when you hit the dice block. And it's kind of a fascination of understanding that that's how those went. So for this one, I want to put that to the test as well. And I found some interesting stuff when it came to doing that. I think this is the same, actually, as what we had before, so I guess it determines it based on, if I'm gonna guess, when you come back to the map screen, I think. So I guess it pulls from the map screen, I guess, the possibility of what'll happen if you come in here. And that's something I found fascinating when it came to Scratch and Match, will show up as well. Because why not? Alright, that's Power Block. I'm not gonna win this, because I don't remember where everything is. But that's fine. Alright, next is Drawing Lots. It's worth pointing out, Drawing Lots, when you get this, when you're playing the game and end a level, they will give half of the spaces on this, because you pick one space and you get whatever goes underneath that, but if you can't get Kamek, it's nothing. They give you more Kamek spaces when you actually get it within the game. When you pull it from the menu like this, you, generally speaking, don't get 3 unless the game makes a liar out of me. So I can pick any box, so I'll do the press your luck thing of big money, big money, big money, no whammy, no whammy, no whammy, no whammy, stop! 20 stars, I'm not down with that. Yeah, because he's only under 1, but when you get this off of completing a level, half of the board is Kamek. So in that case, I did win that. And then we'll take a look at Scratch and Match. And with Scratch and Match's case, this is the one where you scratch the box, you scratch 3 of them, and depending on what you get lives, or you get nothing. But you can't lose anything. So if you get 3 toadies, you get nothing. If you get at least 1 Mario, you get 1 life, 2 is 2, and then 3, you get 5 lives. And this was the one I was kind of fascinated about, which I actually discovered a couple years ago, which was, as we'll see if I get 3 toadies, which is when does it determine where the toadies are. So in that case, I got a Mario. Yeah, it's like a scratch-off ticket. That's absolutely a great way to get a sense of it. I think it's like the first case of scratch-off ticket in-game that we've shown. Right, because what I want to do is I'm going to rewind that, and I want to take a look also to show this, because this was, I think, a case where I don't remember this was like... Okay, okay, let me rephrase this. Maybe I think the determination for the match cards is when you select the world from the folder list up here. Basically pulls whatever that outcome is. But what I want to see on this one is I want to see how it randomizes where the toadies are. So based on what we had it last time, the toadies were here and here, and then there was a Mario down here. So I'm going to pull this. So that's Mario again. I can also determine... You know what, let's take the same path and see what happens. Okay, it looks like actually it might be the same. Okay, so, I don't know, maybe then it is a case where when the map is pulled, it determines it. It's worth pointing out, then, just to go into this, because they don't show you what's underneath the other ones, you do have a third one, so that does mean that there's... Okay, I want to see something. I want to put this to the test myself, too, so... We know these 2 are toadies. We're basically going to look at the card. We're going to cheat as far as how it is. Seeing how many Marios and how many toadies they give you, because I don't think I actually found out how many did. In that case, I got 3 of them. So in that case, as far as the Marios, that's the best prize you can get. So in that case, you get 5 lives. That's the best you can do. But I'm going to rewind again just to show this and see what's behind that other one up top. So these are toadies. That's also a toadie. I don't know. I never actually questioned this. And this is the benefit of being able to have a rewind function of this to see. You can kind of trace this. Which I definitely wasn't doing when this came out a little over 30 years ago. Are there more toadies on the board? Yes, there are. So there are 4 toadies on the board and there's 3 Marios. But I think that can vary also sometimes based on how they randomize the positions on the ticket. Because it's not the same one from what I've noticed in my years of playing this. And the first one is the flip cards. This is the one where they give you a bunch of spaces and you hit them and you get either, if you get Kamek on it, you get nothing and you lose. As far as the other ones, if you hit it, in that case, let's hit this one. Okay, I just get it instantly and lose. And in that case, I'm also going to put this to the test, and then we'll go on to the Game Boy Advance. Well, I'll show off the other thing with the secret code, and then we'll go to the Game Boy Advance version. I'm going to go here, so I'm also going to put to the test, then, that corner space up there on the left. I guess, based on how this is going to go, that's going to be Kamek. So, alright, he's there, we're going to assume. And toadies are worth nothing, but it's not a case where you lose if you hit them. But you do have to hit everything. That does mean toadies, so we're going all around the world. So I have 3 toadies on this. There's sometimes I think I've seen 2, but we have the ice and the green watermelon, and actually all the watermelons, all 3 of those. Yeah, there you go. Okay, there you go. So there's Kamek on the other space. So I guess it determines it, I guess that's the answer. When either the map loads, I guess it loads that for every single minigame, or every single bonus challenge, I should say. Or it does when you pull from the folder. I think it's the former, from what I can tell. But of course, if you get everything and don't get Kamek, he flies off and gets 10 lives off of it. Okay. Now, the last thing I'm going to do is... I could look back and see what the password on this is. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna go to, Sluggy the Unshaven's fort again. Because what I want to do is I want to show this. And this is also the point where I was doing my practice with this. I showed Edwack this, and he initially thought, like, wait a second, who's playing Yoshi's Island for the show? Because he loves Yoshi. He's mentioned that before. Well, okay, there's the Chain Chomp who's stuck. I have a POW block, I believe. Yes, I do. If you use that or a Wing Cloud Maker here, you get rid of him. I showed him this because you do that, you get a star and you open this door. And you get a code in here. And he said, of all the years I've been playing this, I never knew this was here. And he said, you know what? You keep saying to me, did you steal this game from me? Like, no, you didn't. But also he said, you know what? Maybe I don't know this game as well as I thought I did. Okay, because this is what you get. You get this code saying, listen up. On the level select screen, hold the select button and press XXYBA. And we're going to do that. So when your level you're already beaten, hit start and hit select and quit it. So, select XXYBA. It brings you a mini battle here. So what you can do here is you can play the throw balloons game of 4 inputs or 6 inputs, the balloon popping, the watermelon seed spitting contest, and coins. And this game technically does have a 2-player mode in the sense that you can do the throw. In fact, I have my Pro Controller, which I'm going to use for the purpose of switching to the Game Boy Advance version and switching back from it. I'm putting it on. So I'm going to show how multiplayer of this game works. Remember, put in the button cases, and whoever gets going on wins. So X, Y, and that. I'm doing it on my own, like one hand and then the other hand. But okay. So yeah, you can have 2 players play this. It's not much. I mean, it's like when we played Mega Man 7 last year, where they have the fighting mode that's an extra. Just kind of like a little fun bonus. Not something you're going to be taking this to EVO or any, like, gaming tournament saying, like, oh, I'm going to kick your ass at balloon tossing. Although, you could definitely do that, have some fun. I guess also play around also with the randomness of the balloon, because when the balloon gets bigger, it will be a case of saying, hey, you know, when it'll pop on you. Usually it gets big like that. That's the sense where you're just like, okay, I gotta be careful. In that case, I'll see if I can get this off the bandit. Okay, there you go. Okay, but player 2 wins, I guess, when player 1 wins. You know, I'm gonna put that to the test, too. And you do have to enter the password or the code every time you want to do it when you get tossed back to the screen, as far as the map. Okay, I want to see this. I'm gonna actually let player 2 lose, because it says, collect an item if you win, and I believe... I don't remember if the Game Boy Advance version lets you do the 2-player for this. Because the Game Boy Advance version does have multiplayer, but not for Yoshi's Island specifically. I mean, the code is in the Game Boy Advance version, so we can show it, and I will. But I just want to see something. I want to see what happens if player 2 loses, because the idea is that... Okay, it's just player 1 wins. Because it says get an item if you win, but it doesn't really make a factor as far as this. And you have the watermelon seed spitting contest as well. You can do this 2-player, and actually Edwack was saying to me this, saying that, hey, we should have this one of my game tournaments. That, yes, but also something where there's not a whole lot to it, and it's also a question of balance, because it's not timed. Because basically the idea is you go around and you pick up the watermelons here, and you pick them up, and then you can shoot the seeds at your opponent, and then if you get their health down to nothing, you win. That being said, to point out when you have bandit, there is a little bit of a question on balance with this, because as you see here, I'm going to show this a couple cases. Yoshi does run faster than Bandit, but also one other thing about Bandit in the Yoshi helmet, or the Yoshi hat, is that unlike Yoshi where you have to hit the Y button in order to pick up the seeds, he just walks into these things and gets the seeds. Also to point out when you hit the Y button, it's like a rapid shot as far as it, and you press that once, it just shoots it out. It is same like with Yoshi, you do 3 hits out, as far as like the fire breath, which is also in this one. But with Yoshi, you do have to actually eat it with Y button, then you have to hit, you have to do the seed spitting, and you can control that, you can do like 1 and 1, but with the other case you can't. But also, the fire, I'll show you how Bandit works with fire. Yeah, he has blue fire, it's worth pointing out. So not dissimilar to Flame Stack from Mega Man X2. But in that case, yeah, the blue fire did end Yoshi as far as that, but we'll show the other way, too. And then I'll show the other ones just for the purpose of it. But yeah, this is how you get 2-player out of this game. Yeah, reduce the power to 0 to win. As far as it is pretty fun as far as something, as I said, like the fighting mode in Mega Man 7. Kind of just something as a nice little extra. It's something where I'm kind of surprised, I'll say this, that they didn't... Actually, I want to try 2 things. I'm gonna do that. But I want to see... Can we get a tie in this? This is the other thing. I sometimes just want to find out, like, what's going on with some of this stuff. I'm almost wondering if maybe, I don't know if Yoshi and the Mysterious Book would do this. If they say, hey, let's come back to this as a concept, and then say, let's take a look. Okay, so, let's get that set. So Yoshi is the watermelon's mouth. And it's also pointing out, I believe, the fire, right, fire I think causes extra damage. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna... Actually, wait, let me just test that. Does it actually do double damage? So if I kill Yoshi in one hit... Yes, it does. Okay. I just want to confirm that. Because what I'm going to try and do is, when Yoshi has his eyes closed, like, yeah, like... Oh, wait, I don't want to do that. Okay, it's fine. I'll just quit out of it. It's either way. Yeah, because you did beat this. I don't really have anything else to prove on that one, but... Let's put that code back in. I want to see if I can pull a tie out of this. Because the throwing, you can't. Because the balloon will never pop when it's in the air. So you do have to have that set as far as when it's on someone and then it'll pop. So basically, I guess if it's gonna pop as you toss it, then in that case, it'll just pop when it drops. And also, as we're pointing out also, one other thing. Yoshi is knockback when he gets hit with the seeds, Bandit does not. So let's, yeah, let's get you. So let's see what happens. Can we tie this? I thought I hit both. Let's, yeah, I'll try once more, and then we'll look at the other ones, and we'll go. And look at the Game Boy Advance edition. Because I thought I hit the Y button as far as how it was on Controller 2. So I want to, as I said, I want to put this to the test. Because I guess I never really thought to do this, because we're pointing out, with the Watermelon Seed Spinning Contest, there's only one part of the game in this version that gives it to you. On the Game Boy Advance version, there is another level that gives you this. Alright, so let's get this set. I'm gonna hit... okay, I just missed. So I guess it probably isn't possible because the seed shoots out faster as far as Bandit than it does with Yoshi. And I guess with Bandit's case, yeah, I got it out quicker as far as how that was. Okay, yeah, in that case, I think that's gonna be the end on Super Nintendo, but there's one last thing I do want to show. We're gonna reset. We're gonna go to the title screen because I want to show, since we did complete Castle's Masterpiece set to 100%. There we go. That is your completion as far as Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island, where you get those 6 stars on the title screen. So in that case, there you go. That is the look as far as this version. As I mentioned last time, I kind of want my final thoughts on this game, and I'm also going to disconnect the other controller for the time being on this. I love this game so much. This is one of my favorites on the Super Nintendo. It has such a great style, it has such a great feel, it looks great, it sounds great, it's a lot of fun, it's neat, it looks fantastic. Dolphin, you're right about that. It is a beautiful, beautiful looking game in terms of how it is on everything you want, in terms of how its tech runs, how its color palette works, everything about it. There's such a smoothness to this game, and the art style is great. I love it. So Dolphin says, I'm with you. And it's very interesting because I mentioned Shigeru Miyamoto, he pushed against the concept saying we want this to be CG completely like Donkey Kong Country. He went after Donkey Kong Country and the people made it on the back of it. But then again, that also inspired Rare to go to their direction with Donkey Kong Country 2 the same year. And this game saying we're going to go this artistic direction, and it is something that there is a real permanence to this game. And so much of one that Nintendo said after this, especially Nintendo America first thinking, can Yoshi sell a game? Even though they saw some decent success with Yoshi and Yoshi's Cookie in particular. After this, because this game sold tons, they said, we can do more as far as this. And of course, Nintendo Japan, I was going to say Sega. Nintendo Japan, they were saying, of course we can do more. They had more games as far as it. And it kind of became an interesting case where every time a Yoshi game came out, it was something where they kind of were chasing this. It ended up kind of maybe being a detriment to them in terms of certain things, sometimes with the game itself, but sometimes with how people's reception of the game went, as far as how it is. Because the next game we're going to play in this line, Yoshi's Story, which is on Nintendo 64, which is in the Wii U version of, as far as it, because the Switch version is horribly done. It's kind of a question as far as that, but something where it became this great artistic perspective. Like every other one, they said, oh, we have this new style, and they kind of put it into a different case, and maybe they stopped chasing this one, saying, this game's awesome, but then saying, what can we do with other things? But Yoshi sells, yes? Yes, he does. And remember, Yoshi debuted in Super Mario World on Super Nintendo. In fact, let's give a brief look at that, because we're done as far as this. Since we do have it, because here's Yoshi here. We're going to play this. This is going to be, at some point we play this one, just to show. This is where he debuted, as far as how it is. So we'll show this. So Yoshi did sell, as I mentioned. This game sold. This game definitely sold. I mean, they sold with the Super Nintendo. It was bundled with the console when it came out in 1991. But there's Yoshi. So this is what he first looked like, as far as in this game. So that's how he was, and then years later they said, alright, we're doing the sequel, in air quotes, to this one, but it wasn't really. But saying, Yoshi has his own game. And so the idea, like, here's just the cute green dinosaur, eating everything as far as how it was. People liked the idea of what Yoshi was, and games did pretty well, but as Nintendo America, they were kind of concerned. They said, with Yoshi's Island that we just showed, we had to put Super Mario World 2 on this, or on that game, even though it's not really a sequel to this. I remember. Yeah, absolutely. And this is definitely one of the most synonymous ones on the Super Nintendo, is we get the Dino Dance going on as far as Dolly's Mini Chat. That's true, you're right. The idea of Yoshi being the dinosaur, and I know also other depictions of Yoshi, because I know the Super Mario Brothers movie from 1993 had Yoshi looking way different as far as how that went. He also was on the cartoon, because they had like a take on Super Mario World with the cartoon, where he did talk of saying like, oh, Yoshi no feel good. But the idea is also he kind of was wanting to be tough, because he was like part of the biker gang when Mario and Luigi were scolding him for like eating piping that they were doing during a job. But then the idea, of course, the most famous episode, that Mama Luigi, where he's saying, tell Yoshi bedtime story now. Tell about how Yoshi rescue Mario, no, how Luigi rescue Mario, no, Luigi rescue Yoshi, and Yoshi rescue Princess. So the idea that people liked the idea of what Yoshi was doing, and the idea of like, just thought like, hey, he has the long tongue. So with Yoshi's Island, let's turn that gameplay mechanic, let's make it also that, unlike this game, where it's kind of a power-up. You saw that in this intro, as you're hearing this wonderful music, he comes out of a box. So the idea is that he's initially trapped. That's the idea, because just to preface this game for when we get to it, Yoshi goes, or fine, Mario and Luigi and the princess go to Dinosaur World for a vacation following Super Mario Bros. 3, which it is a direct sequel to, and the direct ties to that in this game. But the place is deserted, and as the Mama Luigi episode of the TV show goes, they say, group of football players kidnapped the princess, or the Charging Chucks as they're known. And then Mario was, I guess, chased away. I guess Mario and Luigi were chased away, but they said, okay, now we're going to go and find where the princess is, but then they go to Yoshi's house, like, Yoshi's not here, like, where am I? And then you find him in a box. And then from there, that is where he came, and then all the other cases with him, Yoshi and Yoshi's Cookie are puzzle games as far as how they are. And we're going to show, we played Yoshi a little bit on the show, but we'll also show Yoshi's Cookie. I like first that one, no question. But then with Yoshi's Island, they said, okay, this is it, and then Yoshi kind of carving out his own niche as a character, saying, okay, we can have games that he's going to do, like with Yoshi's Story as an example, and then other ones, and still going today as far as newer games, because we had, as mentioned, Yoshi's Story, there was Yoshi's Topsy-Turvy, which is on Game Boy Advance, which started as a tech demo running Yoshi's Story from Nintendo 64 on Game Boy Advance. Then there's Yoshi's Island 2, which is on DS. There was Yoshi Touch and Go was on DS as well. Yoshi's New Island on 3DS. Yoshi's Woolly World on Wii U and later on 3DS. Yoshi's Crafted World, which is on Switch, and Yoshi and the Mysterious Book, which is on Switch 2 later this year. At some point, I guess we'll get a sense of when that's coming. But Yoshi does sell, and people like the idea of Yoshi. It seems like, I'll tell you, from my own experience, I guess the case that there's something about Yoshi when you think about how Mario was introduced as far as when they introduced Yoshi as character. Because looking at Super Mario All-Stars here, this is a case of them repurposing Super Mario Bros. 1, 2, 3, and the Japanese version of 2 into one cartridge for it, which already had some imaginative ideas going on with them, like, hey, the Tanuki suit and the frog suit from the third game, and the idea that we're in the Mushroom Kingdom. And then Yoshi was introduced, and there's something about Yoshi. Maybe that simple design, because I mentioned this game, as far as Yoshi's Island, it was directed by the person who created Yoshi. That being, just to reiterate him, Shigefume Hino, as far as it, who did design on Tetris Attack, as well as directed Pikmin, which we played about a month ago now. As far as it, there's something about that design, as far as just looking at him there, saying he has like the two shoes, as far as how that is, the way kind of the orange, as far as the spines on his back, but also the idea that he has the idea of like, you know, sticking his tongue out, but also the thing with the egg tossing, he was tossing this. The eggs were kind of always a constant to a certain extent, in the sense that he came out of an egg in this game. In Yoshi, he had egg as far as the case of something that you get the enemies into. You drop eggs as far as the computer version of Yoshi in Super Mario Kart over here, which you do have to play that at some point. And I guess let's look at the Super Nintendo side of things, seeing where else Yoshi is. Okay, Yoshi technically is in this game, but not really, because this is paneled upon. This is the Japanese version of Tetris Attack. They can't put Tetris Attack up here without paying a licensing cost to the Tetris company because it used the Tetris name. So what Nintendo did is they said, we're going to do this. I guess Nintendo said, we don't want to pay for the Tetris name for this, and also their licensing reasons for having Tetris for Game Boy on the Switch Online only extended to that version, didn't extend to Tetris Attack specifically, but they said, all right, here's this one. But Tetris Attack on Super Nintendo is not hard to get a hold of as far as how it is. And it's something where there is still the case of Yoshi there. He is in Mario Paint, because they did put Mario Paint up on this as far as how it is. And on the intro, you see him kind of doing like the walk along. Mario Wario, I don't think he's in that. Actually, when did that come out? Because it was Japan only. That was 1993. But no, that was, Yoshi was not involved. And these do require the mouse. Basically for this, it means that if you're running on Switch 1, you can use the USB mouse to play either one of these two. And there's also mouse support for this. And also, I think, Nobunaga's Ambition they added mouse support for as well. Or use the Switch 2 Joy-Con, which is the mouse control to play either one of these. In the case of this one, you do get Yoshi going on. You know what? Let's do a Celebration Yoshi before we go on to the Game Boy Advance game. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to take one of the Joy-Cons off of the side of the Switch 2 that I have. We'll show the mouse mode. In that case, I will turn that off. I'll have the one Joy-Con to show this. We'll show a little bit of Yoshi. Let's just have this celebration. Yeah, and show the first case of like mouse control. So in that case, hit on this one. There we go. Yeah, you need mouse. So here we go. So here is Mario Paint. We're going to show Mario Paint at some point, which came out in 1992 for Super Nintendo. Not sure if you have experience on this one. I'm keeping the game name as Yoshi's Island Super Mario Advance 3 because it's getting there. But for this game, basically, you click on Mario to do painting, but you press these letters to do stuff. Basically, get them big or small, but there is one thing you hit. I think it's the... Right, the A. You have Yoshi here, and you have him going the dudes, which is how he used to sound before Yoshi's Story, and actually the Game Boy Advance version of what we're going to play as far as Yoshi's Island added his new voice by Cosmic Totaka. In that case, Yoshi's there, and they also have stamps for him, and also things you can kind of paint in as far as it for this game. We should do this as a show, and it seems like a weird one. You're like, well, how do we do a painting program? Well, we show off what you can do in this. You show off the fly swatting minigame, which is amazing. You show off the playfulness of this game, that's another thing. And like the coloring book and some of the creative aspects. So I think that's how we get to show this game. And I think we do that with other art games that are of the 16-bit era or other eras, like Wacky World's Creativity Studio for the Sega Genesis, game like that. There's Art Alive, which is on Sega Genesis, which I don't have. There's Color Dinosaur, I've mentioned that one, which is actually really expensive and not very good compared to this. This is like, oh yeah, this is the way to go as far as your case of Mario Paint. But in that case, we're also going to do... Right, I have to do a... Actually, I'm trying to remember. How do I do the, go back to this menu as far as the... Because, yeah, since it is running on mouse, I don't remember how I do this off of one. The other thing I can do is I can say, screw this, I'll just do a quit out on the Joy-Con. I'll put that back on the console. It snaps back on. I do like that as far as the Switch 2, the fact that they're nice and magnetized. Okay, so with that case, the idea that Yoshi kind of is a case of people liking him, and I do have my profile pic set up. I have Baby Mario from Mario Tennis Fever, which Yoshi's also in, and then Yoshi here as well, just to reflect that. Also on the line, I have Croc, Legend of the Gobos, which was kind of thought to be a takeoff, it was a takeoff of the prototype of a Yoshi game, Yoshi Racing, that Argonaut was making for Nintendo 64 before Nintendo said, yeah, we're not feeling this thing, we're not going to option this. And later they said, we like this concept so much, let's make it with a new character. So if you're saying Croc looks like Yoshi, that was intended. As far as the idea was going to be Yoshi initially, but they came into this. There's also Dino Land. This has nothing to do with that. This is a pinball game from Wolf Team, the people who made Road Avenger on Sega CD, what we showed, and also who made all the Tales of games as the Namco Tales Studios as is now. But that's that idea. Also, I was going to do this later, but I do want to give one indication, because I mentioned last year Virtual Boy is now available on Nintendo Classic. So I was like, oh my god, I want to get this. I mentioned I was going on vacation, actually, when the Nintendo Direct they announced this was. I waited till it ended before I got onto my plane, because my plane wasn't leaving until 10:30 that morning. So I said, I can watch the rest of this and get on the plane. That's fine. I'm at the gate anyway. It's not a problem. I said, okay, they're releasing a Virtual Boy device for this that's $100 that looks like the real thing. You put a Switch 1 or 2 inside of it, and it has... they're saying, well, how are they going to do this? Because it's basically going to reflect how the Virtual Boy works for it. Or you can get a $25 piece of cardboard, as Crusader64 put it. But I said, I want to buy this because I get a sense, can I show Virtual Boy on the show? Well, let me answer that question now. Because I didn't mention this on the last week's show. I was going to bring it up, but I think at this point it's worth going. I guess talking about Yoshi's case. Yoshi's representation on Virtual Boy was specific to Mario's Tennis, which is not up for this yet. But when they put it up, and they've announced that they will, Yoshi is available as far as being playable in that game. But question, can we show this on the show? Well, let me answer that. Here it is. It does also say, before you play, his X button. Okay, here we go. This is going to be where we're going to have to be disappointed, because it says it requires the dedicated accessory. It requires this deal. It does look like the real thing, and it is pretty cool as far as how it goes. You need either the Nintendo Switch 2 or Switch 1 Virtual Boy item or the cardboard model, which you can purchase exclusively in the My Nintendo store. You can scan this code as far as that, if you so desire, for that. But like the Virtual Boy itself, it's something that's for children 7 years and older, because it is a case where, like the regular Virtual Boy, I remember this. Yeah, I definitely remember it too, of playing it, but also saying it's become really expensive over the years. It's been a question where it was Nintendo flopping with this thing. It was created by the late, great Gunpei Yokoi. He said, you know what, we're going to do virtual reality as far as this concept, saying this pair of goggles on the stand, as far as we're seeing here, this is what we're going to do as far as it's... The thought was it going to be a portable unit? I don't know if Nintendo ever said, but they said the boy name, like Game Boy, thinking, and it's by the guy who made the Game Boy, thinking, well, maybe that's going to be the thought. It came out at $180 when it released in 1995. And it was something where it came out, it did have these warnings saying, hey, you know, if you play this too much, you might get headaches as far as how it is, so make sure you take 10 to 15 minute break every 30 minutes. Like, we do 5-hour shows on this program, generally speaking, depending on the game, of course. So, like, how is that going to work? We might be in a case of that. And they give you an auto pause function, which I believe was also on the game, Virtual Boy itself, because I have played the actual unit. But over the years, it's gotten really expensive. Nintendo's usually said, like, why do we want to acknowledge our biggest flop in history as far as it? Because it didn't sell well, but it was not a case, the dirty little secret of the Virtual Boy is that it wasn't necessarily a bad device. It's not even a case where the games were bad. The games were kind of good as far as what they were. But also something where it was questioned, was it a portable thing, which it wasn't. They said, don't use it as a portable, number one. How is it going to work? Did it cost too much? Virtual reality is a big buzzword in the 90s, but I guess people didn't want to go for that. They said, okay, the PlayStation and the Sega Saturn had already come out. Let's go there. And then Nintendo 64 was coming out. So in that case, this didn't do very well, and it was discontinued after a year about, as far as how it was. Although with this release, as far as the Switch Online thing they're doing with this, there are unreleased games they're going to be putting up on this, including Zero Racers, which is a spin-off of F-Zero that they finished, but it never got released. There's actually a lot of games from that are coming up, and there aren't a lot, admittingly, for the console. The console at about, I don't know, maybe like right under 20 games. So it wasn't a lot, but there are actually some pretty good ones in here, like Teller Boxer, Wario Land, which is amazing. I've always talked about how good that game is. And Mario's Tennis I would also put in that category as well. And they reference as far as, but the case that is Nintendo going to actually go back to this? They did, but here's the deal. Also, when you're playing this, you have double vision perhaps. You press in the right stick to use the inner pupillary distance. So basically you kind of move that around, but as you're seeing here, can we stream this thing? And the answer is no. To play this, you have to remove the console from the dock. So remember, Switch and Switch 2, and it works with either one, they're docked as far as you're playing on the TV. For our show, we can't show this, and my other thought was thinking, well, okay, what if we use an external dock? Because I know Switch 1 has this. I don't know if Switch 2 does. It probably does or will soon enough. There are external docks, which basically means that for games that require the screen to play, for example, just going into this, of what I have on here that I know we need to play off the screen, Let It Roll Slide Puzzle. I bought this because I was thinking we could show it on the puzzle showcase, but you can only play it in portable mode. So if you put it in the dock, it recognizes that, it transfers to the screen, and basically blocks this. Same with the Virtual Boy. So my thought was saying, what if you use an external dock? Well, unfortunately, that's not going to work either, because I took this out of the album. Because what happens is, it's going to show this way. So this is the view. I took a picture as far as this with the capture for the Switch 2. And Switch 1 is this way as well. This is what you see when you're in portable mode. So if we're going to play this in portable mode with an external dock, you'd only be able to see it this way. I could feasibly blow it up, I guess, because of it, because you can also adjust the size. I did actually adjust the size here to 1.3 times the view, but you'll see the view through two screens this way. It's going to look a little weird, and something where I don't know if you necessarily see everything that it has to offer during gameplay. You'll see it also like double vision pretty much. But you're also seeing here at least what they launched this with, which were 3D Tetris, Galactic Pinball, Golf, the Mansion of Innsmouth, which is only in Japan, and now it's translated on this, Red Alarm, Teller Boxer, and Virtual Boy Wario Land. Right here, you sort of see this because I lost the battle in Teller Boxer, and it says, quote, "You were worthless and weak." It literally says that. Back in the 1990s, they were saying that. So if we were going to show Virtual Boy on the show using this, it would look like this. I don't know if that's something the chat you're feasibly okay with. If you are, I can talk to Crochet Nerd 64 because he does have an external dock for the Switch 1. And so we're pointing out the Virtual Boy stuff is playable on Switch 1 or 2. As long as you have a Nintendo Switch Online plus expansion pack account, if you're either one of those consoles, you can use it. Although I'd like to do it for Switch 2 if I can, because the zoom in is a bit bigger. So you can put it to 1 times 3. It's, I think, a maximum of 1 on the Switch 1. So we could do it this way if you really want. The other thing I'm thinking is that I usually try to shy away from emulation on the show, but because I did spend $100 on the unit, which I'm glad I did, I also brought it in as far as my coworker saying, you have to play this, you have to experience these games. Gemini 96 is saying, like, yeah, we're going to all get eye strain playing this thing. That was kind of sort of what happened in the sense that Chasm22, he started playing. It's like, this is really cool as far as we're playing. It was like, after like 15 minutes, like, okay, I got to take a break. My eyes are kind of hurting as far as how it was. I put Ack in front of this. He was loving it, but then also was saying, well, let me also look through all this. And it has the audio going through the Switch 1 or 2 console. But it was the case with they're hearing audio, but I'm just looking in the goggles and just seeing what they can't see. I'm just describing this, the games I'm seeing. And then he said, maybe you should just do an entire show where you, I don't know, have something up here, we have you on camera, and you just look into the goggles and just describe the game without any view to it from the audience. He said, actually, that'd be really funny. Or AG42, he also said, well, why don't you do this? Go on camera, play a game, have the sound go, just look into that Virtual Boy thing the whole show, and then just say, all right, we're gonna, just don't say anything. I was like, it might be a good idea for a April Fool's Day show. Yeah, is the text very small? Well, this is how it looks when you're looking at it with the dock, but the thing is, because I was asking, how is this going to work? Is it difficult to see? Well, as I said, this is the view you have when you're running portably for this, because the thing is that you have to use portable mode to run Virtual Boy for this on either of these consoles, Switch 1 or 2. As far as how it looks is that the way that cardboard thing and the Virtual Boy thing is, they have visors in it that basically replicate, I'll tell you what it's like. Okay, as far as Dollyfin's saying. Because remember, I know Dollyfin, we played, I'll link to this for reference as well. We played Super Mario Land, the first one. I'll link to the playlist of all three of them. When we played the first one in particular, so we ran Super Game Boy, I said, let's look at Virtual Boy view as far as like the color of red and black. You were mentioning, saying, hey, I work with virtual reality devices, which nowadays they're pretty widely available, and they've kind of been a case where they're proliferated a lot, in the sense of saying people bought these, And actually, people see this as a way to run Virtual Boy emulation. So basically what it does is it takes like the two views you're seeing here without this, the lenses they got, and then basically puts it into one. That's how they run it. Yeah, it's different than like the MetaQuest 2 or like the Suit eyeglasses as far as what they're doing now. Gotcha. But that's what this is doing. Because I said, what is the thing doing? Yes, that's how it goes. Yes, as far as the first. Yeah, because that was how I was wondering. Like, how is this doing it? I said, how is that going to go? So my thought is that, as I mentioned with like MetaQuest, No Electverse has come in the show. He's mentioned this, saying, I have done Virtual Boy emulation with that because it replicates the idea of what this is like, and also there was not this official release at the time as far as how it is. It's more comfortable to stay in a long time as far as the MetaQuest. Yeah, and I guess that's the question, really, because I think the way that the view of this one is going, it is kind of viewing the same way the Virtual Boy did. So it is a case where they kind of went the whole way. They said, we're going to do this. We're going to make this happen and make it look the way that it was a little over 30 years ago, which is great. But as I said, for the purpose of us showing on the show, we'd have to show it this way, and it would look this way. But in that case, I think I probably would emulate it that case. Because, like, okay, I spent the money. I wanted to spend the money to see that, could I do this? I want to get that answer out. And I do think it's cool as far as how it is. And it is interesting to see that. And they did port the games well. And Virtual Boy Wario Land in particular. That's amazing. And also, one other thing they did mention, I don't think I said this when it came to the Virtual Boy yet. Later, I think they said this year, they're going to be... I don't know how they're going to do this. They're giving different visor options. You can play this in green, yellow, I think blue, or like black and white. From what I understand, I guess it's going to swap out those goggles as far as how they are instead of the red. I think you basically just take something off of it. But I don't know if they're going to charge for that. That's the one question. I don't know how that's going to work. So the purpose of the show, just to go on that, I was kind of going off a little, but I want to go into this just in general as far as it. I don't know if us showing it this way is the way that it's going to work to be a case of being able to savor this. So I might have to emulate that. That might be the way to go to make the most sense for this. But I just want to give an answer because I was curious about this. I don't regret my purchase as far as how it was. The games are really, really good as far as how it is. If you're not wanting to go the whole way as far as it, the $25 cardboard thing might work as far as it. You do have to get the setting down. You do want to put this thing at a table. Make sure you're set as far as this. Also remember, since you're in portable mode, there's no way to actually connect the Switch or Switch 2 so it's like charging or something. So it basically is going to run off of your battery power or your charge power for the console. So in that case, you have to go as far as it. And you also, to point out, you do need to have a controller that has 2 analog sticks to it in order to play. Because remember, the Virtual Boy, it had a controller that had 2 D-pads on it. So what that means is that for the purpose of Switch 2, you have to have either one of the console's Pro controllers, which has the 2 analog sticks, one on the left and one on the right, or use 2 Joy-Cons, one on the left and one on the right, to replicate that. Because you have games that use those the second D-pad for other functions, like Teller Boxer, for example. So in that case, you just have to be aware of that as well. So it would be hilarious to play something like that with the Sega Genesis controller, which I guess you could to a degree, but if you have anything you need to use that second D-pad for, you're not going to be able to do it. And that also means that I guess you could play it with the CDI controller that I have, but again, it also is... Actually, no, you can't. Okay, actually, no, you can't play it with that, because, yeah, the CDI controller, it's a USB controller, so you actually have to plug it into the dock. So actually, you cannot use the CDI controller or the Virtual Boy stuff on this, which I just realized. But, okay, there you go. So that is the quick detour, but I got an hour out of just doing that before we started the real highlight of tonight's show. Take a look at the Game Boy Advance app, because we're looking at Super Mario 2 Yoshi's Island was the Super Nintendo game. It's awesome, and I love it. But what happened when they put it to the Game Boy Advance? Well, let's take a look at the details on this one. This is it. This is Yoshi's Island Super Mario Advance 3. Now, this came out on the Game Boy Advance on September 20th of 2002 in Japan, and September 23rd, 2002 in the US, and Australia got it on October 4th, which was, at that point, 7 years to the day of the Super Nintendo game's release, and it was October 11th in Europe for Game Boy Advance, as far as how it is. As far as those Super Mario Advance games, just going on that briefly, we've looked at this one. We looked at Super Mario Advance 4, Super Mario Bros. 3, but they released them in weird order for Game Boy Advance. When the console launched on June 11th of 2001, got Super Mario Advance, which is an enhancement of Super Mario Bros. 2, the US one. Then they did Super Mario World, Super Mario Advance 2. Then they did Yoshi's Island, which we're looking at, and then they did Super Mario Brothers 3. So that's how they go as far as how it is. And we are going to show this one here, the details. It's the same concept as far as what's going on, but there are definitely some differences as far as this one, and I'm going to show them all off. Let's go. Including the fact you do have the voice of Yoshi here going, Nintendo. And that is Kazumi Totaka voicing Yoshi in this. He started voicing him in Yoshi's Story for Nintendo 64. He also did the music for, oh no, he didn't do the music for Pikmin. He was the voice of Captain Oliver in Pikmin 2. But here's the intro, so let's see what happened when it came to taking this great game from Super Nintendo, putting it on a portable unit. So the idea that, nowadays you can play this portably as far as the Super Nintendo game on Switch 1 or 2, if you have the Switch Online app, as far as how it is. The base one will work too, for the Super Nintendo game. This one you need the expansion pack for. But back in 2002, it's a case of get this with the Game Boy Advance, play this console game on the road with you, and also see some changes. Does look and sound pretty damn close to the original, especially given the fact that Game Boy Advance had a lot of 8-bit sound channels. But it does look amazing and sound pretty good. It's saying, whoa, so instead of saying wow, like you said on Super Nintendo, that's what we're saying here. So they did change the translation a little bit as far as this. But it is the same concept as far as it is, the same beautiful intro. Maybe looking a little crustier, and also adjusted because of the fact that the Game Boy Advance's screen was a different screen resolution than Super Nintendo, understandably so. So it did look a bit different. And Dolphin, to you, and I guess also to anybody else out there in the chat, what's your experience with the Super Mario Advance games, particularly this one? Did you play it on this? I did years later because I heard that, first off, they're porting this over. My first thought was saying, I have it on Super Nintendo, but then they said there's 6 extra levels. Like, oh, okay, I want to play this now. So it's more of this great game. And it enhances on concepts we only saw once, or maybe not that much at all, or at all, on the Super Nintendo game. But here's the same deal, I think I have played it. Okay, but it's the same concept starting, saying, Baby Mario fell from the sky onto Yoshi's back, both are fine. And you do still have the case of the music box slowing down on the music, but it does slow down a little quicker on this one. Something else fell with the baby, so that's the map, so we do know that. Let's take a peek. As they wind up the music box once more. It looks like a map, maybe the stork was using it. But this is the part where they changed the translation, I think, for the better, honestly. It says, Yoshi couldn't figure it out before, but now it says, Yoshi can't figure out this strange situation. He said, hey, I'll go and talk to my friends as far as it before, but he says, I'll talk to my... Okay, he says that. Exactly that. I'll talk to my friends about it, so that's the idea. Yeah, but aside also, I guess, from... the colors being a little desaturated on the toadies a little. It is really close to how it was on the Super Nintendo. And you consider the fact that there are some games on Game Boy Advance that were port-overs from other systems that didn't look nearly as good as this, that also are running less intensive tech. Or sometimes more intensive tech, or about as equal tech. I'm thinking like Pitfall, The Mind Adventure, and the Earthworm Jim games. Rayman, as far as it from PlayStation, that was ported to this. Sonic the Hedgehog, of course, was a disaster as far as Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis, which came out late on the system's life. That was 4 years after this, by the way. But with this one, it does look the part, it sounds the part, and it has some unique stuff that do make it worth your time if you played the Super Nintendo game to death. Also, one thing to mention, I will just briefly indicate, I'm using the Super Nintendo controller for this one too, and you're probably wondering what's going on with that. I did adjust the controls, because they did, I have not mentioned this when it comes to the Switch Online case, they give you the option to remap the buttons however you want them. So I said, for this Game Boy Advance version, I do still want to use the Super Nintendo controller, and I can. And in this case, on Game Boy Advance, it's worth pointing out because of the way the B and the A buttons were set. The A button on that system was jumping, and then B button was for using your tongue. And then you use the egg on, you hit the R button, and then the L button was told to do the cursor lock. For this, I basically remapped it so it plays like the Super Nintendo game button for button, pretty much. So in that case, I'm going to run in the old way as far as showing this semi-new way. You get a new title screen with this very nice, dreamy music going on, which is kind of a takeoff on the water theme of Super Mario Bros. 1. As far as like kind of a bit of a lullaby. And it shows another thing, multiplayer. We'll get to that because it's not for the Yoshi's Island part of things, but it's for another half of this, which is for Mario Brothers. I'll go on that a little later. But first, we're going to show the stuff with Yoshi's Island. And I'll let this play as far as that is, because it's really nice. You're seeing like the 1983, why is it that if this game came in 1980, 1995. It's because of the Mario Brothers case, the arcade game from 1983. Yeah, it's like a wind-up lullaby. Yeah, second one on top of what we had in the original. Yeah, back in 1983. And you're right, it is, because... Yeah, they give you the case of voice going. 83, that's what this is, referring to Mario Brothers. This is the arcade game as far as, in particular for that. This was back in 1983, but this is a remake as far as it reminds me of one what in particular, Dolphin? One thing, one day. Reminds me of a wind-up lullaby. Whereas again, this nice piano case is what you do. So in this case, for this version, you select game, you can play the Mario Brothers thing, we'll look at that a little later. But then you have Yoshi's Island, so it is the case of this. We'll focus here first. This is also where it puts the stars as far as getting 100% on everything. Sounds like a wind-up lullaby for a crib. Yeah, you're right. And going to the idea of, I guess, with Yoshi's Island itself, the case of maybe this kind of nice lullaby for children as far as the game, but also the idea of like the aura of it, and also the fact that it's like the baby take on Mario. As far as this. One thing also about this version that's unique, it does give you options for sleep modes, which Game Boy Advance had. You can sort of run them on this. And just to give an idea of what it is, you press select and the L and R buttons to come out of sleep mode. Basically what happens is the screen will go dark. In the case of Game Boy Advance, you can turn it that way. If like, hey, you don't want to turn the console off, but you want the screen to go black so the battery doesn't die. Although the Game Boy Advance has a pretty good battery. It's just a question of making sure you can see the thing, particularly on the early model unit. And it's going to look a little brighter because of that. Because the early models of the Game Boy Advance, they looked... they didn't have a backlight on them. They didn't have any light. Game Boy didn't have light of any kind officially until Game Boy Advance SP, which came out the year after this, which had a lit screen. But in case where sometimes you're out in direct sunlight, you can't see this damn thing. So what happened is that a lot of companies said, we're going to make the game look a little brighter so you can see it. But then also, because of how colorful this game is, it's not a case where it washes it out the way maybe some other games might. But for this one, we'll see this as we go to Yoshi's Island. And Yoshi! There you go. In this case, I do still have the case, and it does still have the stars there, and it also says Yoshi's Island as opposed to Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island. Okay. We're pointing out for this Game Boy Advance version, unlike the Super Nintendo game, they rebuilt this entire game from scratch. Darth Locutus mentioned that to me. I was under the impression for years wrongly that they said, they ported this one a couple more times before they ported the Super Nintendo game. Because this is on Wii U's Virtual Console. It is on 3DS, or was, to Ambassador people who bought the console early. It was $250. And after they cut the price by like $90 to save the thing. But it's a case where they basically rebuilt this entire game from scratch as far as how the engine was. So there's no special chip in the cartridge, as is. This is also what I found out about the screen early on. The fact of the idea of it being like a wind-up lullaby. Feel free to go on that dolly fan as we're going, because yeah, we just still have the same case of what's going on. Also, one of the differences is we do have a clear picture now. So it shows World 6 when you beat the game as far as doing clearage. When you do clear the entire game, you have Baby Bowser doing it. But how we're going to do this is I'm going to turn this down a little bit. Oh, right, the fact that you couldn't see it in sunlight. Right. I remember, I do love the Game Boy Advance, particularly a lot of the stuff that was on it, but the case that I remember when I got the console at launch, I remember I rented Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, which was developed by Vicarious Visions. It is a really good version of that game, and honestly, it's maybe one of the easiest versions of the game we can show, because there's no licensed music, although I could just mute the music on the Dreamcast version I have, which is probably how I'll handle it. But a case where I rented that game for Game Boy Advance, it's quite a marvel, but I was outside in like July summer sun, and I was like, I can't see. I'm looking for the case, like, where am I? But it was a case that years later, it was like, yeah, they've kind of figured it as far as the system and also the lights that go along with the console. That being said, depending on the lights you got on the original model of Game Boy Advance, it was something where it would go into the serial port, so it actually would drain the batteries a little quicker. Although people have since modded the old version of the Game Boy Advance to have a backlight or a front light, and the light case was in the Game Boy Advance SP, and also the Game Boy Micro came out in 2005. So in that case, we're going to start our look as far as the Game Boy Advance edition as it is. Now, the way we're going to do this is, I can also look at a new file at some point, but the main crux is going to be looking at each of the levels, because it's the same game that we know and love as far as on Super Nintendo, but scrunched down a bit to run on the Game Boy Advance screen. But here's the key to this thing. You get extra levels. When you beat the game, you unlock secret levels for each world. So secret 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We're going to run through all of these. just to give an indication. And same case as far as all this stuff, but before I do that, I am going to... Well, let's show the first level, why not? Just show how it's running in the Game Boy Advance, show what's different. We'll go into the voice acting. And also the fact that some of the intros are a little more tinny, but this is actually pretty close to how it sounded on the Game Boy Advance. And I was a stickler for that when the Game Boy Advance first came around. We are hearing voices of Yoshi, including when he does the hover, going the hum, which I will hear that all the time when we play Yoshi's Story. But in the same case, it does look really great, the same way it did on Super Nintendo. A little brighter, but still looking pretty close to it. And even as far as something we tend to talk about when it comes to portable games, we sort of mentioned this when it came to Sonic the Hedgehog from Game Gear a couple weeks ago. The idea of what does screen crunch look like, in the sense that they took this game that had the resolution full on the Super Nintendo and put it down to the Game Boy Advance, which by its very design does not have as much screen real estate as far as how it is. So what they did is they said, all right, we're going to repaint this, but it's worth pointing out also that the Game Boy Advance's horizontal view is actually wider than the Super Nintendo's. So what that means is that you might have cases where maybe you see much as far as the top and the bottom, but on the left and the right, you can see just a little more. But also the way they had the sprites of Yoshi set here and everything. It's something where you can sometimes maybe get blindsided, but the way that they redesign the sprites, it is something where it is still extremely playable, not something where it's like, hey, I can barely see what's coming up ahead of me. Because with that being said, I can't see this whole screen here the way I did on Super Nintendo, so you do have to kind of adjust it, but you can move the camera around by looking up and down. So they came with a pretty good way to go. Also, you're wondering, yeah, I got the red coin, where was it? Yeah, it's under there. Unlike the Super Nintendo game, this one, you can't tell where the red coins are anymore. They all look the same as far as the yellow. On Super Nintendo, you can see the red tint, but on Game Boy Advance, they say, no, you can't, and I think the reason they did that is because you hit the select button. It puts more usage on the magnifying glass. Let's use this. Yeah, in that case, it does show you where all the red coins are, so in that case, maybe put more usage on that. Also, there's the fly guy, the ones that fly away. So we're pointing out, when you hit them in an egg, they do that laugh, the ha-ha, which they do when they fly away on the Super Nintendo. And honestly, that's a change I do not like in this version, because when I hit it, I think, oh shit, did I miss it? Because remember, if they fly away at that red coin, you're not getting it. So it's something that's like, wait, how's that going? That one went though. It's still the same case, and so, okay, there is the way the rotation of the Chomp Rock is going. And since I have the red coin, no, the magnifying glass set, I'm seeing where all the red coins are, and you're getting Yoshi doing the sounds going the and also you do get a little more flourishing of life from this one compared to on Super Nintendo. But yeah, it is still the same case as far as how it goes. And it does still look really, really good. Honestly, I'd say this, I think this is maybe one of the best Game Boy Advance ports of another console's game, honestly. In terms of how it looks, but also in terms of how it plays. And also of having extra content, which is the other thing that I really like about it. So it's the same game you know and love mostly, with some other changes, a couple things that come with the territory really according to this console, as far as it, I mean, the screen resolution is not going to be the same. The sound's not going to be the same, but this is really close to it on Super Nintendo. Other cases, it seems like, were they lazy on how they used the Game Boy Advance's tech for this, but not this one. Oh, right, also, when you use the magnifying glass, it does reveal all the hidden wing clouds. I forgot about that. Oh, yeah, but there's more slowdown. There's definitely more slowdown in this version than there is on the Super Nintendo. And also, you have the voices of the Shy Guys doing which is the same voice they have in Yoshi's Story, worth pointing out. So I guess a good bridge to when we get to Yoshi's Story, as is the case. Okay, there you go. So you do still get the 100% this way. You're still using the Chomp Rock as far as that, and then using the Woozy guy as far as him bouncing around. Also pointing out, okay, I didn't show it that way. If you... Actually, I'm trying to remember. I think if you hit the wing cloud when you are at max stars, I'm trying to remember it actually shows the star stuff. Alright, we are done. Alright, start, by the way, is you have a menu now. Okay, there we go. So we're gonna get a bonus challenge. I'll show the bonus challenge on this one, too. And also some different changes in the graphics where the other Yoshis, the colors are a little different, more pronounced for certain colors, and also they have different shoe colors. There you go. So I got 100%. But in this case, I already have 100% available. You also get this screen, which is unique to this version, which is not in the Super Nintendo release. And also, as we're pointing out, if the question on lives was something you had on the Super Nintendo games, we're pointing out with this one a few things. First off, when you save the game and quit, it saves your lives. Second, when you go through the levels and get 100% as far as on each of them, as you get more points, you get more lives off of those. So you're gonna get tons of lives, more than on the Super Nintendo for that very reason. So in that case, you're probably not gonna run into a game over case. And then it's a nice little map going on here. But there's that one area that's like, yeah, we'll have 900 points. There's now a 10th level in each world, so what's going on with that? Well, we're gonna see that in a second. We'll do the scratch and match and show that off. Okay. The same deal, we're gonna do a scratch off ticket. In fact, I'm gonna try and see is it the same pattern as it was on the Super Nintendo. So far, I think it is. Yeah, it is. Okay, so I said, oh, the toadies are in the boxes, so apparently it's the same one. So there you go. We got 5 lives. We're not in need of that because I'm at 999. Okay, there you go. Okay, so, yeah, I'll show the other bonus stages, I guess, later. In fact, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go through each of the stages. I'll show off some of the greatest hits as far as the chat. If you have levels that you want to see played on the Game Boy Advance, see how they play, let me know and we'll play them. And there's some I definitely will show. I'll definitely show Touch Fuzzy to get dizzy. There's one of the castles I'll show. And I'll think of other ones as we go along. Alright, let's take a look at each of the unique levels as far as this. And this is something I'm very excited to see. So let's go. Okay, first up for Secret 1 is Exercise in the Skies. Alright, so... You think we saw everything that we had as far as Super Nintendo, but we got one more challenge. And these levels can be pretty hard, and since, actually, I not 100% in all of these until a few months ago, and actually there's one I didn't 100%. We'll see how this goes. In this case, yeah, we're taking the platforms up, and basically have to ride this up in order to go along. And yeah, I'm gonna try and go 100% on each of these, but this one I know I can. And also take advantage of the fact that just like on the Super Nintendo, the buttons are pressure sensitive. So when you get to the top of the jump with the platform, you reset. But in that case, you also see the wing cloud kind of floating around a little. Also get that set and make sure I hit into that. Take advantage of the fact that you can use the eggs to get the flowers. Same deal as before, you have to have 30 stars at the end of the stage, as well as get 20 red coins and also get 5 flowers. These are where things get hard, because in that case you have to be at that set, you have to go up there, and you have to go into the clouds. But if you fail... Okay, I'll hit the mid-ring, why not? I'm gonna go over here, I'm gonna go get that again. You do have to be kind of quick on your feet. Oh, and don't off-screen it, otherwise you're gonna be in trouble, but it came down here. That's fine, I do need eggs. But right now, there's not gonna be too much of a case of being, having to worry about falling, except if I fall over there. If I do that, I'm screwed, so let's try this again. In that case, jump, and at the... Oh, right, I forgot, you have to jump before that. Oh, right, and since there's no bottom as far as that, as far as, like, the little, red, dot, it's gonna fall in the pit, so in that case, you have to go back. There you go, and right there, you go into the clouds. Okay, so you do have to kind of do some fancy stuff, the same way you did in the original game. And same here, where you want to hit the red switch, but here's the deal. Those platforms will collapse, those ones there, so don't hit them. Basically, jump onto the red blocks that form here. Keep moving. And then jump here, and then on the way back, those red blocks are not there anymore, so you have to jump on these, but remember, they're going to fall. So you have to be careful going along. So yeah, if you played Yoshi's Island to death like we did, or like I did, as far as it, this is going to be challenge your skills even more, and then saying, alright, this is even more bragging rights, but also a case of saying, yeah, I can do this one now. Yeah, these get pretty demanding, but they are a lot of fun. Including using stuff that you didn't see too much in the main game, including like the yo-yo thing. You basically walk on the edge of it and then go along. But in that case, you kind of want to move a little bit and then jump in the air and keep tapping left a little so that you're able to keep going. But also be careful because we have the blowhards here. Remember, use the ground pound to get them set. Get that going. Oh no! Okay, I got it. I heard a bling, so I did get that flower. Uh-oh. Alright, also, yeah, when you do the crouch, or when you do the ground phase, the bring hat, just like he does in Yoshi's story. Alright, now, for what I gotta do is, I gotta hit this. Shit, I missed. Uh-oh. But you know what, I know what I can do. Remember, the blowhard will shoot out, I think, enemies as far as, come on. Give me something, please. Right, I can get those set, and I can get eggs this way. Because I need to bash my way through that. Now, in that case, you have to jump up there to the top, but if you fail, you can come down here. But, yeah, you do have to be very, very precise. In that case, I'm not being very precise. Oh, whoa! In that case, I just went off screen, so, okay, there you go. Okay, got it. Said I missed hitting that. Alright. Oh, there you go. So I basically can wait until the end. Okay, got it. Now, in this case, I do want to get this moving, but I also don't want to get moving too fast. Alright, there we go. Yeah, it is exercise in the skies. They're not lying. Basically, left, right, left, right, left, right. Yeah, oh shit, no! Oh no, I'm gonna die. Crap. Alright, I'm dead. Yeah, it's not easy, but alright, we do have 999 lives. We're not getting a game over anytime soon. But unfortunately, because remember, I hit that before I did the, before I did the, thing over there, I gotta go do that again. There we go. Okay, so let's try this again. Yeah, but these levels are pretty fun. It's just a case where, yeah, bring your A game. But I think, since you have to beat the game to get these, as far as how it is, it goes to the great difficulty curve that the original game had, and also that, by extension, this version has too. Which is the case that you've proven yourself going through the game with all the challenges it throws you. It says, okay, you're a master now, so let's take these concepts you learned and apply them more. And also say, hey, we didn't see some of these things at all or much in the original game, so let's have you rethink your skills. So in this case, this is what I'm saying as far as more of Yoshi's Island, but in this case, it was made for this version as opposed to being like a sequel, like with, what is it? Like with Yoshi's Island 2, but also, if you're not going fast enough, you're not going to get up there. So in that case, you have to go back this way, and then you have to... Shit, fell off. Can I get back up there? Okay, no, I'm unfortunately not going to be so lucky. Alright, so there you go. So, at least Yoshi's still happy as far as this. I mean, that's the idea. Yoshi is, I guess, eternally happy, the idea. Especially when we get to Yoshi's story. Because the idea is, yeah, they have to be happy because all the other Yoshis became depressed. Whoa, wait, no, crap. Okay, there we go. Okay, I did get an extra life, so we probably make up all the lives that we're gonna lose doing this. Okay, there we go. Okay. Yeah, not too bad, as I said, but as I said, I got it. This is the first one, though, so the rest are going to be kind of interested to see how this goes. But we'll definitely have a full show going out as far as this, I think, just because of this. But that's also why I wanted to show this. I love this game so much, I said, I want to show these extra levels. I don't want to leave the... Crap! I fell off. I slipped off. So yeah, your precision platforming skills, they're going to be put to the test on this one. No question, even more than the main game. But then again, that's, I think, going into this, why I love Yoshi's Island in and of itself so much. I love the style of it. I love how it looks and sounds and all that, but also the precision that it has as a platform. As I mentioned, I was born and raised on games like this. And this is exactly the kind of speed as far as myself like it came to the other Mario games, even though this is definitely its own beast compared to those. But also with Donkey Kong Country, the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise as well. And like with those games, it's also something I can kind of make out like a madman as far as like doing running and things. And just being that case of saying like, oh, maybe out of control, but also a case of being able to slow down a little to kind of be precise when I need to. And that being satisfying when you go through something where it's like, yeah, I keep dying a lot, but then can we get through and get what we need to have going? And we can, and we will. And I said, even though this is something where, okay, that's just a life, so I'm not going to concern myself with it too much. At least not yet. it's something where this is definitely going to be a relaxing one for me. As I mentioned, I definitely could use that. Because I was extremely busy as far as work this week. Okay. Yeah, we're set that way. Just roll the whole way. So in that case, yeah, I definitely could use a nice relaxing night. Especially for a game like this that I absolutely adore. But then again, I realize in a lot of ways, oftentimes this show is very relaxing to me. Even when it's a case where it's a game that I'm either not playing for myself or one's like, hey, I gotta practice for it. Sometimes I still will question myself saying, hey, can I do this as far as certain games? But also then eventually I say, like, oh, no, I can do this. And I maybe just feel more relaxed when playing. And talk it through. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There we go. Whoa, whoa. Whoa. Ooh, there we go. Okay, also, if it looks like I'm screwed and I can't go anywhere, don't worry. This is a way out, so go to the left. Whew, that was close. Okay, with that, you can go in the door now. Yeah, don't go in the door first, otherwise you're going to be in trouble as far as losing your opportunity to get this stuff. And for this, I'm gonna roll my way down very, very slow. Wait, there's a start. Oh, okay, there we go. Well, I got a couple. But they're over bottomless pit. There's definitely bottomless pit down there, so I gotta be careful. Just basically feather that D-pad. Whoa! And make sure to jump out of the way of him. There we go. Oh, right, I forgot. I have to go to... Yeah, I'll do this. I don't want to do that part again, but the good news is just like before, like, yeah, jump here, right underneath the platform, jump, and flutter jump over to the left. Go down here. In this case, you have to jump right there to get that. There we go. And I think that's it, but just to be sure, I want to go down the other way. Yeah, so this game in particular, this level is, yeah, I never really thought, like, hey, I should jump out of the way when, like, that wood platform is there, like, right before it. But this is, in a way, kind of teaching you new things about this game. You think, if you played this to death on Super Nintendo, you think, is there anything really new to learn? But the answer is yes, there is. Unfortunately, I don't have anything I can use as far as eggs, but I do have the fire breath. Let's take that. Hit the B button on that. There we go. Because I could destroy winged clouds. In this case, it's a little bit of a maze. I have to go and hit this in order to get my way down, and wait until it drops. Don't try and be here and go down, otherwise you might get stuck. But also, now, these are going to start collapsing. So yeah, it's like a nice thrill ride. There you go. Whoa, shit! Okay, got it. So that's all of them. That's all the flowers. As far as all the stars, yeah, they jump your way to, or climb your way to victory. To quote Power Stone 2. But these are all falling, and you have to be very, 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 very precise, because remember, these are falling when you jump on them too, and they get to be 3 blocks wide, 2 blocks wide, 1. At a time with the other ones that are falling as well, so like, yeah, make sure you're precise, and also you're gonna love the fact the controls are as precise as they are, so anytime you don't make a jump correctly, you can blame yourself and be comfortable blaming yourself, as opposed to saying, this game is badly designed and I slipped off the platform. Okay, now get up here. That's sort of calm as far as it, but yeah, jump on this. Now I have to go here quick. Climb up here. They give you just enough time to get set. There we go. Jump, jump. Check my score. There we go. That is 100%. We did it. Fantastic. All right, there you go. That is Secret 1, ladies and gentlemen. All right, nothing as far as a bonus stage, but that's okay. We'll play one anyway, for each world, as far as a celebration. There we go. So that's 100%. Yeah, pretty fun, but also can be pretty tense. In this case, I'll also show you getting 1,000 points as far as that. It's worth pointing out, this is how you get the stars on the title screen and also on the choose a game screen in this, as opposed to getting the, getting it for completing the extra level as far as this, like on Super Nintendo. And when you do that, you do get the idea of perfect for the world. There you go. Awesome. So there is World 1 done. Alright, we are gonna go over to the bonus stage, and then we're gonna touch Fuzzy. Why not? Alright, so same case here as far as how flip cards work. I'm also gonna try and see if the way it ran on Super Nintendo is gonna save me. Let's see. Because that's the case, maybe he's here. Okay, no, he's not. I could have taken my item and left, but now since I didn't, I'm gonna lose. Alright, let's take a look at how Touch Fuzzy Gets Dizzy runs on the Game Boy Advance. Okay, because this looked amazing on Super Nintendo, and it still sort of does. As you have the melon bug, of course. This is how you, oh, right, I forgot. Yoshi will swallow it sooner. Also, they give you sound as far as this, like the boop, 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 boop. So basically it tells you in this version with the sound cue that you're going to be able to get lives off of this in a way that it did not on the Super Nintendo. You basically keep tossing this thing in and out of your mouth like this. And keep going, and then toss it right here, except I swallowed it. Basically then have the melon bug hit to the Shy Guys here. In that case, what'll happen is that they will, you'll be able to get lives off of that, and that's how you get 999 lives. Okay, we're done. As far as it's, alright, okay, here we go. Here's Touch Fuzzy Gets Dizzy. Let's see how it does on the Game Boy Advance. So, we're gonna not touch Fuzzy. Well, I'm gonna eat Fuzzy. Alright, it does look like, yeah, it does have the, perspective of this, although it is still the same case. He's in, like, the stupor, or the drug state, or however you want to put it. Or dizzy. Take your pick. He's still moving without me doing anything when I'm standing still because he's moving left and right. Same case also, if you want to avoid it, just keep jumping. But it is shifting. It does look a little choppier than it did on Super Nintendo. Remember, they were using an accelerator chip in that cartridge to make that happen. Game Boy Advance, they said, no, we're programming this into the engine of this thing. And when you take that into consideration, it is impressive that they got this going on this console at all. As if Sega couldn't port Sonic the Hedgehog, the original, effectively, 4 years after this came out on the same console. So the fact that Nintendo was able to get this going, it's a bit choppy, yes, in some ways. And yeah, definitely seen slowdown going on there with a lot of stars on the screen that way. Yeah, you forgive it on the back of this. Like, look, they can get this game running. Sega should be able to get Sonic the Hedgehog 1 running on this console. At some point, we'll show that version, because I did float this at one point, saying maybe have a showcase of Game Boy Advance ports, basically good and bad. And there's definitely some good ones in there and some bad ones there, and there's no worse than Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis. I mean, I'm gonna show a bad port of Sonic the Hedgehog 1 in a little over a month anyway, but it is the best port in the world compared to that one. At some point we should show it. I think Electros did say, don't show it as far as I don't want you to have a bad time. It's like, I guess I want to have a bad time, but it's also gonna be hilarious. I think that's the other. But also show the idea that saying, look at this game. The fact that even with some of the blemishes you can have as far as some of the tech stuff, like, this is pushing the Game Boy Advance to the limit. And semi-early into its life, to be honest as far as that. Because that's another thing as we talk about, the idea of the Game Boy Advance. We played stuff on this before. And our April Fool's Day game, or one of them, as it is, because we're going to do two of them, is a Game Boy Advance game as far as what it is. That's Digimon Racing. And that's kind of late as far as the console, 2004. It was like right before the DS came out. It seemed like what was Nintendo doing with this, what would other companies be able to do with the Game Boy Advance to really make it sing and get experience on this console. You'd think that no way in hell you'd ever be able to have them or have games like this. I mentioned the Doom games on Game Boy Advance. Doom 1 on Game Boy Advance, you'd be shocked how good a version that is. Doom 2, it was not on consoles until the Switch, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One editions in 2019. The Game Boy Advance version existed, though, so Game Boy Advance got it. And Toros Games, who made, there's a lot of stuff they made on the Game Boy Advance. They were a company that did that, showing what it could do, and showing that the Game Boy Advance is capable of games like this. And like, wait, you think, okay, Super Nintendo port's fine, even something like this, okay, that's impressive that they were able to do this game. Then I think of stuff like Rayman from the PlayStation, Silent Scope from Konami, an arcade game, for God's sake, being able to get that running on this system. Or even other incredible stuff like Serious Sam, which is a first-person shooter that's known for a lot of enemies on the field being on this console. And you're like, yeah, the Game Boy Advance can do this? And the answer is, yeah, it can do this. And it'd be really fascinating, and also the case of saying, hey, you know, going portable, but there's like that case, like, yeah, you know, Cameron saying, yeah, that's what I think of as far as your Game Boy Advance ports. Like, yeah, screw you. Okay. But as far as it will also show a boss, actually, I'll show this one. Just to show the scaling elements of Salvage Slime. In this case, for these levels, I'm not going to bother going 100%. And then we'll go on to World 2. I think this is how I'll handle each world. We'll have the new level looked at to start. We'll look at the bonus stage they give to see how's the Game Boy Advance version do it. And then we will have some greatest hits, I think, as far as that. Yeah, even as far as this thing, like, yeah, well, it's still pretty large as far as how the rotating log is. Even as far as the Game Boy Advance, I'm saying, hey, they can do this pretty well, and it sure looks great. But even the audio, this sounds almost exactly like the Super Nintendo music. But also hearing, like, what some of the differences are as far as some of the sound design and things like that as well. Whoa. I get myself pushed away by that thing, though. Actually... Oh, right. I'm trying to remember. Actually... Was this room in the Super Nintendo version? You know what, I don't think it was, honestly. You know what, I might want to go back and take a look at that. You know what, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. We're going to take the ghost platform here. I'm going to do that, go up here, go through here. Oh, okay, I see what happened. No. Oh, okay, it was, okay, no, it was there. I think. Oh, no, no, no. Maybe it wasn't. Okay. All right. Now, yeah. Now I'm kind of thrown off my game. I think, let's see if that was in the Super Nintendo version now. But I'm not gonna do that till later, if I remember. Or I'll edit in here saying was in the Super Nintendo version. Maybe it was. I don't know. As far as I remember, I don't think there are a whole lot of new areas in pre-existing stages. Actually, that does look familiar now that I'm thinking about it. I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, but even as far as you're seeing the screen resolution being a little smaller, it's something where it's not really that much of a factor where it's like, wait, I can't see anything, and it's inhibiting my gameplay. Which I think is very important when you think about it, and actually I should have went up there as far as... I should have hit that because I need to go get the key in order to go in the door, as far as how that goes. So, Nintendo, I'll tell you this, when it came to the Game Boy Advance ports that they would do, they did think them through very well, including those Donkey Kong Country games that we showed off. Still not on Switch Online, I'm surprised they aren't. Maybe they will be at some point, but those are cases where they said we're going to scale the sprites down a bit for the purposes. Also, yeah, Baby Mario has a different cry in this one compared to the Super Nintendo. It's a little tinnier. And it actually is the same one that they would use in Yoshi's Island 2 and in Yoshi's New Island, despite the fact that they were on consoles that were more technologically advanced than this, those being the DS and the 3DS respectively. So it goes the yeah as opposed to the yeah like it was on Super Nintendo. Alright, so also on the castle you're hearing this. You do get echoes of Yoshi's voice in here, which is definitely interesting to hear. Well, let's go in. Alright, so we're gonna fight Salvage Slime again. Also, yeah, it is a little more tinny how Kamek's yell is, but here he is. Also, they did fix the spacing thing with the apostrophes, as far as how it is compared on Super Nintendo. I'll take him there in a hurry. Also, one other change you're going to hear when the music starts. Well, kind of after this music, I should say. Yeah, they played the full version of the boss theme with the intro. That Super Nintendo was only in Worlds 3 and 5. In this case, look how big Salvage Slime is. He's basically covering the whole screen. That being said, because he doesn't hurt, it's not too bad. But you do have to be careful here still. And remember, it is the same case before, he does shoot lemon drops off, which hurts if you're going for 100%, but I'm not. Some of those intros do sound a little more 8-bit as far as how they are, but it still sounds pretty good, honestly. It's not like, oh god, my ears are gonna be killing me. Yeah, stay tuned when we do the Sega Smashback Volume 1 in about a month, and you're like, yeah, your ears are gonna be begging for this. It sounds pretty close, but sometimes some of the sounds are pitched a little, like, instead of the woo, woo, it goes woo, so it's a little lower. Not by much, though. Like I said, I'm more of an audiophile as far as, especially on this console, because my thought, I guess, when it came out was the thought of saying, it's gonna be like the Super Nintendo in miniatures, like, why can't they do the sound dead on? But this one's like, a lot of it is dead on, honestly. Alright, there we go. So that is the castle there. So let's go to World 2. Take a, oh right, but we did the flip card, so never mind. Secret 2, let's take a look at this one. Alright, so this is Mystery of the Castle, question mark. Alright, so for this one, you start here, and you have the bats going along over, the spikes. Remember, if you hit those, that's an instant death, so don't hit them. Whoa. But if you, get Baby Mario knocked off, don't worry, because, you don't have opportunity to get stars here anyway. So it'll go up to 10, and there's nothing as far as, you know, having to worry about that. Having said that, it is also a case where you do have the hidden wing cloud there, which you can use to get stars that way. And if you're careful doing the flutter like I was, somehow, crap, yeah, you'll be fine, but in this case, yeah, I'm dead. And, Mario is, just sitting in the sky saying, well, what's going on? What happened to Yoshi? Yeah, we'll be fine, Baby Mario. I have to come back from my, 998 lives. Yeah, we'll find the mystery of this castle. This is actually, a level you do have to go around quite a bit in order to find it. So if nothing else, it does fit with the other levels from Super Nintendo of saying that we're gonna... I don't really want these. Okay, I'll get the ones I can. I take advantage of being able to eat the stars when I'm not gonna be able to do that. But really fits in with the idea of the exploration of the original game, saying, okay, you really have to think through, saying, where are we going on this? And I do love that. But it's something where it did humble me, saying, where am I going? Where is everything? Can I get everything set? Putting that, which I don't even know if I knew was there on my practice. As you get those platforms you saw in Jungle Rhythm in the Super Nintendo game only. You see him in this level now, too. And there's the Toad, he's flying around. But, alright, the baseball boys are back. They're throwing eggs at me, as far as it. So you gotta be careful, because remember the, what is it? The lava's what needs to kill, and the egg is going in the lava. When he's out of juice, he'll just walk around. But when you go off screen, he'll have new eggs, as far as that's in that case, just jump out of the way. Alright, so we have to go up here. We have to go over to the right a little later, but for now, we're going in here. You also have to be careful on this, because remember, you have those doors that, close behind you with the X on them. It means you can't go back through. You have to be careful as well as you see, the baseball boys again. Or the green gloves, I should say. Because they are the baseball boys, but there's the green gloves and the sluggers. We're also going to throw, try and get them to aim out of the way, so either they hit you or they hit the block that you need to flip. Or say, no, 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 I don't want them to hit that. Because I kind of want him to bring that over. Okay, he's not going to get it. Okay, so never mind. Alright, in this case, you gotta be careful of these platforms because they can go in the lava, and also this platform there, it also goes left to right, but there's other ones that go down on the lava as well that we can hit, which is, yeah, that one right there. Right up there is the flower. Also, you can hit these with the eggs. I didn't actually show that. Yeah, hit that one, it drops into the lava, so you have to be careful. Not necessarily a trap so much as a case of, yeah, when you hit it, you think, oh, it's gonna be safe. It is, for a little. But then it's a case where you gotta get out of the way. In this case, jump out of the way of these fireballs, which, they're completely immune. But also be careful of the toadies. Okay, they're completely immune a little bit. Oh, there's the Grim Leecher. Remember that from the Impossible Maze last time? When you, walk into that, your, controls reversed. But thankfully we have a mid-range, so in that case, I can hit this. He's gonna die from this. Boom. And I got my last star that I need. In this case, just keep your eye out for the toadies. This is where, the way the screen resolution is. Not there's gonna be a liability, but you want to keep your lookout on where they are. Okay. Not too bad. And then he's there, but remember, you can eat the Grim Leecher. I don't think you can jump on it. Or I don't know if I want to test jumping on it, as is the case. Okay. So going well so far. All right, these things. Now, this is a little weird, too, because you have to use the egg to drop them down. Because what we need to do is we need to get in that door, but the only way to do that is we have to have them come here. We have to kind of goad them out here. Be careful when they do the, not Hadokens, or he just punches me in the face. You have to use that to get enough of a bounce up in order to get up here to get to the door and also get to these red coins. Yeah, we didn't see those enemies much except in World 6 in the original game. But I love the fact that they thought through and said, we have a new context when you put them. And also even the blocks on the ceiling. Like, oh yeah, remember that? We can use that to go away up here. Also go in the door this way, as far as finding stuff. Find these flowers, and get that. I missed that was doing my test, so thankfully I remembered to do it. Also, other cases where there's that. Yeah, there's more stars. Right, okay, I was gonna say, in this version, when you hit the wing cloud and you have, and you would exceed 30 stars, it still shows the stars with their coins on Google Advance. One thing I'm gonna do also is I'm gonna hit this, I'm gonna go back this way. Check on the coins, make sure it's set. I'm also going to actually jump over to the other edge just to make sure I don't miss anything. I think I jumped too early. Maybe I didn't. Hang on, let's try this again. Oh, wait a minute. I hit a wall, I think. Hang on. Did I? Oh, never mind, I didn't. Okay, so we're fine. There's nothing there. Okay. Yeah, I did do this practice actually when I was on my vacation a couple months ago, so this might be... I don't know if I'm necessarily rusty on this exactly, but I am, I guess, remembering where a lot of things are, which I wasn't sure I would. But also, it's something where I said I want to be set for this part tonight. Actually, okay, I lied, sort of. There will still be stars if you have stars to collect, but they're like, no, stars are 30 as far as it is coins. So I just want to correct myself on that. Okay, so that's set. We can go in the store. There we go. Okay, that takes us over here. So yeah, if you don't do this, you're going to miss those. In that case, we can go here. Alright, there you go. There's another mid-ring, and we're all set. Now for this, yeah, to kind of go around again, as far as there's a key. Right, now for this one, I have to break this dirt. I think I have to break it a little more. Not completely, but enough so the platform will be able to get through. Because I had to go down there in order to basically have a loop up to go up here. Like that. Because that's one way to go as far as going out, but we need to also go this way. But also be careful because there are thorns here. Remember, when you're jumping off of these things, you do launch up further. So you have to be careful about where you're getting launched so you don't launch your way into thorns or fireball. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we're good there, but I do need eggs, and I honestly... Yeah, I gotta be careful here because I do need to use the Koopa Troopa. I'm also gonna do that. I'm gonna go this way. You have to shoot the Koopa Troopa through this and let the shell go. And then I have to do the other one. There's a life over there. I'll get it just to show what it is. You need to do that for the purpose of getting the flower because you can't get in the normally. Okay, have that set. You'll go across. There was a part we had to do this earlier as far as in the Super Nintendo game, but this one they asked you to do it a bit more. And I do need more eggs, so what I'm going to do is... I'm going to jump on him, knock him out of the shell. Oh, crap, and kill him. Okay, I didn't mean to do that. Because I can't swallow the shell. I'll hold the shell. And Yoshi will not swallow, at least I don't think he will. I don't know if it's... I don't think it's like Super Mario World where eventually he'll swallow it on his own after some time. Oh, there's the coin bandit. Okay, there we go. Grab it. Now, for this, I might have to go my way around. I'll just go all over the place. Basically, you leave no stone unturned. And since there is that door I have to unlock the key for, it's fine. Just keep going. Be careful going down here, because I believe there might be thorns here. I might have thinking of something later. And we do need to get up there. How do you get up there? I guess I could have bounced on the bandit, but there's another way. He's run on the ground, I think. Okay, he is run on the ground. Right, shit. Get back here. Okay, I don't have eggs, so I do need the eggs to release that, and I don't... Okay, that's the end of the level down there through that pipe, so actually we have to go back around, which is fine, because we need to get the key anyway. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bash this, and then use the spinning block in order to go over to the right. Ride this all the way up. I'm going to ride that all the way up so I can still use that in an area. Actually, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to do something I don't know if I'm supposed to do it this way, but I'm going to do it this way anyway. I'm going to use this over here to go back through this. Right, because I need to go get the, the key in order to do that. This is the way to go if I went through the, what was it? If I went through that. So I'll show this. As far as through the flippers. But in this case, you can go this way. I have to be careful here because these are gonna launch out quick. Alright, so I need to go get the key, and then I'm gonna bring this back as far as what I got in the mouth, and then we're gonna use that to go through the door. If I go through the pipe down there, we're gonna be at the end of the level, and I don't want to do that yet. You can come back. Shit. Come back. Also, I need to check my, I have to remember to select number 1 for that. Okay, I have a 20. I just want to make sure I have that. Oh, I just ran through him and, didn't get hit. Thank God. I'm not gonna question it right now. Okay, so now what I gotta do is I have to go through here. Actually, this is something I didn't really give much of a credence to last month. I'll give more credence to it now. This is, I think Muddy Buddy is the name of him. Basically, he was like a sponge. You saw him in, Slugging and Shaven's Fort. You basically move left and right with him, you're able to bounce all the place. Don't hit down while you're on him, otherwise you'll just mount and you'll fall on the spikes and die. In this case, either needle it and go through here, then hit down, grab the key. There we go. In this case, we're going to use this to go back up there, and then we will get what's behind that locked door. I'll get the bandit out of the way just so I can get that set. Boom. Bounce right off him. And then go back and get that. Whoa! I mean, I know how to handle bandits, so we've run through this game 3 parts already. But it's always the case saying, yeah, I don't want them to grab my baby, you know? There we go. Fantastic. Right, no, that's fine. Okay, so here's a mid-ring. Yeah, you're seeing there's a couple of mid-rings here. Now remember, we have these platforms that were in, yeah, there were a couple levels on Super Nintendo, but in this case, you hit them with an egg, they switch from going left to right to up and down. And for this one, you want to use that as you go. Either switch to another one, or use that as you go to hit it, basically to go that way. And then take the other one with you in your mouth so you can actually benefit from having a second. Also use it to get that, and then also... Yeah, make sure also to notice when you jump on them, you're able to have it so that they... Oh, no, okay, I want to hit this thing so I can switch it. Or... Okay, there we go. That's how we'll switch it. There we go. But just be careful as far as that. Yeah, there are a lot of these things, so I guess I don't necessarily need to use this, but I may as well. Alright, let's go. There we go, so let's... There we go, hit it that way. So you have to do it while you're doing this. Oh, right, I forgot. Right, these things. Crap, uh-oh. Actually, I do need more than one. Okay, so yeah, I knew I wasn't forgetting that. Or I wasn't thinking that wrong. Okay, so I do need more than one. So I'll take that, hit that, because I don't want to use my eggs up yet. I'm going to switch them off. Now flip it there. Do enough eggs so this can help too. Oh no! Oh shit! I was gonna say, I'm gonna not hit it. I'm gonna run out of eggs, but okay, I'm set. So maybe I don't need this one. Yeah, because I want to go all the way around here. Get that set, that's fine. Let him go. Yeah, because I forgot the spongy stuff in the ceiling. Alright, this is how we're gonna go. Right, I need to hit this and I gotta start running. They give you just barely enough time to make this. You have to make the jumps basically perfectly. Alright. Yeah, they don't even necessarily give you all the time that you can have. Alright, there we go, we're set. Let's take a look at what our total's looking like. One coin left, and I think I remember where it is. I think it's the end of the level. I think. I hope. Right, now, at this point, what I could do is I could take this downwards. No, down. I don't want to go there. Whoa! You know what? No. No! Oh, that was lucky. There we go. Yeah, I'll sit back and wait. I'm not gonna try and be fancy on this. Also seeing the great attention to detail in the background. I never actually noticed, like, the water coming out of, I guess, like, I don't know, like, the jail cells or whatever it is, and then the candle back there. Okay, so going this way. This takes us back to where we gotta go. And then the last coin is at the end of the level, I believe. Okay, no, I have a 20 star thingy. I don't want to use it if I can avoid it. Okay, there we go. So the end level's here. I think there's only one more coin. Yeah, there is. It's on the line here somewhere. Oh, you motherfucker, not you! Crap, I took it and died! Okay, crap. As soon as I saw that, like, I have, like, a nervous reaction saying they're gonna go away. Alright, so that was it. I forgot. It was one of those. But the good news is it did, let me hear. Fantastic. So I don't have to do too much more. Yeah, as soon as I saw that thing hanging in the air not moving, I knew it's one of those, because if I don't get that right, it's gonna go away, and I'm gonna lose my chance. Yeah, that's how nerve-wracking a game like this can be. I mean, Resident Evil Requiem just came out yesterday, and people are having a great time with that. I've heard it's fantastic. But also people saying that, yeah, can Yoshi's Island be a horror game? Actually, can Yoshi's Story be a horror game? And the answer is, yeah, both questions, yes, they can be. As far as how it is, based on your perspective. In my case, it's saying that, yeah, as soon as one of the things are set, like, uh-oh, I'm gonna have to redo parts of this level again. If I don't get myself set. I actually forgot that... Okay, there we go. Hit it there. Oh, crap. Why'd I do that? There we go. Perfect. Okay, that's what I should have done before. I can see how it might be nerve-wracking. Yeah, you're right. Which is weird. You think the idea of... I guess, as I mentioned, the case of horror games. I didn't play a whole lot of horror games growing up. Not that there were really a whole lot, honestly, as far as around. Or in cases where they were on consoles they didn't have. Like Alone in the Dark was on 3DO and a lot of the CD consoles at the time. There's Resident Evil that came out the year after this game. Shit! That was me thinking that I was going to be set as far as that. Yeah, you'd think that why would you necessarily be, you know, nervous about a Yoshi game? Because Yoshi's so cute. That's true, but also the case that, you know, I guess the case that sometimes we've joked on this show, the case that some of these cute characters out of Nintendo and other cases can be pretty hardcore. We say that about Kirby as well. I know, that's come up. Oh, wait, no, I wanna switch that off. But same concept a little bit of saying that, yeah, sometimes some of these games, as much as they're something they're cute and cuddly and appropriate for everybody, something the way they can get you into like a mood of saying, uh-oh, I gotta be careful if I make a mistake, or saying that, oh yeah, because I have a do or die moment, which, because especially here, these thorns, if I hit those, I'm gonna die. Or if it's a case where, when that, the fly guy comes around, as far as with the red coin, it's something where I missed that, and I am not 100% level. So the pressure's on, for sure, as far as how it is. So I guess maybe that's the idea of pressure in a game. And even something like Yoshi, the idea of like where that pressure can go. I think also the way this game kind of indicates that, of saying that it starts you out really easy as far as in a case where it seems very calm and managing, and then later on it says like, okay, you have to do this. Or to quote Sonic Heroes, uh-oh. Also, yeah, there's a little bit of a case where Yoshi does not move coming out of that. So they gotta time that so I can hit that on the side. Yeah, to quote Sonic Heroes, we're not going there, are we? Yes, we are. Yeah, that's what this game, I guess, is saying, that they ask you to do this, and at first you're thinking, could I do that? But the answer is eventually saying, oh yeah, I can do it. And even if it's a case where we have to die a couple times, it's something where you'll learn for that, and you'll be set. All right, go. Oh, yeah, there we go. Perfect. In this case, just fluttered my way across. There we go. Okay, now I just gotta remember... Okay, I do have a POW block and also a couple winged cloud makers when I get there. My concern is gonna be... I don't remember if he's right over a bottomless pit. Because if he is, that's gonna be a question as far as the fly guy. Because that's the other thing. I want to get him, but I also don't want him to fall into a pit. I don't remember, what's the game? Actually, no, it's the next game. It's Yoshi's Story that does this. Because in that game, you have to collect the fruit as far as in each level. You get 30 fruit of any kind, you beat the level. But you get more points if you go after melons. So if you're going for the 30 melon challenge on the level, by getting all of them, the melons are sometimes hidden in places that are really hard to find. There are cases where they're in the little bubbles, but some of them are over bottomless pits, so you have to basically break it and then instantly stick your tongue out in order to get it in time. In other cases, you have to use melon crates as far as doing a balancing act. There's later parts in the game where they ask you to do that over platforming cases, and it shifts when you do jumping. Honestly, I'll tell you, as much as Yoshi's Story can be derided of being too easy, of saying just eat all the fruit and you finish the level. Oh shit, why am I doing this? I gotta go to the end of the level. This is just me going back through this area again. I meant to go in the other door. Yeah, but in Yoshi's Story, it's something where... Oh, shit! Okay, now I gotta do this again. But for that game, some of the things they ask you to do as far as going the 30 melon challenge for all that are insane. They might be some of the hardest challenges of any Yoshi game or any Mario game, for that matter. I mean, remember when we did, Poison River on Super Mario Sunshine? I somehow did it my first try. It's like that. And I don't know, some of those challenges I think are harder than even that is. Believe it or not. Then again, Gemini 96 is going to be involved when we get to Yoshi's Story. So, I actually have not seen him play that game. Knowing it's... Oh, no! Oh, okay, it's okay, sort of, for now. But I want to get that out of my way so that I don't go my way into the thorns. Okay, got it. So that was a good save. I haven't seen him play that game. But if it's a game that he's called dibs on... Look, you know this about Gemini 96 from all the games he's played so far. Whether it's Super Mario 64 or Pikmin or Earthbound. It's a case where when he knows a game, good lord does he know a game, and he can do things in them that even there's stuff I can't do in some of these games. Even something like Super Mario 64. That skill he showed when we played that, I've played that game for 30 years, and I've never been able to do the things he did, as far as that. And Pikmin I haven't played as long as he has, but he clearly knew what he was doing on that, so I'm very curious to see what he does with that game. And just to reiterate this, because this was part of the original plan when I first mentioned this years ago, that eventually we'll do Yoshi's Story. We're going to run the Wii U Virtual Console version because the Switch Online port is is a disaster area. There's problems with the frame rate in places where there aren't on the original Nintendo 64 cartridge, and also the Wii U version has a better analog stick for the purpose of playing, because it's a 2D or 2.5D platformer where you have to play with the control stick. So there's a better control stick for that. The way we're going to play it, just to go into that, is... I don't think I've told Gemini 96 this, but I'll say the original plan about how we're going to do this from years ago, which is... We're gonna play the game, going through the story. I guess he'll go one way. I'll then have the chat decide which order do you want to go through, because we have a path system in that to go through. And then I'll make sure off screen I have everything in trial mode unlocked, so we show all the levels. In that case, we'll probably show every challenge as far as that game. Let me just see about my total here. So that's the way we'll run it, so we do show probably every single one of those nuts challenges in that game that I think Gemini 96 can manage really well, but I would be curious to see when we get there. I don't know when we're doing that game, because I know next time plays Bloodborne, and also we do the preview program or the scoping session of Tetris Effect Connected. He said he wanted on that. Okay, there it is. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I paused there very specifically, because what happens with the Fly Guys, they'll do the circle around before they fly away. I paused specifically when he was over that platform. Now I'm gonna use the... It doesn't matter what I use. Oh, I'll use the power block, just to be sure. It keeps everything paused. That goes there, it lands there, it doesn't go in the pit. And we got it. Okay, we're done. I wasn't taking that chance. Just for that one coin. That's how serious I was taking that. Boom, we were done. So not bad, but a case where I had to make sure that I had stuff set. And it means more of those Fly Guys with the red coins to fly away. And it's the last thing in the level. It's over bottomless pit unless you do exactly what I did. Because I also didn't want to hit that other enemy, but I also need to be set. But there you go. That's 1,000 out of rotate. Fantastic. Alright, we'll look at the bonus game again, and then also I'll think as far as what's a good one to pick. Unless, chat, you have a suggestion of what level you want to see of World 2. And I think what I'll do is I'll show a level, and then I'll show off a boss. For the level, I think I'll do 2 and 1. The reason I'm going to do that one is because, let's see Poochie the dog. And we're going to visit Koopa and Para-Koopa once more. Here they are. Actually, oh right, I'll also show off running Super Baby Mario. Because we haven't shown him off tonight. Yeah, we'll get the star and then hold that, in this case, Y button down, or B button if you're playing this on Game Boy Advance. Just keep running. Yeah, just keep going, we'll be set as far as that. Alright, so nice job, Baby Mario, let's get going. Yeah, because we'll take a look at Poochie, why not? I kind of want to show everything as far as all the characters in this game that I can. And also just, again, we have a great celebration of this game, and really everything that kind of makes it so unique and so seminal after all these years. Putting the idea of seeing the nice attention to detail that I guess I glossed over on Super Nintendo, which is seeing that as we're going down into, I guess, the deeper area of the forest, you're seeing, like, the sun kind of shooting out from the sky, going through the trees that way. It's a really nice effect. Alright, there's Poochie. He'll hit the egg. Thank you, Poochie. Okay, so cute as far as our doggy. In fact, let's hit the hint block and indicate that too. His name's Poochie. He's pretty cute, huh? Yeah, hitch a ride. Run in the direction Yoshi faces. So same deal. He's a jump on top of him, and you aim in the direction, and he'll run across. That kid's will run the taps. He'll do the jumps at the edge. He'll jump here. Just make sure you jump your way off, and then get to the crate. Because this is where we get the cake. Which will show at the end, and I'll also show of the stage, I should say. And then also later we'll show off all the bonus stages with that code. Because it is in this game as well. The button combination for it is a little different. And since I remapped the buttons, I'll actually want to look at that. Yeah, but having a nice time, nice relaxing time again with this game. In one of those cases, I guess I'm going to miss it after we're done. But also, weirdly enough, feels like I've been playing this game for longer than just 3 parts. I guess maybe it's because I started December with that, and now we're at the end of February, so actually that way we have kind of gone longer as far as how it went. They said just also telling my story as far as the game, but also hearing all of yours, which I do love hearing that too. And also more stuff on Yoshi. And I guess other games of Yoshi as I took a big risk just jumping in between that. Which, I guess of other stuff with Yoshi, as I mentioned, Yoshi and Yoshi's Cookie as far as that, and we'll do Yoshi's Cookie on Super Nintendo. I gotta scope that. Not that it's gonna be a complicated one to scope, I just gotta get a sense of what we're doing, because we're gonna play the Super Nintendo version on the request of Elect first, but I don't know how I want to handle this. I might handle that actually as a two-part show, and the reason I might do that is because I do have every version of Yoshi's Cookie. We'll play the Super Nintendo version that he requested, and it is the best one because it has a puzzle mode that's exclusive to it. But I do have the Game Boy version, which is the only version in this country that has a 4-player mode. And I do have the NES version, or it's the Famicom version, just to be explicit about that. I was given that by Edwack and Nikki. The thing is, I do not have a way to play Famicom games yet, and I got a device for my NES, but it doesn't hold down because the front-loading NES that I have. It doesn't hold the cartridge down in order to play it. It works, I was able to confirm it, but I can't get that to play. And in the case of the other Famicom game they got me, which was, ouch, the Tower of Duraga, they basically say you have to have every single version of this game because it's become, like, the infamous game that we know you for, that and Plumbers Don't Wear Ties. And the case that we're basically buying, like, every version of this game, importing from Japan, because they got it me for Famicom, and they got it me for the GameCube when it came on Japan, and I had no idea it came out on the GameCube. So, we're going to Yoshi's Cookie again. I need to get a way to play that as far as Famicom. I think they're, like, Retron devices that have support for Famicom, I think. I'll look into that. And for Japanese GameCube, I don't know. And we'll show all of these later, but right now they give you popping balloons. Find the correct one to win. They also will tell you explicitly in this version, unlike the Super Nintendo, what item you get. If you win, you get a 10-point star or a 20-point star item. I got it. Fantastic. But also when it's done, the bandit says, screw this, I'm leaving. All the sound of the balloons popping is very different. It goes like the... Oh no, that has to be bouncing off it. The whoop. And he has like the victory going the we have-oo from Yoshi's Story. Alright, there we go. I will show a boss. I might show... Right, I didn't show Fort in World 1. Let's show that this way, and then we'll go to World... No, we'll take a look at the bonus stage and go to World 2. Or 3. Alright, 64 points. In this case, I'm not caring about getting 100% because I already did it. Okay, never mind. We're not going to look at the bonus stage because this is what you get off of it anyway. Scratching match. So scratch on, everybody. We'll definitely do that. Don't know if that's a reference to Wayne's World. I'm also going to see if the, is the pattern the same? Okay, no, it's not the same now. Alright, well, I got a life that I'm not gonna need and that I actually can't take because you are limited at $9.99. Look how happy Yoshi is. Okay, so, yeah, let's take a look at, a bigger Boo's Fort. Yeah, you're also seeing, again, going back to the Yoshis as far as they all have different colored shoes now, which they did not in the Super Nintendo game. Also, yeah, the Boos have voices in this one. They have the, which then New Super Mario Brothers, they turn into the last going, which is actually kind of based off of this, as it is. The same deal as before. Yeah, they will come towards you when you're looking away, but you can also hit an egg against the wall and they'll be going away. Actually, I think what I might do as far as, like, the extra, or the greatest hits on these levels, as far as these worlds, I should say, I think what I'll do is I'll pick the Yoshis, the different color Yoshis as far as showing their levels, too. Except for the fortresses and the castles, because it's always going to be yellow Yoshi for, the fort, and purple Yoshi for the castle. Except in World 8, because World 8, it's green Yoshi. And it's green Yoshi for every single one of the extra and secret levels. and for every first level, as far as because remember, based upon how the story went, the Yoshi's doing a relay system basically to get Baby Mario back to his parents. Yeah, there you go. Knock the Boo guy out. And even seeing the way the rotation's going, which is the same way it was on Super Nintendo, but they did emphasize adding rotational effects to stuff on the Game Boy Advance. And I know they did in particular with Super Mario Advance, which I think that might be one of the ways we play Super Mario Brothers 2. I still gotta get a sense of how am I playing that one. Because I first played it for the show and a recording I do not have anymore. I played it on NES. But since I did show this game off with multiple versions, we showed off Super Mario Bros. 3 with multiple versions, we showed off Super Mario Bros. Original with multiple versions. I think we should do that with Super Mario Bros. 2, which is the US one. Because the Japanese one is its own game and we'll treat it as such. And that one I'm not going to do until I've played it off screen 7 times. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the Famicom version of that. We have to beat the game 7 times off screen. When you beat it the 8th time, you get worlds A, B, C, and D. On top of World 9 by beating the game by not taking warp zones. Considering how insanely hard Super Mario Bros. 2 for Japan is, yeah, wish me luck. Okay, this is the other reason I wanted to show this one, because we saw how some of the rotations working as far as how some of these things are going. This definitely looks a bit choppier, definitely a lot choppier on Game Boy Advance than it did on Super Nintendo. Even the rotation of the flames there, it isn't quite the 60 frames per second on Game Boy Advance that it was on Super Nintendo, but it is still impressive what they're doing with it. But also the case that, yeah, Yoshi can't tongue the fire, so you have to be careful that way. Oh! At first I thought, hey, I'm gonna die from that. Also, I do believe they speed up the logs in this version when you're standing on the furthest left or right of it. Alright, so yeah, the ghosts are, you know, braying out. I was like, yeah, we're gonna go. And also, because of the way the rotation of this boss is, and also these things, they're not on a post. I actually just realized that. I think they were on Super Nintendo. But we'll show this, I'll just show the sizing thing, and also show, yeah, we get Big Boo, but the case that, yeah, he's gonna get a lot larger. Yeah, with Baby Mario's brother at Bowser's Castle. We're not handing him over the likes of you. Too late, you already did. Alright. Yeah, I do love this boss because of the fact of, like, how large he gets, but also the idea that when he does get a case of, you know, looking away, he does kind of go translucent. The translucencies are not as pronounced in this as they are in Super Nintendo, and it does slow down a bit when he does that. But it still looks really nice. Yeah, if you keep looking right at him, ouch. Yeah, if I was going 100%, I would be really mad because I have to restart this boss. But in this case, I don't care. There you go. Boom. Okay, we got him. Alright, there you go. That's also, by the way, whenever Gemini96 comes in chat, and he always jumps in with one of the Yoshi emoticons that Crusader64 has. Why else do the Yoshi? It's always indicating to Kazumi Tataga's voice is Yoshi here and in Yoshi's story. There you go. So that's World 2. And next up, we're going to take a look at World 3. Okay, so Secret 3. I don't know if it's going to be as bad as More Monkey Madness, but it's Go-Go Morphing. Yeah, we're doing a lot of morphing. We have not seen that much tonight. Actually, not at all tonight. These are going to run the morphing powers a lot more in this version. And there's a couple that were only used like once in the original. They're used way more in this, especially in this level. In this case, yeah, we're also in a unique area. We're kind of swimming around in like the forest area where like the submarine was. Usually they were just kind of bonus areas. This one is basically just us going in here right away. That's interesting. But there's the frog pirate again. Gotta be careful. Also, gotta go down there. And I can't sink in the water, as we're pointing out, which is a good thing. So it's not a case that, oh yeah, there's a bottomless pit down there. So in that case, go down there as far as getting that, and then knock out the prawn plant. Yeah, these posts don't get pounded, as we're pointing out. They do look a little different. Like, yeah, you're still doing that. Alright, so yeah. Oh, I love the color here in particular. Kind of like the way the blues and deep greens kind of go. And it is also, as I mentioned, kind of a background we didn't see much in the original game. It was there, but in this case, you have more time to appreciate it with the claw daddies here. In this case, I'm just gonna lure him out, or the other one's gonna despawn. So, oh, well, no, never mind, he didn't. I guess he's doing magic. He said, like, I'm going over that way. Fair enough. But also it's a bit harder here, because... Oh, crap. Ugh. I mean, it makes sense they're in the water. They never were in the O. In this case, you have to pound, and you're basically right there in order to basically pound down in order to hit them. So it's changing the mechanics of how you fight enemies that we saw in the other game, and I guess it makes sense that Crab is going to be in the water. But I think you couldn't get him in the water unless you tricked him into it in the original game. Oh, shit. You took my baby away. Ugh. In that case, yeah, I'm mad. Also, same trick as before. If the prawn plant is not fully formed, and hit with an egg, it goes away in one shot. Like that. Although it is, I guess, the same concept there, because in that case, it's just, yeah, he takes one hit anyway. Now, where is there anything else I need here? Not really. There's RB Super playing Dynasty Wars Origins for Switch 2. Actually, it's really well on Switch 2. He's showing me how the game is operating. I was first saying, I didn't know how it was going to run necessarily on this console, but it is an uncapped 60 frames per second. It does slow down a little, but it also, I think, is smart when it goes down, because it does more for effect of that Muso hack and slash battle game. It actually looks really cool, honestly. We've not shown Dynasty Wars on the show. We should. We also should show the first one, because it's not a Muso hack and slash game. It's actually a fighting game from the PlayStation, and it's the only game in the franchise that's like that. Okay, yeah, the submarines. We saw them in blue and yellow in the last game, as far as it, but we get green submarines now, so green Yoshi is going to be the submarine now. That's new. So yeah, we're transforming as far as that. It does slow the game down when it does the transforms, we're pointing out, way more than Super Nintendo. The same deal as go around, hit B or Y button as far as hitting the homing torpedo out. And also hit the bubbles in order to keep your transformation going longer. Now, this one you do need to go around a lot in order to get all of the red coins. I might have taken too long to get over here. Yeah, I did. But for now, I can go back here and get another bubble, because they're infinite as long as they don't come out of a winged cloud. But there are other levels where we're going to see tonight, in the new ones, where, yeah, you have to get them out of the winged cloud, so you've got to get moving. In that case, if I'm going to get 100% out of this, I got to go up there that way. It is kind of a tight fit, but not too bad. Also, you can have the submarine sort of go out of the water, but nothing much. As long as you follow the path and just kind of keep yourself moving, and also be ready when it goes to hit the bubble. You're set. Also, we get to kill crabs, or kill the claw daddies with the missiles, which you didn't do in the Super Nintendo game. So in that case, if you don't like the crabs, yeah, just missile them. Why not? Alright, we also saw this submarine in red on Super Nintendo because the Hunt for Red October, I guess. Whoa! There we go. Whoa, that was... Yeah, I have to go this way. I don't know if I'm going to make my way back or up there in time. Really close. Just made it. Okay. It was either way. If I missed that, it was fine. I could just go back and get everything set. But in this case, I did get everything set. We got all that stuff ready, and we got that perfect. And we're 30 stars. What do we got? All right, we're halfway there. Okay, so next up, we're sort of in the flower field. Actually, okay, this is the part I think where they're going to ask us to do transformations that may be out of winged clouds. In fact, yeah, that one is. So we're going to go on the train. So we have green train now. So yeah, this train kept rolling all night long. So yeah, Yoshi's going to be green train. There you go, look at that. And like in the regular game or in Super Nintendo, you are still going on the tracks that way. Yeah, you do have a lot of areas you have to go to get everything. In this case, they also space these out enough where you have to pretty much be going completely if you're going to get everything. Crap, I'm going the wrong way. Nope. Go the other way. Okay, perfect, okay. Yeah, I just want to point out the bubbles do not come back when you take them until you are out of your transformation. Whether you get sent back or whether you hit the block. Okay. Oh, right. You know what? I want to be taken back. That is interesting what we're going to see going on here, but I'm going to let myself be taken back. Also, in this case, since I'm going to be taken back, I'm not even going to hold the button as far as, getting myself going faster. Yeah, because I do want to go up there, and as we're pointing out, I do need to... Let me try something. Before I do that, I want to go this way to see if there's a way I can go over to the left without hitting that one. I think I have to hit that one, and I have to go up there as far as getting everything else. Right, okay. Oh, okay, I never had it hit me coming out of that before, but alright. Because, yeah, you have the train guys over there. They're on the wall. They will be hitting you as far as that. There's also a POW block, which I guess... I hit something. Okay, that kills them. Okay, so you can actually kill the train guys with things on the wall here, which you couldn't in the Super Nintendo game. They had no opportunity to do that. So, I do need to do this. So, alright, I got rid of him, hit that, now I got one shot, so let's get moving. Except, yeah, he's still there, but in that case, I didn't get rid of him, so boom. Oh, right. Okay, right. What I gotta do is I have to go this way. I have to hit this. I have to get over here so I can make... Right. So I can make the jump here. So I have to get over there with the train first so I can make the jump over here because I can't drop down from here from the train. I have to do that way in order to basically get myself set. And then from here... Those are other ways I can go, but there's nothing there that I need to use. So in that case, we can go on. Okay. It is very clever also how it makes you, again, recontextualize the stuff you know from the other game. So it really, I'll tell you what I love about these stages is the fact that they take the concepts you knew from the other game and it makes you have to think about them in a new way. It becomes a great challenge and, in a way, enhances the game design of this game more than it already had on Super Nintendo. Which is an amazing accomplishment when you think about it, especially just out of 6 stages. Because you could say, I'll tell you this, I don't think it's going to be a controversial opinion to say this, and I can also reevaluate this when we get to... Oh crap, I'm going to have to go back, but that's fine, I don't care. I'll reevaluate this when we get to Yoshi's Island on DS, which we can show on the show. Because I have that game on Wii Virtual Console, which is how we'll show that. That's how we're going to show stuff for DS that I have that way, for the time being. I think these 6 levels alone are a better sequel to Yoshi's Island than any of its direct sequels that were directly going after this game. Because I mentioned Nintendo chased the dragon on this game so much. And honestly, even with Yoshi's Island DS and what I played of it, there's something about it that felt maybe too derivative of this, in a case of saying, look, I know people, Emetics being one of them, who hates Yoshi's story, saying it's too overly cutesy, and also saying that it's a game that has less content than this game does, which is right, it does have less content than that. But also the case that as being sold us as a sequel to Yoshi's Island, which it absolutely was, it created the expectation of saying this is going to be on the level of this, and it isn't. I like Yoshi's story fine, and a little more than fine. As you're also going to go across the bridge, you have to hold that button to go on 2D this way, which I like. Just hold that Y button and never let go. You have to bounce on the enemies and boom, 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 you're all good. But the case of saying that he was expecting a Nintendo 64 take on this, and we didn't get it. And he was right to expect that, and I agree. Nintendo made a big mistake with that game, as I said when we did an off-screen preview of that, saying them tying that game to this was a mistake. They should have not done that, because then people would have made a comparison. And they made 2 sequels to it as far as Yoshi's New Island and Island on DS. The apps are going this way, as we're going to do the Mole Tank next. That, I don't know, there's something about this one. It has that je ne sais quoi, it really does, that as much as other companies have tried to attempt going after this, although it's worth pointing out, Nintendo themselves didn't develop those. As I mentioned, it was other companies who made Yoshi's Island and New Island. Whoa, and I'm stuck. Just get myself rotating. Alright, I'll have to just go over there again, but that's fine, because I'll keep coming back. I don't know, it seemed like this is the one that feels perfect. The other ones feel like, I don't know. Oh crap! Shit, I died, I forgot. Because if you go off wrong, you go spin that way. Sorry, we do have a middle ring, so we're gonna be okay. And it's right here, so we don't have to do the stuff with the train again. I don't know, maybe it's one of those things that all the other ones that try to be this way, I can see they look the part, they sound the part, they play the part, but for some reason they don't feel the part. I mean, it's what Roger Ebert always said when it came to remakes of stuff. Alright, I have to go get that again because I died. They know the words but not the music. And maybe in that case with Yoshi's story, as I said, it's not like that, and Nintendo shouldn't have introduced that comparison by calling Yoshi's Island 64. That was a mistake. As now we're going into the helicopter. If I fuck this up, I'm gonna die, so I have to make sure I don't. Maybe the case of saying when they went different directions, they had a point of doing that. Actually, you know what? Do I have a magnifying glass? No. Then these might not be magnifying glasses. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it's a chain of these. So we have a chain of transformations. But if I mix this one up... Actually, I don't know what happens. Oh, whoa. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Yeah, the finicky controls of this thing are a little weird. Okay. No, I'm stuck. Oh shit, it takes me back to that, and I'm gonna die. Oh no. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I'm dead. Okay, so there you go. That's what should have happened when we did Kamek's Revenge. It somehow didn't, but it happens in this level too, so we gotta keep doing this. But I said maybe that was the idea, that when Nintendo said, alright, with Yoshi, they can have similarities maybe to Yoshi's Island, but the case of saying that recapturing this magic. Maybe it's one of those cases that, maybe that's the idea that maybe there's no recapturing this magic, as much as they try. And I understand why they try. I'd love even more of this, but just from this one game, these 6 extra levels, like, this gets it. And I guess that case of saying that this game really was, when you think about it, 1 in a million. And the reason why it's held in such high regard. By myself, but also by other people. As I said, we'll definitely go on those other Yoshi games as is, because they also have some interesting stuff. But then it's interesting then seeing later games kind of pulling from those in case where people liked them. Because with Yoshi's Story, Yoshi's Island comparison hurt it, but when Yoshi's Crafted World came out, and it took a lot from Yoshi's Story in certain things. people looked at that and said, oh, we kind of like this. But also seeing how that tied with Yoshi's Woolly World, which is on Wii U, which Gemini96, he's going to own that when we get to that game, as is. And that's a really good game. Shoot, crap, come on. Crap. Okay, I gotta make sure I'm set as far as doing this. Okay, good. There you go, gotta get that because otherwise I'm gonna die. Perfect, okay, made it. And they do give you breaks in between, so you do get a wing cloud as far as that. Or no, wing cloud and a, halfway ring. Okay. Okay, that's another one and done. I can't do that yet. But look, the car! Remember, there's only one level on the Super Nintendo that uses it. This level has, the car in it. And I think there's another level that uses it as well. And I love the fact they give you another level that uses this. Yeah, remember how the car works as far as it, because we only showed it once. It's in Lukiju's wall on 2.7. Basically, you're driving around the car and you hit the, Actually, wait a minute. You know what? Hang on a second. That might be for me to get out of the way. You use the tiptoe by hitting the Y button. Basically go up on your top legs. So yeah, Yoshi has hydraulics. Who knew? You use that also to get out of the way of enemies. But alright, I'm gonna hit this right, because I need to hit this. I have to use the tank there. I don't remember if I have to hit... Oh, right, I think they give you a couple of these for stuff. I think. Oh no, that's stars, never mind. And there are Shy Guys up there. Okay, that's... Car, uh-oh. Oh, that's Mold Tank. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do something I usually don't do. I'm gonna rewind. I don't want to hit that. Yeah, sorry. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I don't want to do that. That was a mistake. I think I need to turn that on though. Actually, in this case, I think I need to hit every one of the clouds to have these set. Not because I need to hit them, but just because I know that there's parts where I'm gonna have to do that if you're going 100%. So that's there. I think I can keep that. It's not gonna go away. That's gonna be something I need to use there. Or, actually, wait a sec. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, it does go away. Okay, I never saw that happen before. Okay. Okay, so, let's see. Yeah, because the idea is I have to eventually go around here. Actually, wait. Okay, this is one thing I can do now. So there's a couple things I can set. I can do this now in order to get... Well, I mean, I could... Wait, that's... I was gonna say, I don't think I just need to use the helicopter for that. Right, I don't need to use the helicopter for that. I need to use... Oh, I have to use the helicopter for that. Right. Okay. Okay, now I know what I gotta do. Okay, and these are gonna respawn because you're gonna need this as far as it's... Alright, that is... now I remember. Okay. What I need to do is I need to... hit each of these and then clear out, and I have to let it expire. They're for the purpose of expiring because I gotta get rid of that dirt patch over there. Alright. I do this enough because otherwise I have to fly the helicopter up here. That's what I gotta do. Though, alternatively, I just have to do the ones to dig in there. But the other thing I can do is I can also say, hey, I can just hit egg through there and get rid of the dirt that way. But, oh shit. Actually, no. The helicopter can get through the dirt, which you never had an opportunity or a case where this actually happened on the Super Nintendo, so you actually have to kind of play around saying, wait, can I do this? Alright, so I gotta use the helicopter to go through here. So I do have to bust that, and then, right, because I bust that, and then I can use this to go through the top. This will go through that. Yeah, the rotary blades will cut through, which makes sense. And you need to use that in order to get over the flower. That's right. I said it is interesting that way, because you wouldn't think to do that because you never had to in the other one, but it does make sense when you think about it. And then for this one, I guess use it for that, but, well, as I said, I'll play around with that. I might have done it the easy way. Yeah, it is almost like a puzzle in a weird way of thinking, saying, okay, how am I using the transformations, using the morphing? It says, they're not why in the name of this, go morphing. Is that this version is worth picking up alone as far as just for these stages, just because of the fact that it enhances on this experience. Shit! Oh, fuck. Alright, I'm gonna rewind, sorry. I'm not gonna... Oh, but I went off anyway, so alright, that shows my thing. Basically just keep holding D-pad direction, just don't change it. Okay, there you go. Because otherwise you'd have to do this level again. I'm not going to do that again. I'm not going to do that to all you. Because I already got those over there. Oh, right. I got to go this way. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Oh, whoa. Oh, that's from there. But that's fine. It'll just take me over there. Okay, so that's no problem. Okay. Alright, so I think we did everything here. What am I looking at on points? Okay, so I only have a flower and 3 red coins to get. So not bad. Right, and now we can take the car. Okay, so car time. There you go. Alright, so you can get ourselves driving, and then we're gonna jump or use the tiptoeing. Oh, shit. Alright, Harry Hedgehog's here. Yeah, you get stuck. Basically use the tiptoe to basically get yourself going up there to bounce your way up. Oh, right, shit. You know, I gotta let the... Fine. He's not gonna puncture the tires, even though it looks like Harry Hedgehog should be doing that. But I do need to do that again, because I need to go up there with the car in order to get the other things I need. Because otherwise I'm going to the end, which is fine. We'll go there eventually. But you have to be very specific on how we go. So we have to go this way. Shit, no! Oh, let's try that again. Yeah, you have to kind of platform with this thing, but you're not really platforming. You pretty much have to use the tiptoe to get yourself up enough so that you can make that, or bridge the gap pretty much. You also don't fall off. But yeah, you never driven a car like this before, as far as saying, this is what you gotta do as far as getting to an area. Oh, there you go. Whoa! There you go, got it. Okay, question, right. I think there's something else I gotta do here. Wait, did I get the flower? No. You know what? Before I go over there, in case it's not there... You know what? I'll hit this. I should be able to get back there, I think, in time. I want to go find that, make sure I didn't miss the flower here. I don't think so. Maybe it's at the end. Unless, no wait, I think it's up there. Actually, hang on, is it? No, it's not. Never mind. Hang on. I'll go back. I don't care because I don't have any incentive as far as having to worry about this. So I'll go up there again. I'll check that, and if there's nothing there, we'll just beeline to the end. Maybe it is at the end. I just don't want to miss it. Oh shit. Yeah, it's not easy to make that case of itself. I mean, you sorted that maybe sort of once, but not like this. Alright, there you go. Whoa. I don't think there's anything over here. Okay, so that's that I didn't get already. Whoa! That's the end. That took us there. I'll go down here just because at the end, that's the other thing with the car, but it's kind of redundant to give you here. So I missed it. Yeah, I missed it. I don't know where it is. Sorry, I'm not getting it. I did get it on my practice, but I guess I missed it somewhere. But alright, then I got almost everything. And the only benefit, as I mentioned, is just getting the star on the title screen as far as that. Which I already did for all these levels except 6 on the end of it. Alright, there you go, 990. Alright, match cards. They did change the translation. Keep going to mismatching twice in a row. Actually, that's technically wrong, because it's, actually, yeah, that's wrong. That's actually worse than the Super Nintendo, because it says you fail twice. The Super Nintendo version's correct. So, in fact, I'm going to put that to the test. I'm going to show you how wrong it is. So, I do know there's a pair here. So, I'll hit this. I guess I'll hit this because that's the wrong one. So, yeah, it's not twice in a row. The Game Boy Advance version, actually, the translation fix was wrong. So, they say twice in a row. It's like, keep going until you match twice. So, Super Nintendo's right, not Game Boy Advance. So, yeah, they screwed up the translation on that one. Alright, let's look at the bonus here. It's same as it is on Super Nintendo, so it's drawing lots. Here's another chance to get an item. Flip a single card and see the item shown. Alright, so, big money, big money, big money, no wavy, no wavy, no wavy, no wavy, stop! Magnifying glass, good. I can use that. Alright, so, next... Let's show... I'll show Nibetnut's domain, and I'll show Naval Piranha's castle, and I'll show the fact that the trick for the castle is still applicable in this. You can still do the, hey, I don't fight the boss thing. Alright, so there's Nibetnut's. Yeah, looking really good as far as how on Game Boy Advance is. Yeah, basically the water take on Gargantua Blarg. As long as you hit him down, you'll be fine. But the fact that it is as smooth as it is and looks just like it did on Super Nintendo is very impressive. Alright, so actually I realized I'm gonna get a pretty good amount of time out of this game, which I didn't necessarily know if I would. Well, then again, I guess it's also a case of, yeah, the monkeys are taking my baby away. No. It's one of those cases where when I was thinking about this, I thought, well, how much of a show am I really going to get out of this if I'm showing the last level of Super Nintendo and then the Game Boy Advance stages? But then again, I said, alright, we'll extend it out by showing some other things kind of tangentially related and also kind of have a little bit of a, I guess, a final overview, really, of this game. Ouch. And it'll show the huff and puffing. So yeah, that's one thing we didn't show. So basically everything from this game somehow is to be shown in a way. Alright, that being said, I'm gonna have to go around as far as, which is fine. I do want to show huff and puffing. We'll show that. Actually, no, we'll show them later. Yeah, because we're going 100% and have to do this, so... Actually, no, I don't have to do this. Right, I may as well show the native guards, or the native Shy Guy guards. Boom, there you go. So I guess this is just an overview. Yeah, this is a pretty damn good version as far as Yoshi's Island. I mean, I guess I indicated that, but you're also seeing it. And actually, I'd say it probably is my favorite of those Super Mario Advance games in terms of what it adds, and also of what it added on the cartridge when it first came out. Because remember, even though the version of Super Mario Advance 4 that's on Switch Online here, and that also is in on the Wii Virtual Console, though it does have all those e-reader levels, remember the Game Boy Advance version did not have those by default. So, in that case, you had to go through a massive rigmarole and paying a lot of money to get it happening. Whereas in this game, no, you didn't. You just had to buy the game, beat the game, and then you were able to get the extra stages. And I'll say is that if Nintendo does want to go back to Yoshi's Island as far as doing it again, as I said, I think it gives an idea of maybe what is better. Maybe they don't do that. But if they're gonna do it, I'd say something like this, or maybe I guess like a revival of it, because I guess nowadays we're getting a lot of games that are doing that, of taking an old franchise and then kind of rethinking it in a new way. I mean, I guess you talk about this. We're seeing that with, I guess, the Pokemon Presents that came out, because one of the things they put out is, they released Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green version from Game Boy Advance. It is $20 on the eShop. You can download it, so it's not a case where you lose it when the online or the Switch Online goes off the way that, well, with all respect, all the stuff on Switch Online's gonna, unless Nintendo says, okay, we'll let you keep it and we'll patch it for that. I don't think they're gonna do that, though, with all due respect. I hope they prove me wrong, but I don't think that's gonna happen. It's $20 for each of those. They're all selling them separately. It is a case where you have to pay an extra cost to get it for the right version. They make sure you hit the right version as far as in language, which I'm thinking, like, why can't they put them in the same release? Especially because we now know that the emulation of that, they are doing some unique things to it. They're adding Pokemon Home support later for Fire Red and Leaf Green, as far as the Switch and Switch 2 ports of it. They're available for $20 now. But also, they're adding the extra tickets, the ones you had to go through special events for. They're obtainable in the game, which I think is actually pretty cool. I don't know if that's how we'll show Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green, because actually I do have Fire Red on Game Boy Advance, where it's like $150 now. So it isn't a bad deal given everything, honestly, asking $20 for one of those. Although, if they are modifying the ROM as much as they were doing, why not just ask me $20 to get a release that has both of them, and then also has all the languages involved as far as being able to select between them. But, that being said, it's not a bad case as far as how it is. And actually, for that, I'll probably buy Leaf Green because I don't have it as far as Game Boy Advance. That could be a way we show that one, although I guess when we come back to Pokemon next. I think I'll do Generation 1. I'll show Yellow. I think I mentioned wanting to do that. At some point, I think we will, as far as our next stop. And also the DLC of Pokemon Gen 9. But also, they did announce the next generation of Pokemon, as far as Pokemon Generation 10. It's going to be Pokemon Waves and Pokemon Winds. They're kind of going on island atmosphere a little. Kind of like a mixture of Pokemon Sun and Moon went to Alola, which is their take on Hawaii, and Pokemon Gen 3, that being Ruby, Emerald, and Sapphire, where you went to Hoenn, which is that area where there's a lot of areas where you're going across water. And you go under the water in this. Which seems like an interesting concept. They did also, it's interesting, going back to when we played Pokemon Generation 9 when I had it unpatched at 1.0 the whole way. It's interesting a lot of the things I said in Part 7 when Edwack and Nikki were on. It was interesting how prescient a lot of things I said on that show turned out being. Because first thing I said was, hey, you know, Pokemon Gen 9 maybe it could be fixed with some kind of enhancement on the next Nintendo system. That happened because we got the Switch 2 edition, or the Switch 2 upgrade. You do need to go online in order to actually use, or to activate, I should say, for it. And there's no physical release of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, which are Gen 9, that have that patch on the card. They need to fix that, because otherwise you're not playing this on Switch 2 at all, in like 20 years when the servers go off. But I said, okay, they could fix that as far as it, which they did. I said eventually there is something that the franchise will do that Edwack will say, hey, I'm going to hold to principles. He's like, yeah, you hold your principles. I usually don't like when people do that. But I said, there's something this franchise is going to do to you that's going to make you break. And we found what it is, that being game key cards. Because remember, Pokemon Pocopia that's out next week, it's on a game key card, and the only reason he's buying it, sort of, is because Nikki wants it, but he's even saying, I don't know if I'm buying it myself, because pretty much, for me, it's, I'm not going to take anything on this console that's not physical release, to which I'll say, well, then you're losing out on 80% of this console's library, in all honesty. At least the last time I checked. I think it's more than that now. The last time I did a number crunch, when we did our Switch 2 Chronicles shows, as far as Part 3, it was 81% of games on the Switch 2 that are either physical or on a game key card. Only 19% of the games on it at the time were on a physical full case. As I said, that's changed since, but I don't know what that spread goes out to nowadays. But that was one thing. Also, the case of Gen 10, put on the Switch 2, don't put on Switch 1, which they're doing. They openly said, we're going to be putting that way. Also, by the way, Dolphin's question, why is Yoshi purple? Yeah, the reason for that is because it's a different version of Yoshi. Going back to the opening cutscene, am I seeing it incorrectly? No, you're not seeing it incorrectly. Yeah, do not adjust your set. You were looking correctly. There's purple Yoshi. You were absolutely right. He is purple. He is a different Yoshi, or... Okay, I don't know. Okay, no, Yoshi is gendered as male. No, yeah, Yoshi's gendered male. Just to go on that. I don't know if there's cases of female Yoshis in the games. I know they sort of referenced that with the Super Mario Adventures comic from Nintendo Power. Also, hit that, get that out of the way, get my baby back. So it is a different take of Yoshi as far as like the color, but as far as how he plays, Yoshi plays the same. There's no difference in this game as far as the color attributes of any of the Yoshis except for just how they look. Yoshi's story would change that because in that game what happens is that, for that one, I don't know what experience on Yoshi's story is, but since they're baby Yoshis, they're different Yoshis. The concept of that game in terms of story is that I guess the Yoshis from this game, the super happy tree is stolen, and they go into bouts of depression. I'm not joking, that's literally the concept. Elsewhere on Yoshi's Island, 6 eggs hatch. They're baby Yoshis who are wondering why are people not more excited that we were just born, because usually, you know, new children being born is a happy thing. But they said, alright, we're gonna take action to try and get the tree back, and then also keep ourselves happy amidst it. Also, I want to get eggs for one though. But in that game, you eat the fruit in order to keep your happiness up as far as, and also getting a score, really. That's kind of how that goes. But in that game, based on the color of Yoshi you have, they have a different favorite fruit, which gives you more points as you go along. It also gives you more of a health recovery when you eat them. And, for example, in that game, you have Green Yoshi, where Green Yoshi, his favorite fruit is the watermelon. As far as, Pink Yoshi, it's the apple. Yellow Yoshi is the banana. And there's other examples of that. So in that case, they do have the idea of the different color Yoshis. Which immediately was something that, was indicated in Super Mario World to start, because in that game, Yoshi's green, but he also said, hey, I went out looking for all my friends, and Bowser trapped me in the egg, which is how Mario and Luigi found him. But what happened as far as that game is that you can find the other Yoshis, as far as his friends. It's part of the story, but also in the Star World, you can find little baby Yoshis and eggs that come in different colors, specifically they come in red, they come in yellow, and they come in blue. And they each have a different attribute to themselves. Also show hitting an egg into this, because we didn't show that yet. If I can get the aim right. It's bouncing off. Come on. There you go. Yeah, because you get 8 stars for doing that. And in that case, they also give you attributes of different color Yoshis. The red one, and would that go with when you put a Koopa Troopa shell in Yoshi's mouth. Basically, he eats it, and then he doesn't swallow it right away. When you have the red one, you spit it out, he'll shoot fire for any of them. For the yellow one, when you have a shell in your mouth, you jump and you hit the ground, and when you hit the ground, a sand cloud comes out that can kill enemies. And for the blue one, any shell you eat lets you fly. And there are also specific color shells in that game that regular Yoshi can eat and get those properties as is. The Game Boy Advance version would actually change that, where they have different attributes for certain things, and actually certain enemies that Yoshi eats up and spits out, kind of like this game, not just the Koopa shells. So in that case, yeah, the different color Yoshis are kind of a different case, I guess, a different species, or not different species, different varieties of Yoshi, but still related to the idea of how that goes. I think there's other games in the franchise that will go into that. When we get along to those, I think we'll figure how they are. And I'm going to do the same trick as I did before, because if you inch your way into this room and you see the spore of Naval Piranha there, if you hit with an egg before you trigger the cutscene for the boss, you skip the boss entirely. We did this in Super Nintendo, I'm going to do it on this version too. There you go, boom. It's a one-hit kill, you beat the boss. So on Game Boy Advance, you can do it just the same way that you could do on Super Nintendo, as far as that. Alright, Dolly Fan remind me of this. Yeah, you're right. In Super Mario Sunshine, remember, Yoshis can change color by eating different fruits. That is true, you're right. And, right, the other thing about that was that in that game, based on the different color Yoshi, as far as how it was, the juice they spat out did have a different effect when you hit certain enemies with it, because they would change them into platforms, and sometimes they did go straight across, they go up and down, or they do other things. Good catch on that. I forgot about that. As far I shouldn't have, I guess, because we played we're playing Yoshi's Island. We played Super Mario Sunshine. You're right, which was the first 3D indication of Yoshi of play. As we go to the next level here, and I did the drawing monster all set. Let's do Secret 4. Yeah, fight toadies with toadies. That is this one. Yeah, and also, the other thing is also in that game, the other thing about that is that, remember, there's also... Right, and the lore of the game goes into that, because as far as Isle Delfino, those versions of the Yoshis are different as far as how they go. And for this level, by the way, one thing you have to do is you have to bounce on the enemies to get higher distance, and also be careful not to get shot. But... yeah, they go into that, the legend of the Yoshis. When we went to Peanut Park, the kids were saying, like, hey, I've never actually seen a Yoshi before, but they're different than Yoshis in other areas. Because remember, the Yoshis on Isle Delfino, they go in the water, they dissolve. Which is not the case with Yoshi in this game, as examples too. I just thought he was green here against the green background, and then I noticed he was purple. Okay, right. But also because we were because of where we were as far as the stage. Actually, you know, before we do this, I'll come back and do this level. I'll show this as well. We can show this on the map, which is that each level in this game has a different color Yoshi as far as the number of the stage within a world. So it's green Yoshi on stage 1, stage 2 it's pink Yoshi, stage 3 it's blue Yoshi, it's yellow Yoshi for the fortress on 4, it's purple Yoshi for stage 5, or, okay, fine, I guess light purple Yoshi for stage 5, brown Yoshi for stage 6, red Yoshi for stage 7, and then purple Yoshi, or dark purple Yoshi, or deep purple Yoshi for 8. And then for the extra and the secret levels, it's all green. I see it now, thank you. Yeah, I mean, fair enough, and good point to that, because I guess the thought is that with Yoshi, we expect the idea that, you know, he's going to be green, because as we looked a little earlier, we said, hey, every reflection of Yoshi on these games... In fact, it wasn't until Yoshi's Story where the box of that game... I'll show it later before we end the show, because since I have the Switch Online set for that, we can look at that and show what the box looked like. I think that's the first Yoshi game... Yeah, it is the first Yoshi game, or connected Yoshi game, I should say, where Yoshi was shown as anything but green. Because he was green for Super Mario World, he's green for this... He's green, as far as on the box, I should say. He's green for Super Mario Kart. In this case, I gotta wait till the bullet comes out. Yoshi on Game Boy and NES, he was. Yoshi's Cookie on Game Boy, NES, and Super Nintendo, he was. Yoshi Safari, he was green. And then Story. That was it. I think that was it. Yeah. And that's the iconic Yoshi green. You're right, that's the idea. So I guess that's sometimes the thought as well. We talk about that, cases of when you have a character, and I guess sometimes they might be colored different for a specific reason. I guess in this case saying like there's a bunch of dinosaurs because it's dinosaur land as far as in Super Mario World. So in that case saying, well, there's multiple cases of Yoshi. I guess Yoshi is a species. It's also, as the Super Mario Adventures comic goes into, it says that it's a language. And I remember one of the cases saying that when they go to that island, they say, hey, you know what, we don't know how to speak to Yoshi because he's only saying Yoshi. But then he's like, well, let's get a translation guide. They buy the book, and the book says everything translates out to Yoshi. So like, hello, how are you? I'm doing fine, thank you. You say Yoshi, Yoshi, Yoshi. And it's like, we got ripped off. We're gonna have to go and get the salesman who stole our money as far as this. Like, we didn't need this at all. So, that's kind of an interesting case, as we have balloons again. Yeah, it's not easy being green, as Kermit the Frog said. That is true. No, absolutely, you're right. And I guess as Yoshi's showing, it's definitely not a case of that. I guess also since we mentioned the thing with the Muppets, we talked this as well. We've not played a game of the Muppets yet. I really want to look into getting a copy of Muppet Monster Adventure for the PlayStation. It goes for money, I know it does. But there's also a couple of ones. There's Muppet Race Mania, which is on PlayStation. That was by Traveler's Tales, the people who made Sonic 3D Blast. They made The Weakest Link on the PlayStation that we'll look at later this year. And they also made the Lego games. Alright, on this one, I got a bounce specific right. Yeah, you have to use a lot of stuff for this. Okay. Yeah, we'll get to that in just a second. As far as getting on. But yeah, going back to that. Because there are a couple games based on that. There's also... I heard this wasn't that great. Muppet Party Cruise. It was on the GameCube. I think it was on the Game Boy Advance as well, actually, now I'm thinking about it. It was like a Mario Party-like. But I don't know if it was necessarily well-liked. It does have a lot of people as far as the voice cast in it. There were games based on that Enterprise on the Macintosh back in the day. I'm trying to think. Honestly, there haven't necessarily been tons. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if I have any. As far as any of them. And, as I mentioned, the two on the PlayStation, those were Midway who published those. Uh-oh. I might have made it. Well, okay, I might have sort of made a mistake. Let me get. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I don't know if I can do this. Let's try. If I can't, I'll have to die and start this again. But I'll give it a shot. There you go. Do that. There you go. Wait. How to get up there? I don't know. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. Okay, no, now I know. Okay, I have to go up here for something else anyway. I think there's another way to get through something for that. I'll do that in a second. Wait, can I? Alright, that's a tight fit, so I don't know if I can do that. Okay, I don't know if I can do that. Okay, Oh, whoa. Okay, now I know what I gotta do. Right, the thing is, I have to use the enemy, or I have to use a enemy. No, there you go. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I had to do that to hit through the door in order to go through there. Yeah, so you do just do some fancy movements. Right, you have to do this because that also means that if I made a mistake as far as doing that, I can reset that part. Oh, whoa. There you go. In that case, you get a bunch of lives, and at the end of it, you get the flower. You do have to go all over the place as far as some of these, and in that case, I can also go back this way. I can go up there again. I can get what's there. Yeah, because what I have to do is I have to get the Shy Guy on stilts. I have to get him off of the stilts. I have to toss him onto the spikes. It's very elaborate what you gotta do. I have to do that way. I gotta... Oh shit. Right, I have to... Okay, what I have to do is I have to get him. I have to... One thing I didn't emphasize when we played this on Super Nintendo at all is... Shit, no, don't hit down. I swallowed him. Shit, that was not... I didn't mean to do that. So yeah, if you spit him out straight, he hits in the wall and disappears. If you press down, you swallow him. You hit up and hit Y button, he'll toss out. So in that case, then... Oh, wait, no. Okay, I fucked it up again. Okay, no, now I remember what I gotta do. Oh, here we go. No, I'm good. I'm gonna push the Shy Guy on stilts from the tongue over there on the spike pit. Basically, he'll walk over that. I gotta bounce on him when he's on the stilts so I can get high enough of a bounce in order to go across. So when they said fight toadies with toadies, that was the hint they gave. So actually, the level name is kind of a hint, really, in the sense of saying, what do you gotta do as far as that? So there you go. In that case, because when you bounce off an enemy, you get a higher distance for your flutter jump. So in that case, you're all set. And for this, then, I can use this, go there, get that, and we're set. Perfect. Now, right, I think we're good. And since I did already get what was out there, we're good. Because if I missed that, I would be screwed. So now we gotta do this. Okay. And we'll go back into the thing as far as the Muppets, as far as games. I'm trying to think of other games that are tangentially connected. Okay, there is one that, ouch. Is sort of connected in the sense that its animation was done by, the Jim Henson Creature Workshop. Is that right? Yeah. Okay, there's also the Sesame Street games. There's quite a few of those. An example. Also, I want to make sure that I'm not gonna... Okay, I was lucky, thank God. Okay, good. We're set. That's the bottom of the screen. I just want to make sure that there's nothing down there. Yeah, it was actually by Traveler's Tales as well, so maybe this is how the partnership with Midway, and then also the making Muppet Race Mania happened. It's called Rascal. It's a 3D platformer on the PlayStation that is actually seen as one of the worst games on the console. Not because of the idea. And by the way, Fuzzy's here. Shit. And it's over a bottomless pit even more than as far as other cases, so I'm gonna try and avoid touching Fuzzy on this one. Whoa. It's seen as really bad, but not because of its shit graphics. But because of how the controls are, especially the camera angles, which I hear are horrible. I've never played it. Oh, right, in this case, I gotta wait for the bullet to go off. There we go, use that bounce to get high enough to get over here, otherwise you're not making that. Now, I'm waiting till they go. Hope I'm set there, boom. Yeah, I never played Rascal going back to that, but I've heard it's one of the worst games on the PlayStation for that reason, because the controls, not because of how it looks. I said, yeah, it doesn't look too bad. I'd be curious to play it, because I guess it's one of those thoughts of saying, I guess if there's cases of infamous games on a console, we probably should look at them. I guess the Muppet case, well, it's not like there are Muppets in it, because Rascal's like a young boy as far as how it is. It's just the designs were there. As I mentioned, some of those games with Sesame Street. I want to show at some point Once Upon a Monster, which is on Xbox 360, because it's a Kinect game that was developed by Double Fine. That's the team that made Psychonauts, and they made Tower. Was that the name of that one? The one that came out last year on Xbox Series S and X? I think that's what it was. Alright, now it's an auto-scroller, by the way. And those two on the PlayStation, I'd love to take a look at that. Because, maybe that's the other thing. When it comes to games that are based on a license, I mentioned that. Even if it's a case where whether they're good or not, it's also something that sometimes I want to get that representation of a license out, unless it's a case where there might be a licensed content question. In terms of, ouch, those Muppet games, I don't think there is. Honestly. Because it's not like they're using... Okay, Okay, on Race Mania, I don't know if they're using clips from the movies. I heard maybe they do for something. I don't know how that works. I'll also have to look at that when we do Toy Story 2 for the Dreamcast at some point. As long as it's not actually the music from, like, a movie or something like that, or something original, and it's not shit. Also, yeah, the bullet bills do not stay still and don't, when you stand next to them, like the Mario games. These actually shoot out no matter what. I'm seeing Homing Homer, that's the one that shoots out on a diagonal that way, and whoa. In this case, you have to bounce that way. Okay, I didn't expect I got 100. Okay, we're getting 100 now. I'm saying we're doing that. Boom, there you go. That's 100 on that one. Perfect. Okay, fantastic. As long as it's something like that where we can avoid that, as far as that kind of thing with music or something like that, or scenes from a movie, we should be good. Though even with scenes from a movie, I don't know how that's going to work for certain things. Toy Story 2 is going to be the test of that. I will say that for sure, just for that. Because there are scenes from the movie in that sort of, kind of... As I said, I'll look into that before we do that. Because I've been thinking about when we're going to do that, or how I'm going to do that. Because I know I owe Electros that game. Okay, there's 1,000. Perfect. Alright, we're going to match there. And yeah, the game's wrong. I didn't actually know it was wrong until tonight when I looked at that and looked at the wording saying, like, no, it's when you miss twice, period. Not when you miss twice in a row. So I guess it's a weird case of a typo. It's not a typo, it's just information that's not correct. I mean, it's translated better, but it doesn't apply right as far as saying, hey, you know what, it's gonna be accurate. Okay. Also, we're pointing out the background of the 20 star in this game is green for some reason. It was red on Super Nintendo. Okay, no. So we're talking about the color green, so yeah, this is clearly the favorite color of this show for tonight. Alright, yeah, I got the full egg, I'll take that. I'm fine with it. And then for other stuff in here, as we did get 100% on this one. And only 2 more worlds left to go as far as that. I'm trying to think of cases where we didn't show... We'll go through all the color Yoshis in particular. So we went through green a lot. We didn't show pink Yoshi. We also haven't shown this Yoshi. You know, let's show... We'll go to Chomp Rock Zone. I love Chomp Rock Zone, so we'll do this. Also, for World 6, I know which one I want to show off, because there's one thing I'm curious about. Yeah, but I do love this zone, as far as just basically pushing the boulder around. And the rotation effects do look great on this system. It is 60 frames per second how this is going, which I think it was on Super Nintendo as well. But the fact that Game Boy Advance is able to do this, it's nice stuff. As your Gemini 96 rolling in with Poochie the dog, but also Yoshi. So good to see you tonight, Gemini 96. Thanks for stopping by the show. Hope you're doing well. We're finishing our look at Yoshi's Island. We looked on Super Nintendo, looking at the Game Boy Advance version now. That being Yoshi's Island Super Mario Advance 3. Not sure if you ever played this version. Feel free to go into your memories on it. We were looking at all the extra levels, and I'm also giving some greatest hits on some of the stages from the original game to show how did they port this thing from Super Nintendo to Game Boy Advance, and I would say they did a pretty good job of it in terms of stuff with audio design, in terms of how it looks, and also because of extra levels. Which we did the ones for Worlds 1, 2, 3, and 4 already, and then we're going to do for 5 and 6, as far as how they are. And they're great, and they add new, or they explore on concepts that the original game, didn't really go into that much. Like the car, like 2 levels the car has now, or 2 extra levels, as opposed to the one that the original had. But it's good stuff, and feel free to also go into memories on anything else Yoshi. We're having our Yoshi night, I guess, as far as how it is. And I guess about the color green, just talking about the idea of the different colors of the Yoshis, as far as the lore of that. Your case of when we get to Yoshi's Story for Nintendo 64, which I'll definitely be curious to see, given some of the insanely hard things that game has you do, particularly some of those Melon Crate challenges. I don't think I've ever seen you, as I walk, it clipped through me, I just realized. I'll be curious to see how you play that game, just in general. I also, since you're here, I do want to go into one thing about how we're going to play that. I mentioned Wii U because of the frame rate that's not a problem. That's not a problem compared to the Switch port, and they're never fixing that Switch port. I hate to say it. But also, we'll show off every stage by having it unlocked in the trial mode. And if you're okay with this, you do one run through the story, then I'll do one based on chat's decision on which levels they want to go, and then we show all the levels in the trial mode, which I think might be the way to go. So we show all of the challenges going on this game, on that game. Ouch! And also on this one, whoa. Specifically. Okay. And also feel free to go into stuff on the Pokemon Presents from yesterday, which I mentioned a couple things. I mentioned, yeah, that sounds good. Okay. Fantastic. I just want to get a sense of that, because that's, the idea was kind of kicking around as far as that game anyway. And also because, I guess we're kind of playing this one a little unorthodox too, in the sense that we're looking at the Game Boy Advance version on top of the Super Nintendo game. But for that one, since, given the way that game's designed, since running through the story of that, I'm just gonna go through, I'm previewing levels that we've already done. I'm not carrying 100% on all of these. I'm basically trying to get a sense of saying, how do we show every stage? I think for that one, because of the way that's designed for the story, it makes sense. I mean, it's not dissimilar, I guess, to the, I guess how we handled Star Fox 64, which admittingly, it's so long ago we did that, I think I could justify a second chance, honestly, on that game, because it was like 5 years ago. And also, as we'll go through Hook Build the Koopa's Castle, I'm also doing a boss stage for each of them, as with Purple Yoshi again, Dark Purple Yoshi. Let's see. Yeah, it would basically be the way Star Fox 64 handled, in the case that when I first played it, I ran through every path, or 3 paths to show all the stages off, and then show the multiplayer. And with Shadow the Hedgehog, I ran through a story based on how chat wanted it, and then when we did our second chance of it a few months ago, I said, well, we're doing the expert mode, which shows off all the stages, as is the case. I gotta off, by the way. I have a 7 a.m. workday tomorrow. Enjoy, Yoshi. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody. So good to see you, Dolphin. Sorry you have to work as far as that tomorrow, 7 in the morning, but thank you for spending your evening or Saturday with us. We always appreciate it. Next week is on Saturday again at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're doing our next scoping session. Yeah, quickly. We're doing Kingdom Hearts Rechain of Memories. We're running the HD version on Xbox One. We're running the Xbox Series X running through. So we're coming back to Kingdom Hearts. It's been a while since we played the first one and getting a preview about how we're going to handle that game. Getting used to the way its card stuff goes. I do need to get a sense. We'll have a lot of star power on next week's show. There are a lot of famous Hollywood actors in that game, just like was the case with the first one, but also a lot of cases, so we'll see what's going on to start with Sora, Goofy, and Donald saying that, oh yeah, they're looking for King Mickey, they're looking for Riku, where'd they go, and there's the letter from King Mickey that Pluto has, so we're going to get a little bit of a taste of that next week, as far as what's going on, and then also, yeah, because that's going to be a long play, because I know with that game, we got to play it twice. Because there's the main story for Sora, and then there's another story as well. And we have to do that one in that order, otherwise Kingdom Hearts 2 is not going to make any sense. And I was talking, actually, to... It was Kazan22 I said this to. I said the same thing. I said, it's not going to make sense. Like, it's not going to make sense no matter what. I was like, no, I'm going to try to make that game make sense. The same we are with BlazBlue Calamity Trigger, honestly. Even though we just previewed it last week, it's something where we're going to get that plot going, too. I think I got the way, and same with Kingdom Hearts, honestly. That, and I want to get that sense as far as, Chain of Memories, or Re-Chain of Memories, as is the case. But, so good to see you, Dollyfin. It's super, and thank you so much as far as it. Have a great night. Okay. Right, since I do have the key, we can go to the exit. Yeah, and then, Gemini96, just to let you know, as far as how it's going to go for the rest of the night for this, is basically showing what the Game Boy Advance is doing to this thing, and then also the extra stage, which is 2 more. And then we're going to take a preview of the Mario Brothers fourth series. Because we didn't look at that last time we looked at the Super Mario Advance game. As you fish Lakitu. Actually, I think our first look at Lakitu tonight, as is. Whoa! Yeah, get out of the way. I want my baby back. Oh, wait, what? Grab? Oh, right, you're back again. I forgot about that. You're also hearing some of the differences in this one with the sound as far as the Gemini 96 as well. I don't know if you played this one. I've played this on the Game Boy Advance. Also, I think they changed the level design here. I think. Yeah, because I think these were walled off on the sides on Super Nintendo. I think they were. But I was saying that when we were looking at Naval Piranha's castle. I was saying, wait. No, we were looking at, Salvo the Slime's castle. I was saying, wait a sec, is there a room in there that's different than it was on the Super Nintendo? Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Also seeing what the tech of this one's doing, because unlike the Super Nintendo game, where it was using the Super Effects 2 chip, the Game Boy Advance version, they basically programmed all of the effects that the Super Effects chip was controlling on that version into this one from scratch. Which also is the reasons we're pointing out why, for years, whenever Nintendo re-released Yoshi's Island, it was this Game Boy Advance version they first released, until the Super Nintendo Classic Edition unit, when they said, okay, we figured out how to emulate Super Effects, so in that case, they were able to port it, or port the Super Nintendo game. And also, at the end of the show, we'll do final thoughts and all that stuff, and go into where this game is available still. This one, as far as this Game Boy Advance edition, along with Game Boy Advance, of course, and Super Nintendo version, along with Super Nintendo itself as well. Okay, go forth and rock Yoshi's World against Hookbill the Koopa. Alright, let's do that. Hopefully it won't be like last month, where it's a case where I was losing to him a lot, although, in all honesty, the reason it was, as in this version, every single battle with a final boss in the world has the full version of the theme song. Fine, last time, when I was doing it last month, it was a case where I was nervous about getting hit. Now I don't care. Like, come on, you're gonna get on your hind legs, right? It took him a while to do it. Yeah, aside from the sound stuff, most of this is pretty close to the Game Boy Advance, and even the sound stuff, this is still the one that's the most accurate to the original game. Ouch. Well, sort of. Whoa. No. Okay, if I was going for 100%, I'd be saying, no, I don't like this. Alright, come on, turn around, my friend. Oh, I forgot, you can hit him and he'll also go, on his hind legs. Oh shit, I'm out of eggs now, crap. Come on back, we need eggs. Yeah, and same case as before. Basically bounce on his head and he'll spit eggs out. And also just confirm this. Okay, it is like the Super Nintendo game that you do have no usage of your items during the boss. And I do have 999 lives, as Chasm22 told me to do on Super Nintendo, and now on this one. Alright, whoa. Alright, there we go. One more hit and we got him. Alright, there you go. That is World 4. And then I'll take a look at 5 and 6. And Mario Brothers. Because I figured that's also probably a worthwhile show-off, because when we looked at Super Mario Advance 4 last year, we didn't have time to do that, because there are a lot of extra levels within that. But for tonight's show, we're definitely going to do that. Alright, 66. 66? What? I don't have cable. Alright, let's get going. Okay, and I did show the match cards you get for that. Yeah, I did do that one, Fight Toad. Yeah, as far as the levels, just to go into that Gem 96, they are, you know, I'll go in the names of what they are, just to indicate that quick. And they'll be on the recording as far as that. Exercise in the Skies is Secret 1, which these are all exclusive to the Game Boy Advance as far as these extra ones. 2 was, Mystery of the Castle, I think it was? Yeah, complete with the question mark. Okay. That was Mystery of the Castle. 3 was, Go-Go Morphing. Basically, that's the level where they give you the car. Finally, there's another level with the car. Thank God. It's not just, Wikidu's wall here. And Fight Toadies with Toadies is the one here. We have to do some really fancy movements when it comes to, your enemies. And for World 5, we have Secret 5. Let's take a look. Alright, Secret 5 is items are fun. Yeah, there you go. They are fun, but it's also something where you have to be very specific, and you have to go a roundabout way. And one thing about this version, as mentioned, feel free to indicate Gemini 96 you played this, or on the Game Boy Advance, I should say, if you played this. But one thing about these extra stages that's really interesting is that they really recontextualize a lot of what you knew from Yoshi's Island on Super Nintendo, and then kind of challenge you to do different things with it that you wouldn't have thought to do in the original because you didn't have to. In particular, look, let me just grab the stars there. For example, when it came to the car on Go-Go Morphing, you have to use that to go across platforms, and you have to use the tiptoe, like going up on your hind legs for that, in order to get that set. And you never had to do that in the Super Nintendo games. Not like this one, anyway. As you have the Huff and Puffin. But then thinking through, like, also, here's another thing. That's the end of the level over there. It's like, what's going on? Well, you have to kind of go all around here in order to get everything. And also, in this case, you have to wait, you have to hit the switch. Okay, 2 things. You do have to use the Huff and Puff in here. You have to use the fact that it does the boomerang in order to get that. And then you have to get the switch back here. Hit that. I have to wait for it to expire before I can jump up there. I have to time it from jumping up, from staying on that, otherwise I can't make it. In order to get my way up. And also make sure you have that set there, because otherwise you can't go in the pipe. So, you really have to think outside the box on this in ways that are really interesting. But also in cases we're saying, am I going to be able to do this? And the answer is, well, maybe. Also, that wing cloud there, as you're seeing, there's a door in that. Thing is that the path you go is dependent upon what floor that the door is on. So right there, that area on the dirt there, it takes me a different place if I have it on that. But if I have that broken and it falls down to the floor there, I go somewhere else. So what I want to do is I want to hit it straight here and just go in from here to start. Yeah, you never had that happen on Super Nintendo. And they're kind of marking off as far as this based on, like, the color blocks there. Alright, because we're going to the snow area, or like the ice area, so they're the bumpities in the ice again. Now, for this, there's a couple places you gotta go. You have to go up here. I have to have the fire in order to get through that. That's one way I gotta do it. But before I do that, I'm looking around. Because I think it is also... Yo, right, it is. It's in the area. I have to hit this. So there you go. There's the fire. Remember, you get 3 blasts with this. So you have to take this, and you have to go over there in order to get the bumpity out of the ice. In order to go over into that area. You have to hit that one. You have to make sure you don't hit these 2. Well, okay, you can. You can go in the pipe. No problem. But here's the thing also, is that we have to make these jumps. Yeah, you're seeing that, like that sad face in the ice. That's a flower, by the way. I also have to make sure I hit that jump right. I have to find another, red watermelon. I have to hit the ice blocks, the ones I unfreeze very specifically. Or, if I have a couple of these, which I do, you can use those. And I will if I get into trouble. But by default, what you gotta do is you have to be very specific on how this is. I also have to make sure that I can get my flutter jump going, so it's challenging that as well. So, okay, a couple things. Jump over here. Crap, so I have to hit that. And you can easily hit any of these, but you also have to be dead on what you're hitting. In that case, I gotta hit that one. Then I gotta jump up there. I gotta hit that one, get that, go down the pipe. So there are a lot of moving parts out of this, which are, it's kind of fascinating when you think about it. And when I played these, I said, God, there's really a lot of creativity going on here. And in some ways, maybe, because I don't know, Gemini 96, what your experience is with the other Yoshi's Island games, the ones that were going after this one the most directly, which would be Yoshi's New Island on 3DS and Yoshi's Island on DS. Maybe with Yoshi's Story in the sense it was supposed to be the sequel to this initially, but that changed as far as how it is in this case. It doesn't really matter what I do right now, but I do want to go through here just because. But honestly, I think the design of these, like, this is kind of as close as we got to the sequel to that game that, to me at least, feels like, oh my god, it is hitting that feeling of being 1995 all over again with Yoshi's Island from Super Nintendo. I played New Island on 3DS. Okay, what was your take on it? I think it's fine. I'm more offended by the fact that they retconned the ending of this. I absolutely despise the fact that this game's great ending is totally destroyed by that game. And I don't understand what they were thinking. The fact that they say, oh yeah, the babies, you know, they were not delivered to the right parents. Like, it's one of those cases where I'll say this: how dare you, honestly, to the people who made that. And it's Naoto Shima, who could have created Sonic the Hedgehog and shit. I died. But I was saying, yeah, seriously, how dare you try and, you know, rewrite history on this game as far as it. I mean, honestly, that's the worst part of the game to me above anything else. It plays okay. It has some interesting ideas, like the huge eggs, as far as what I played, which admittedly is not a whole lot. Was it that, honestly, if nothing else? Okay, I don't know if they necessarily said, like, oh, we're gonna do this because, oh, we think there's something wrong with the original, necessarily. I don't know, why would there be something wrong with this game? I don't know why they think that, but I don't know, maybe the thought of saying, hey, you know, clever twist, but then thinking about, wait, given all the hard work we did on this one, saying that, no, that doesn't count anymore, we have to do it again. Although, especially compared to Yoshi's Island DS, where the way that one works is, because I have that one, I'm trying to remember how that one opens, but it is a case where, and by the way, we're coming back to the start of this area, so items are fun. We're basically going to go our way around, and you have to cut through the dirt very specifically to find what you need to find. In this case, use the Huff and Puffins for that. That one's a case where the babies were delivered at the end of this game, like it was. But in that case, then the babies need to help Yoshi for other reasons, and there are other babies they introduce. Particularly, they have Baby Mario still. I'm trying to remember Baby Luigi. No, I think Baby Luigi's kidnapped. Also, there's bandits in here. I have a Power Blocker, Wing Cloud Maker. I'm just gonna cut out the middleman and get rid of them. Get the 2 red coins, and I'll get these. And also, just show this when you have the Wing Cloud Makers, you bust them. There's just coins in them. As far as when you use that item. As far as how that goes, I don't remember if Baby Luigi's is available in that or not, or if you have to save him. But there's Baby Peach, there's Baby Donkey Kong, there's Baby Wario as well. So they kind of play around with that idea, although it does feel initially a lot like this one in particular. Actually, I think it was Yoshi Touch and Go on DS they played, which is not New Island. Yeah, that's an interesting one, sort of, what I understand. I didn't get that one in time off of Wii U before they shut the store down, because it was on that one. It was on Wii U as well. Yeah, Yoshi Touch and Go, that was an early one for DS that was... I don't know if they've necessarily indicated where does that fall in the line, because Yoshi's New Island, I know that it was direct sequel to Yoshi's Island. Island 2, or Island DS, was also called Island 2, was in development. That's also a case of that. But Touch and Go... Alright, there's a one up in a bubble. As opposed to being given to you that way. That's strange. But anyway, Touch and Go does have Baby Mario in it, because the idea is that you're basically trying to get him across. You're getting Yoshi and Baby Mario going across, and then you use the touch screen in order to create the cloud path for Baby Mario when he's coming down, but also for Yoshi as it goes along, and also throwing eggs. Although I don't know, Caveman 96, do you know with that one, is there any indication, ouch, of how story of that went, in the sense of... Because, look, the way the story on the Yoshi games, or Yoshi's Island in particular, it's switched around on itself so much, honestly. I don't know if there's some kind of consistent thing, consistent timeline as far as how it goes, or where does Touch and Go even fall in that. It looked interesting from what I saw. That was like a really early one on the DS, where it was initially the case of seeing what were they going to do with the touchscreen on that console, and also the fact that it was right before Kirby Canvas Curse came out. I don't know if you ever played that one. I bought that game again off of Wii U Virtual Console because I want to show that game so badly. That is the game, admittingly, I'll tell you, when it comes to the DS, that's the game that sold me on DS. When I said about the 2 screens, that okay, the porting Super Mario 64, not a bad thing. Looks pretty cool as far as how it goes. Meteos was later. That was seeming pretty interesting. But as far as early on, there was that. There was Field of Magic XYXX, which is from Sega. Actually, the Sonic team who made that. Okay, right. I gotta figure what direction I'm going. Oh, right. No, I know what direction I'm going. There are a couple other ones, but Canvas Curse, that's the one that really sold me. I don't remember much of the story. I think it was basically a puzzle spin-off. That's what I thought. But I don't know if they indicated much on where that goes. I don't know, maybe it's... Well, I mean, I guess... Now I'm thinking about this. I guess the ones they kind of said, oh, were canonical. I know they said that initially with Yoshi's Story. As I'm going to now cut the bottom out. So at that point... Well, first off, hit that so I can then get access to that switch. Because I think I need to have that. Or... Oh, right, I forgot. Okay, so I have to... Okay, I'll do that next. Basically, I have to have it either on top of that Switch platform or down on the floor. We'll do the one on the floor and do the other one later. Since I said Yoshi's Story, they did kind of go indicating, okay, this position is sequel to Yoshi's Island directly. They said that initially, and they said, no, it's not, later. Then same with Yoshi's Island DS and New Island Although New Island, I guess they've still said it is the actual sequel, I think. I guess. But I don't know if it's a case where they went back later and said, oh, by the way, how they connect. Well, I guess the other ones that I don't know if they connect either. Because there's Yoshi Topsy-Turvy. That's on Game Boy Advance as well. Oh, and this is something interesting. Now, that one is the one where you have to use the tilt control in the cartridge in order to tilt Yoshi, which actually started as a tech demo of them putting Yoshi's story on Game Boy Advance, as we're pointing out. And then there was... But, because honestly, the other ones outside of the ones I mentioned, as far as like Yoshi's Island connected, where they had some aspects of it, the other ones didn't really emphasize. I mean, because I guess Woolly World, which I know you own for the show, that one I don't think they necessarily connected that to much else. And the only one I think might have maybe connected to that was Crafted World, because it's by the same people, that being Goodfield. People who made Kirby's Epic Yarn, they made Princess Peach Showtime. The guy who started that company made Mystical Ninja starring Goemon for Nintendo 64, and I don't know if they're making Yoshi and the Mysterious Book, the new Yoshi game that's coming out on Switch 2. But yeah, I don't know if those, I don't think those went into story. Okay, this is interesting as far as the watermelon here, because yeah, you're the watermelons, they're the ice, so you have to actually freeze these out, thaw these, I should say. Very specifically. In that case, you gotta hit that one. Remember, you have 3 shots, so make sure you hit these right in order to get that out. And then you have to get them going off on a different direction. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hit that one. So in that case, I have this. And now I gotta... I'm gonna screw this up. Hit that set there. Let's see. I'm gonna... I think about this. Because I have to be very careful on which ones I'm gonna get out. But I need that one out. So actually, in that case, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hit that and that. There we go. In this case, I can kind of chain them going backwards or downwards as far as that. So I got that. So I go there. I can go there. Then jump up. Hit that. I can hit that. But before I hit that, there's nothing stopping me. I can get my way back up. I can hit that again. And in that case, hit that one. Hit that one. This is actually very clever. I really like this. But it is something you got to kind of get on the right wavelength and really plan out how you're using the fire watermelon, which, as I said, you didn't have to think this way on Super Nintendo, but I love the fact that they thought, okay, let's give you some new stuff for this and then make you have to think about this in a different way. And for that one, I'm gonna hit that and go there and there. And that, yeah, you're looking over there. Can I get up there? And the answer is... Actually, yeah, you can. Sort of. You know what? I'm gonna try and show getting up there. So in that case, I just use your hover as far as getting up there. Okay, I need more. Actually, you know what? Let's cut out the middleman. I do have ability to get that going backwards, but... Oh no, I gotta hit the B button. Because I did remap the buttons, by the way, on the Super Nintendo pad so I can play this. So in this case, jump on the side... Jump off the side. Yeah, you have to basically walk off specifically and do this. Like, yeah, they're asking you to do this. I mean, I don't know if you have to. When I found out I could do it, I said, I'm gonna do it. Let's do it. Why not? Right. Now for this, I think I gotta hit this one. Then this one, and I'm out, but that's fine. Well, I mean, I'm not going to use this for much else, so let's just go through them all, why not? Because remember, on the Super Watermelons, you get double shots, so instead of getting 3, you get 6. I have to hit this one. Now, in that case, I'm going to hit, because that's a way out, I think. I'm going to do that and jump there. Yeah, the precision on this is very, very interesting. Come on. Yeah, almost. Hang on a sec. Yeah, there we go. Oh, right. Okay, I have to hit that. Hit that. There's a life. Do that to get up here. Good lord, look at that. That is quite a case. come over here, which takes us back over the side. So that was totally pointless, but I just want to show doing it because that is really interesting. And something first, uh-oh, I gotta really think this through, but now I really, really like the idea. Okay, so we're done with that. Now I just gotta go back the other way, and then we have to do the other one going down, and then we'll be set. Okay. Right, also this, right, I forgot, I have this, I'm going to the door here. Let's do this. Okay. Oh, there's a mid-range. Let's grab that. Perfect. Okay. Okay, because this takes us over this way. And since I did get... wait, did I get everything? Oh, no, I didn't. I think that... Right, I think what happens is... Okay, let me grab that. Number one. I'm trying to remember if this is the same one that I went down. I think it is. Or it's... Okay, no, it isn't. It looks like it is. It takes us down off of the left. That's what it is. Because these are pretty much retraversing each area and they're coming out the top again and then going back down the bottom. But then when you see like where you're going, oh, I get it now. Right. Okay, there we go. So we're there. Okay, that's the one that's right over the end. Because, yeah, you basically have the end set right there, but we're not going to go there yet. Because I do want to get some stuff set. And then the last thing I'm going to do is we are going to go back this way. And then I will go to the next room with the switch. I'll hit it. I'll have the door come down while the platforms from the red switch in the next room are set. Because that'll take us to the last area. And then we'll do 6 as far as that. And, well, greatest hits through this, and then 6. And actually, this is going to be a good case as far as getting a bunch of stuff out of the shell. Okay, so... So make sure I don't hit the other thing yet, as far as the wing cloud. That's fine. Okay, there we go. But... hit it now, and then go hit that. There we go, and hit the door. Make sure I get in the door as far as that. And I might have to come back for those coins, because they might be red coins. Yeah, because they don't tint the coins sort of red anymore in this version. So you have to make sure you're getting either everyone, or use yourself a magnifying glass. Okay, so we got all of these. They have an ice one in here, although I don't know why you necessarily want to have that. Although, I'm still going to look around. Yeah, take advantage of the fact that when you have the, what is it, the fire... Oh, right, you do have to use it. Right. Okay, now I remember. I do need to use that. Never mind. First, what do you have to use it for? Yeah. Those taps over there. I do need this for that. So in that case, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Hold that for a bit. And then I'm going to check up over on the left. Parts of these look the same as far as how they are, as far as we go from the area here. But... it's not quite. Okay. And in this case, it doesn't matter what I do with that one. Right, because what I want to do is I'm going to grab the ice. Wait a second. What do I got to do? I have to use those taps, because I actually have to go over the wall. So what you got to do is you have to freeze them. And remember, when you bounce off of them, you do get a higher distance. Again, you didn't have to do this with the freezing. But in this game, you gotta. There you go, and bounce off this. You go bing! There you go. Now we're going on the ski lifts again. Let's see what's over here. I did do this on my practice, which was a couple of months ago. But I'm trying to remember, like, where are we going? Alright, there are the Shy Guys on Still, just going up the mountain. I hear something that sounds like a chomp rock. Oh, wait! I think I know what's here. I think. Okay, there you go. That's all the coins. There's a flower left, actually, before we do that. Let's take a look at all the Shy Guys. Oh, right, I forgot, because there is a snowball. There's another level of the snowball. So in that case, yeah, you Shy Guys on stilts are having fun in that way. It's like, no, we're going to have a snowball fight. Oh, we're going to just roll this across. There we go. Look at that. Okay, that's fun. And we do have the voices of Kazumi Totaka going into that as far as this way. Now we're going to drop that down here. Right, I forgot. I have to do that so then I can... wait. No. Oh, no. Hit that. Hit them. There we go, kill them. Right, because it's one of those things, and there's the flower. We're done. And there we go. Wait, are we done? Yeah, we are done. Okay, there you go. That's 100%. Fantastic. And then... Right, I want to go up this way. Right, that takes me down to the bottom area, which is fine, but I do want to show going the other way, which is... Oh, it is... Oh, it's the same. It's basically the one with the key. So in that case, I'd use that. Go here. Bring hat going down here, and there we go. Fantastic. Alright, be free, Puff and Puffins, we win. Fantastic. Okay. Yeah, that's fun, but you do have to kind of think around and, as I said, come to realizations on things of Yoshi's Island that you wouldn't necessarily think you have to do, but other things of thinking, when you really think outside the box, realize, oh yeah, you kind of could do that, and this game's going to ask you to. Awesome. So go. That's World 5 as far as that. We'll take another look as far as what we got. Oh, okay, never mind. I was going to say we're also looking at all the bonus challenges each time. We're going to run the roulette. Remember, if you have only one Yoshi rating, it says, like, get your broke ass out of here. And you can only bet up to 99. Let's see how I do. Can I get ×3? Okay, +0, that's fine. So I got all my lives back, fair enough. Yeah, I got ×0 before tonight, which I wanted to show that. To basically show that, yeah, if you don't have enough lives, yeah, they don't let you play. Oh, there we go. Fantastic. Okay. So that's Secret 5. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take a look at... Oh, right, I was going to take a look at the code for, the bonus stages, or the specials, the bonus stages, not the bonus challenges, the, other things. And in order to do that, I'm gonna look at... I'm gonna go here brief, and then I'm gonna go and get the code for that, because I don't remember what it is on Game Boy Advance. Same deal as before, go on the first door on the left when you come into Sluggy and Shaven's Fort. There's the Chain Chomp. He will go crazy in front of the screen. There you go. He's actually smaller when he does it in this version. In this case, use Power Block or Wing Cloud Maker when we're all set. Go in the door, and then we hit this block and we're all set. Alright, top secret, listen up. It's hold select button, hit L, L, B, A, and R. It's pointing out the way I have it mapped, because I remapped the buttons for this to run basically Super Nintendo button for button on this one. It's going to be L, L, Y, B, and R. Yeah, L, L, Y, B, and R, I think. Or, no, L, L, Y, B, A. So not dissimilar to how it is on the Super Nintendo, I think. Let's see. L, L, Y, B. There you go. Okay. Unlike the Super Nintendo game, they don't give you the 2-player version of 4-throw, but they give you 5-throw, which is unique for this, and they also give you, yeah, that's the unique one. Let's show 5-throw then. Yeah, because on Super Nintendo, you can do throw balloons of 4, 5, and 6 inputs, but from this hidden menu, you can only do it for 4 and 6. Game of Advance you can do for all of them. Throw the balloon, press the sequence as shown. If it pops on you, you lose. If you win, you get a 2-up. Oh, right, I forgot. I'm not using the same button, so it's actually... It's saying R on the screen. It's like, no, I gotta hit A, because I remapped the button. So in that case, I gotta remember, like, no, what's saying on the screen is not right. Okay, there you go. Also, from what I understand, and, but no, it's... Okay, Y, B, L, A. There we go. So, okay, I gotta remember what the buttons are that I remapped them to. I think there is more variation on where the balloon will blow up, but it might blow up on me. Shit. I called it. Yeah, fortunately, Yoshi lost. Sorry. Okay, actually, I didn't show the coin one, so let's show that. And I'll show the watermelon seed spinning contests. Yeah, if Yoshi wins, you get a helpful item. So they also do change the translation, but actually also Gemini96, as I realized, they actually made a mistake with one of the translations or one of the updated descriptions. Because for the match cards, they say, in Super Nintendo, they say that keep matching until you miss twice. On this one, it says keep matching until you miss twice in a row, but that's wrong, because if you miss twice, you lose. So it's not twice in a row, it's twice, period. So actually, yeah, the Game Boy Advance actually is incorrect as far as that perspective. There you go, we did get the item. And in this version, also, the bandit just leaves. He's like, I don't want to do this anymore. Also, let's see. Yeah, because we didn't show the watermelon seed spinning contest. Let's go. And on Super Nintendo, there's a 2-player version of this as well. If Yoshi wins, you get a watermelon item. Also, yeah, right, I forgot. Yeah, the bandit can disappear behind the backgrounds, unless you do the 2-player mode, in which case, no, he can't. I need to get something set, or see if I can't get the fire, but when the fire comes around, I mean, I'll be fine, as long as I just keep shooting him. There, I got him. So yeah, bandit's dead. Yeah, he's trying to impersonate Yoshi. That ain't happening. And you know what? I did say same rule as far as this, well... Yeah, we haven't shown Blue Yoshi. I'm showing every Yoshi. That's the other thing. And I checked something on 6, and then we'll do boss. Although I don't know if I'll do boss on how this is. In this case, I'm just going to run my ass through. So in this case, I don't have anything else to prove. And we'll go skiing. It'll be better than last month when I kept dying. No! I don't want to die from the bumpities either, though. I love those things, but it's also something where, yeah, they can be annoying as far as going through, trying to, you know, get in my way. Yeah, particularly I do like them as far as Tetris Attack, just going back to that, because Tetris Attack and Super Nintendo did take the characters from this game and put them in. And it emphasized the names as far as well, including his partner as far as Bumpity in that game, that being Dr. Freezegood, saying, oh, I was like, yeah, wait, they have a reference to the Motley Crue album? I was like, yes, they do. I don't know if, still didn't look at that. I don't think they intended that, or I don't think they openly said that's what it was, but there you go. I mean, if it was, as I mentioned last time, it would make Touch Fuzzy Get Dizzy make a lot more sense, because if you're not familiar with Dr. Feelgood, that album, but also that song, it's about a notorious drug dealer in Los Angeles that is the thought that, oh, he's never going to go down. Like, no, he is going down now, and the charges are finally going to stick. But in that case, saying, like, okay, that's where Touch Fuzzy comes from. I was like, I don't know, was Dr. Feelgood from that song providing for Touch Fuzzy, from Touch Fuzzy Get Dizzy? I don't know, maybe that's going to be the canon that we're going to have as far as Super Bowl Game Saturday for that. So I guess we're going to have, I don't know, the Yoshi's Island Motley Crue fan in for that, which is kind of hilarious. He was like, what the fuck is that? I'm like, oh, there's a reason. The game named him that way as far as Dr. Freezegood, the little, the snowman that's in this world. And we'll do that again when we look at, I'll bring that up again when we look at, Yoshi's Island. Oh, no, not Yoshi's Island. When we look at Tetris Attack again later in the year. Which I know Dolly Finn wanted to do again, and I want to do it again as well. We're celebrating 30 years of that game, for sure. And it's awesome. Actually, I don't know if I've ever shown you Gemini96 Tetris Attack or Panel de Pawn, which was a Japanese version. In fact, there's Dr. Freezegood right there. He looks so happy. He was like, yeah, I don't know. Why is he happy? He's on happy pills. That's the idea, because we're going. I'm basically digging this thing completely as far as, like, he's just doing skiing. I mean, he's being safe as far as that. It's not like he's hurting anybody and we're just killing him. Alright, because he's just, okay, he fell off. That was not my fault. He fell off on his own. We have witnesses. Oh, in that case, just don't jump as far as bumping him was said. Whoop. Oh, right. At first, like, was that chirping? Like, oh, right, it's the birds. Okay, let's go skiing. and see the Goonies again. Yeah, bye-bye Goonies, they're going away. Boom. But also, I guess, as I mentioned, just maybe the other reason I'm also doing this is showing what is this doing as far as Game Boy Advance compared to how it was on the Super Nintendo, but also just saying, complete my love of this game, complete my play of this game. I've had a great time going through it even more. The point where I said, well, I didn't know if I'd get a 5-hour show out of this, but the answer is, yeah, I am, actually. There you go, we are getting the case as far as what's going on with the snow going. And also getting lighter as it come down, which actually I don't... That's a detail I don't think I actually noticed on the Super Nintendo. And no, it is in that version. Because it is snowing as far as how it is, but as I'm going down the mountain, the snow gets lighter and lighter, and now it's clear day. Whoa! Uh-oh! Uh-oh! No! Shit! Okay, some things never change. You know what? That's the end of the stage as far as it, so that's how Yoshi's gonna go. I did promise a boss to do a boss. World 6. No, 6 I do. There's one thing on 6 I do want to show. But in this case, yeah, just gonna have a run. Just have a nice, relaxing time, as far as, for sure. Yeah, and after the week I had, I could use it. I have to say that. But that's also why I kind of, in a way, thought of the idea of the show, saying, alright, it's relaxing for me, but it's like, well, hey, it seems like it's relaxing for chat. They like coming in here, just kind of sitting back, enjoying, you know, the rest of the weekend as far as how it is, just as far as a nice night. Whoop. Talk about aspects of games, going to the new stuff. See weird glitches. We haven't... Okay, so I think we saw still something, sort of. A little tonight, but nothing was like, oh yeah, it's crazy. Alright, that's the homing homer. We'll see that a little later. That's gonna be interesting. Oh, sort of. Whoa. Oh, crap. Oh, he's in there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, he's going away. Okay, I've never seen that happen before. I just had to say it. You know what? Hold on. I'm at 0. I want to try something. I'll try something I've never done before. I'm using the 20. Does that deny the toadies? Do they go away? Yeah, they do go away. Okay, I don't think... can I get them back? I can't get him back. I'm trying to... Alright. You know what? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to try and run this. Uh-oh. Ouch. Can I get over here? Oh, right, I need the bullet. I can't get up here. Alright, so fine. Yoshi's getting shot. Okay, that was weird. That's not a glitch. It's just a case, I guess, of something that can happen that I've never had happen in all the years I've played the game. But I also found out, I guess, saying that, oh yeah, I can deny the toadies Baby Mario if I have a 20 or a 10 item, as far as the stars, get that set, and then try and see that, can I get to the mid-ring in time? But then I forgot, oh wait, I have the bullet come to me. The other one, not those things. Alright, so I guess then, new strategy point for this game, if you've never played it, I guess then, ouch. Don't be too close to the bullet bill cannons over there, because otherwise Baby Mario can go on the wall. It doesn't happen much, but when it does, it's not pleasant. Yeah, it's not so much a glitch, as I mentioned, but just something where I wouldn't have really thought about that. Ow. He ain't going through, you don't go anywhere from there, as far as, okay. Okay, there it is. There's the bullet. There we go. I'm trying to remember, do I, oh, I do need, yeah, I do need to use that. I forgot about that. Well, in that case, yeah, apparently the freezing didn't count. Oh, no. Go that way. Oh, I'm out of eggs. Alright, let's grab that. Let's grab some more. Yeah, as I said, I don't think it's gonna be too much, and I won't show too much on Mario Brothers. At some point, I guess we should do a show on Mario Brothers itself. And I guess then at that point, I guess I'll get the arcade port, because it is on this console. And I guess I show this one again, and then the NES one. I got it. Fantastic. Alright, there you go. Get the Goonies. Ow! Let's say, yeah. At this point, I'm maybe kind of more on the concept of saying that, oh, I'm gonna have Baby Mario gone. But no, it's fine. Actually, wait a sec. Where'd it go? I mean, I can go back and get it. I know that it's not a problem. Yeah, it's not. It's just down there. Perfect. Yeah, I guess you do get despawning every so often, but you also got that on Super Nintendo, so I guess it's not completely unexpected. Okay. Okay, there we go. So let's go up here as far as that. Ow. Let's go fight Raphael the Raven, because I do love this boss battle, and I guess I want to show what does Game Boy Advance do with it, as we see the rolling Goonies as well, and the running Goonies. Okay. Yeah, never entered the Cooper Kingdom. Yeah, so you say. We already did. We already took care of it, and we'll see you again in... It's one of the Paper Mario games he's in. I'm trying to remember. Is it Super Paper Mario that Kamek is in? I'm trying to remember. He's in one of them. Alright, but a bit brighter up here on Game Boy Advance than it is on Super Nintendo, but I don't think it necessarily loses its atmosphere. I'm getting mad. Actually, alright, that's one thing, since I didn't take a hit here. Now I'm gonna take a hit again. And Super Nintendo's like this as well. Baby Mario does not cry up here. Which I guess that's an attention to detail that makes sense. I guess in the case that, hey, if it's like Dreamland as far as it, something like a constellation, then I guess, I don't know, Baby Mario finds that peaceful. It's the only time in the game where if you get him knocked off your back, he does not start crying. It might be the only time in the entire series where that happens, except for, I guess, Yoshi Touch and Go, based on the idea of how that goes when he's falling down to Earth. Yeah, that's one thing that always was kind of interesting. Okay, there you go. 45. Like, yeah, this would be horrible if I was going for 100%, but thank God I'm not doing that anymore. I already did it. Okay. So, lastly, let's do World 6. This is the one that's worth pointing out. It did not 100% off screen, so this is going to be interesting. This is Endless World of Yoshi's. You're starting with a auto-scroller, a hard auto-scroller that goes really fast, or it increases its speed as it goes. You have to hit the posts as they go along in order to get everything set. Oh shit. I'm gonna die. And all the enemies we faced before here. Well, there's a new one that's not even in the original game. We'll see that in a little bit. Ah, shit, I was off by an inch. So in that case, yeah, I'm dead. I don't know if I'll necessarily 100% this one, because I didn't 100% the one in World 3. I did it for every other one, as far as the stuff for that. And I did do World 3 off screen. The only thing I missed was a flower. But I said, I'll try. Alright, so they're the flying wigglers. They get mad when you bounce on them, but in that case, just keep going. And they won't catch you. Oh no, shit! Crap. Yeah, this is a long auto-scroll to start, but when you get through this part, you do get a checkpoint, and you do get some, you get a bit of a reprieve for that. So as long as I get through this part, it won't be too bad as far as where I continue from. Good news is that these extra levels, they give you a lot of checkpoints. Here we go. I have to remember at the end, don't be too hasty. Here we go. Oh, but now it's slowing down, so it's one of those rare cases of an auto-scroller where it varies in speed. I think it's the only one in the game that's like this. Uh-oh. Well, no. You know what? Just go underneath it. I don't care. And you gotta hit him from the back to get an egg from a trouble. Okay, there you go. Alright, what's in this? Alright, more stars. Okay. So we're going in here to a bit of a castle. But you have to be careful going down here because, along with a nice mist effect, that's neat to see. Yeah, however, down here there are thorns. Hit any of those, you're gonna die. Just keep doing the flutter jump. Shit, whoa! I got too close to that one. Actually, not dissimilar to the section in Ice Cap Zone in Sonic 3 that Knuckles has. You go across that area, you have to glide your way away from, like, the icicle things. But in that case, they're not a one-hit kill. In this game, they are. Okay. And there's a mid-ring. I'm not hitting it yet because I want to go around. Yeah, this is a new enemy. It's another bullet bill. As you're seeing also, those things spitting out the fire. It's a little more choppy. Okay, no, this is Homing Homer. Sorry. I said the orange ones were. This is a unique enemy that's not in the Super Nintendo game. Only looking a lot more demonic. Shit! Whoa, that was close. He'll seek after you wherever you go. So you have to be careful. In this case, I gotta remember also what doors I'm going in. Let's go this one. So it's kind of a maze, not dissimilar to Sonic Labyrinth we did a few weeks ago. Oh shit, and Booman's Bluff is back. Actually, I'm trying to remember. Because there's an enemy in Yoshi's story that's like that. Where'd he go? I'm trying to remember if... Hang on. Okay, I was gonna say, is he senses a sound like the one in Yoshi's story? And the answer is kind of. Although, generally speaking, you only saw Booman's Bluff in Bigger Boo's fort. There's like one hidden area where he is. This game said, yeah, we're gonna have a full group of them as far as this area. Also, yeah, I gotta go through this. So I am running a big risk, kind of going back and forth this way. Not hitting that checkpoint. The point where I'm gonna hit it when I get down there this time. And it's not something where you just drop down and forget. If you do that, you're gonna die. So, yeah, I gotta be careful. Ooh. I made it. Now I'm gonna take this now. Yeah, and Jean de Filet is back from the Impossible Maze. Whoa. Alright, let's... Yeah, I'll go this way. I think the up doors take you to the sections on each side of the stage. So in this case, we'll do this and then I can go back the other way. Okay, there we go. And for the other ones, I will Just go across and we set. Okay. I'm gonna wait. Set. Okay. I think that's all. I think that's everything here. I don't think I got anything missed. So you have to kind of retraverse this area and go from left to right as far as going on each side of this room, and then go through the other doors. I'm gonna go through every door that's not the one in the center now. And that's how you're getting 100%, but as I mentioned, I never got 100% on this. Maybe tonight we'll make history, we'll see. Okay, there he is. Yeah, I'll let him go. Okay, good. I just missed that. I was like right underneath him. Yeah, if Yoshi was even an inch higher than that, he'd have been shot, which would not have been good. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to the right. That's the door I came out of, so let's go this way. And it is a little bit of a puzzle on where we're going, because then it's... Right, because then what happens is that it gets to another room, and then we have to go through this to make more progress. Right, also you get the, this is the only time in gameplay, out of any version, that you get the intro music from the prologue in gameplay, outside of the prologue that you had. Right, okay. Also, I want to be careful about how I'm killing enemies here. There we go. Yeah, that's fine as far as I want to do. You want to bounce up there to get that. That might be the thing I missed when I was doing my tests. Right, there's Barney Bubble. We saw him sort of. Actually, I don't know if I gave indication that that was what he was called, A, and B, what he does. Basically, what he does, he shoots the bubbles out. You need to bounce off this, actually. So, again, something very creative, saying that I think you do this by accident, or I did it by accident when we were playing the Super Nintendo game. You just get him over. Come on. Come on, Barney Bubble. Let's go. I guess take on Barney Rubble from the Flintstones. There we go. You have to bounce that high enough in order to get up here. Okay, no, we're good. I think we're good for now. Right, I remember what we gotta do. Right, okay. This is a Chomp Rock section, and I have to be very specific on how I handle Chomp Rock. Particularly against, the Slugger over there. There's a key we need. Just let him go, and it'll smack it. Boom. There you go, and that hits this, and you use this to get the seed to grow the beanstalk. And yes, those are red coins over there, which... Question, it's still gonna be there, isn't it? Oh yeah, it is. Okay, never mind. Fuck what I just said. No, they're not red coins, but alright. I just want to get that in case they were, since there's the halfway ring on here. Boom, got it. Okay. Alright, we're gonna have to come back as far as this. We have to go from the left. Okay, and that takes us right here. So that's good. So we don't have to go through the, we don't have to go through the section with the, thorns again. In fact, based on how we have it, we don't have to go there ever again. Sorry, so we went through door 1 and door 2 as far as that, so we're gonna keep going and we'll go to door 3. Oh, here you go, right, because there's you get right, oh right, this is how you get to the end, I think. I don't, then in that case, I'm not going there yet. I think this does ultimately take you to the other side of the room. Yeah, okay, perfect, okay. Alright, that's the, what is it, the... Right, in order to get that over, I need to push this to the side. Flatten it out enough. Hit that. Oh, actually, wait a sec. I mean, does it matter for this? I mean, okay, let's hit it. Oh, right, it does matter because otherwise I can't push it over. Right, okay, so yeah, it did. Okay, never mind. Yeah, basically because I'm able to use that, which we only saw in Chomp Rock Zone. That's the only place you saw that on Super Nintendo. Basically put that there, and we're all set. And in this case, yeah, we'll get that set, and we'll play Beanstalk. Oh, right, I forgot. Right, the grinders are back. Well, actually, Gemini 96, I did not know this. I don't think I said this when we did Super Mario 64. Maybe I did. Apparently the grinders are related to Ukiki from that game. Apparently they're like the same case of like the monkeys across all the Mario games I was not aware of. In this case, just use the seeds, hit that, so they'll basically... get the set, or just say fucking bounce on them. Do I have a... Oh, I don't, but that's fine. I can figure that. I would just say I don't have enough stars for that, but I can... Yeah, I'll manage. Actually, maybe I won't have to. Oh, I have to life. Never mind. I guess I will. But that one's out of life. Oh, yeah, okay, that star's perfect. I just had to ask. Alright, so this is that big area that we went in. Oh shit, right, I forgot about that, right. Because yeah, since they're knocking back the seeds, those actually can hit you and hurt. Make sure there's nothing else I'm missing here. Now it's just that room, so yeah, I got everything in here, so we're set. So in that case, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go this side again. And then we'll go through the doors more. Just so I see if there's the pattern. Because I think it is a case where we basically just keep going across. So there's that, which we'll have to go to eventually with the key I got. There's that where we just came from. Okay, never mind. So it does go across. So in that case, we are going for the key direction because I got nothing else to run. I got everything else I can find. Unless I somehow missed something on the right side up at the top, I'm not going to take that. I'm not going to care right now. Because I think this is a one-way door, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it is. Right, okay. Yeah, because there's a chomp rock here that we need to... I need to balance across this. And I also need to, I guess, use my egg down there, because that's a pit. If I can get my aim down. There, I got it. Okay. Yeah, we're covering a lot of ground here, that's for sure. But alright, so now for this. I'm trying to remember. How do I get that? Well, first thing, since we're here and we have a mid-ring... no. It's not the chomp rock. Okay, I think this might be the one thing I didn't do. I think I didn't get this. Alright, let's get this. Okay, good. Okay, that's gonna hit off there, so that's not gonna do me any good. Oh, right. Okay, now I remember. Now I know exactly how to get this. Right, you have to take the... Oh, shit. Oh, crap. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, no, there's another one. Let's take him. You have to take him because he spits the seeds out. And so what you have to do is you have to time this and aim this specifically to shoot him upwards. He has to bounce there. You have to make sure that he's going that way, aiming to the left. And then press down, and he hits that. There you go. That's how you do it. First, wait, how do we do this? Okay, that's how. Yeah, we need a key there, but I'm not gonna do that now. Yeah, and since that's one of those, I don't want to take that trip down yet. Also for the key... Right, I think that's what happened. I didn't know where the key was. Hang on. Or where the key went. Because I don't know if I can get back here. Oh, wait. No. Now I remember. I have to... move the chomp rock over there. I have to hold it in the door. Right. And then come back with the key. And I don't think it responds if... No, it doesn't. Okay, good. Grab that, there we go. Right. You have to hold the door open, or you have to hold the flippers open. Again, something you don't have to do on Super Nintendo, but something you do in this game. But I do like... Shit, why am I doing that? There you go, because I do want to have something set so I can have those stars set, or die, again, just be fine with that. In this case, take advantage of the fact of how Baby Mario works. Instead... There we go. Whoa, shit. I might have messed that up. I don't know, I hit them all. I might have missed something. Dang, I think I can come back, but... Oh, wait, there's stars here. That's interesting. Here's Poochie again. Okay, Poochie, let's go. No, don't! Oh, careful. How am I doing on total? Not bad. I don't know if I missed coins I should have gotten going the other way, but I think I can circle my way back. I hope. Here's Poochie. Alright, bye-bye, Poochie. Yeah, he's looking at the camera. Hi. Right, that takes me here, and... Okay, I can go back, so I think I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna try and do that just to be safe. I think what happened is that I want to make sure that I didn't miss anything with Baby Mario. As I mentioned, take advantage of the fact you have the star, basically hitting that, and using that every time you do a run across. Oh, I did. Okay, so I have to do that. Because otherwise I'm gonna miss, and I'll get myself killed. And I think that was it. I don't think there's anything else on the line as far as how it is. So in that case, Poochie, take us home. I mean, as I said, I'm not going to promise 100% on this one, but I'll try. So in that case, I think we can keep going. But if I miss something, I can't go back and get it. All those levels are really, really long. In this case, yeah, we do need to use that trick again as far as using the watermelon seeds. You have to time this each part of this, so basically he hits the seeds up to hit the winged cloud. Like, yeah. I was gonna say, you're missing. There you go. Perfect. I'll get it. To get. Wait, is that. Okay, there's one more red coin. I don't think that's the last one. There's that. Okay, on flowers, I need 2 more. Yeah, we're almost there. Oh, we got it. Oh, right, I forgot. Okay, now I remember what I gotta do. I have to time it so that the slugger hits the green glove and hits him backwards like that. And go that way. Perfect, got it. Okay. And before I go over there, I want to make sure that there's not... Now, you... Crap! Yeah, we're gonna beat this one, though. I will not, stop till we do. In that case, I'd probably give an abbreviated look on, what is it? On Mario Brothers. Yeah, but if you mess up there, you have to also come up here and make sure you get him set this way. Basically, hit him from here. Turn around and, let me hit you. There you go. Perfect. Hey, how's my star situation looking? Okay, good. I was see how many do I have as far as going through all this. Oh no, grab that and make sure I don't get the Chomp Rock going too far, because if it does, I'm screwed. There you go. Okay. Yeah, not too bad. Honestly, the difficulty of these levels really is just 100%ing them. As far as going through, it's not too bad. And that one, they just give you barely enough time to get there, but as long as you just keep running and don't stop, it'll be good. Oh no! Okay, good, thank God. Though I think we'll be fine as far as how it is, and I got all the coins as it was, so yeah, that's not a red one on that. And in this case... Yeah, I can use the egg just to get those, so that's fine. Alright, so yeah, I don't have to worry on this one, and I don't think there was any... That's right, No, careful, Poochie. Did I have a magnifying glass? I do. So, why not? Let's use it. Okay, there aren't any. I just want to make sure that there weren't. Okay, perfect. I probably should have used that going through that, but I got all the coins, so I don't think I have anything else to prove. What's up there? Wife. Wait, there's something up there. Oh, there's another one. What is it? Yeah, may as well take a look and see what all the hidden wing clouds are. Yeah, that's one thing they don't tell you. They don't tell you that the magnifying glass reveals where they all are. Both on Super Nintendo and on this one. Oh, crap! now I'm okay as far as this. I'll figure on... You know, hold on. Are there enemies back here that I can hit with those things? No, there aren't. Okay. So I just have to... Well, let me get some... Alright, let me get rid of this, and then I'll do that. Because I don't need the seeds anymore. Just have that set. How many do I need? 24, 26... 28, 30, okay. Just do it, I don't care. Yeah, that's how you do it, basically. You basically throw the egg up into the ceiling and just keep using your tongue to hit it back as far as it, because then you get the red eggs for all the stars you need. Because it's 2 stars it gives you anytime you do a hit on it. Oh, right, I forgot. Shit, oh, whoa, and look at the game frame rate collapsing. Right, okay, that was right. Right, in that case, I went underneath the platform. Okay, whoa. Oh, he disappeared. Wait, did he disappear or he fall down? I'll look back on the video to see what happened. Crap. I mean, I could use the baseballs to get my way up. Or the eggs. Yeah, the camera's gonna scroll up now, right? Whoa! Alright, this is not how you're supposed to do this, I don't think, but I'm doing it anyway. Whoa. Yeah, that's not how I'm supposed to do it. I think that's near the end. I'm not going there yet. Whoa. You're supposed to take the platform to get up there. Actually, wait, maybe I have to. Okay, never mind. That's the end. I don't want to go there yet. So, oh, whoa. Now I'm bouncing while crouching. It's like Yoshi doesn't even want to look at the massacre. Alright, let's... Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I forgot about this part. So you just stop at that area, or stop over here. Whoa. And see what's on this edge. Good lord, this is insane. There's the last of the red coins. Let me get it, please, if you don't mind. Jesus Christ. Oh, I got it. Or somebody got it. Alright, I have to go up there. Oh, no, why am I using that? Okay, I don't want to. Whatever, I don't care. Crap. No. This is insane. Okay, there we go. You know what? I want to see something. I'm gonna put a save state down. Wait, hold on. I gotta hit A on this. Yeah, I'll do it here. I just see if I'm going the right way. Because there's one way up and there's another way up going the other way. Right, because they put you here. This is the end of the stage, except, yeah, but Kamek's here, shit, you know what, I'm telling you what, I'm gonna rewind. I wanna see if I can get 100% of this thing, I'm gonna do it. Yeah, so we're going to the first part of the game again. Except Kamek's here, causing us trouble. Okay, there's that. Except... I don't have enough, I don't think. Hang on. I'm almost there. I kind of want to take 100 on this one, so you know what I'm going to do? I am going to reload that save state. Because I'm going the right way. I have everything I need. So in that case, I'm going to hit everything I can hit with this, and then... Get rid of that. Yeah, they're going nuts, so I guess you have to go this way. Yeah, because I never 100%ed this, so I may as well just take advantage of that, because I just want to see. But I guess, Kamek's losing his touch. Because he's not coming directly where I am. And eventually he says, fuck this, I'm out of here. Sort of. So just stay out of his way and we'll be fine. There you go. So in this case... Oh shit, no! Okay, yeah, no more. I'm going 100% on this. There you go. Got it. That's 100. Let's go, let's go, let's go. You had to sort of cheat on it, but that's how you do it. So the only one I didn't show was on World 3. Hey everybody, Captain D-Trek here. I just finished Yoshi's Island for Game Boy Advance, getting 100% on World 6's secret level. I mentioned earlier that I didn't get 100% on Go-Go Morphing, the secret level in the Game Boy Advance version for World 3. Because I did 100% the last level, as far as that I never did before until we did the show, I figured I should have 100% record for everything. So what I did is I went back off screen, I went through Go-Go Morphing, and I did remember where the extra flower that I missed was on this. So I'll show you how to get it. Basically, you have to come here after you've done everything else, or before. But when you get here, get the mole tank power-up. And I'm basically going to go over there for the helicopter. I initially said, wait, there's no reason to do this, aside from getting those red coins you can use eggs for, but actually there is a purpose. And it is something that the Super Nintendo version does have you do optionally, although not with the helicopter. You actually have to go under the level in order to get the flower. Basically, you have to go under right here and make sure you don't go down too far to die. Basically, just go underneath that and hold up on D-pad the whole way as you go right. Come up here and get it. There you go. That is where it is. There's by here as far as the wall. That's you get it on Super Nintendo just to go into this in, I'm trying to remember what level it is. I think it's 2-3. What does Gusty taste like? They have you, as an optional thing, use the mole tank in order to go underneath the level to crawl across that in order to get a life, optionally speaking. You don't actually have to do it for that, but this game requires you to do it as far as getting 100% this way. So we're taking the car, having one more jaunt with the nice green car, and then we're going to get 100%. You're going to see the live 100% of the Game Boy Advance version, including by myself for the first time. Just keep going and go up on our hydraulics, and there is Yoshi set. Just to show you the idea, I do have 100% everywhere for that with my 999 lives, so let's go. Boom. There we go. I just figured we should do this as a complete case. I just, initially I said, okay, fine, I'm gonna skip it, but since I did get 100% on World 6, I said, okay, we're getting a full case now. That, and also I'm going to play the bonus stages this year, because why not? Well, something extra for the YouTube upload, and I always do provide those when there's a reason for it. In this case, I said, yeah, there's a reason for it, and I love this game so much, I guess I don't want to stop playing even after we finish this. But there you go, so that is 100%. There's the 10 points I was missing from World 3. We're set. Let's play the bonus game, see what it is. Oh, match cards again. Alright, so let's see if for the final jaunt of this, I can do matching. I'm actually going to try this time. Okay, so I do remember it's here. I don't want to take the Wing Cloud Maker because I want to hold that for 10 extra lives. In this case, I'm going to go for the green, or the green watermelon. I was going to say mushroom. No, that's something else. Now, I'm looking for the other thing for the magnifying glass. That's the one. I know the other one is over here. Oh shit, no, it's not. Okay, it's there. Never mind. Now, as far as the egg there, I believe the other one's over here. Yeah, it is. Okay, good. Or maybe I should match that. You know, fine, I don't care. It's either way. I'm gonna take the Wing Cloud Maker because I do know where it is. Now, let's see, what's here? That's the 10 star, I believe it's over here. There you go, and unfortunately, the blue watermelon is gonna be turned into lives as far as 10 up. There you go. There, Yoshi's doing the yay case as far as that. Awesome. Perfect. And it doesn't roll over the meter the way that the Super Nintendo game did. But there you go. There's 100% for World 3. That is 100% for everything in Yoshi's Island Super Mario Advance 3 for Game Boy Advance. That's perfect. I had to do that for the purpose of this game, and we're all set. As far as whether it gives you anything extra after you do that, aside from the star on the final screen, or as far as back on the main screen, it does. I've never seen this in my life before, but here we go. What an amazing job. You are the 52nd Yoshi to adventure on Yoshi's Island. Where does that 52nd come from? Alright, here we go. Get an exclusive cutscene. You have Green Yoshi coming here. So, alright, this is your incentive for getting 100% out of the Game Boy Advance version. The Super Nintendo version does not have anything like this. But I don't know why they say 52nd. I guess it's if you keep dying? I'll look into that. I'll have a edit below indicating what that's all about, because I've never seen this before in my life. There you go. But yeah, Baby Mario is gone. There you go. And there's Baby Bowser. Yeah, so he's like, yeah, the end as far as that. Okay, there you go. So that is Super Mario Advance 3, Yoshi's Island, everybody. It's kind of like a remix of sorts of... It has some motifs in this song, actually, of Isle Delfino from, or Delfino Plaza from Super Mario Sunshine. Which I guess makes sense, because Super Mario Sunshine had come out a little under a month before this. Well, sort of. It's not exactly the same. It's this part, basically. It's that element. Okay. There you go. That is the end, although the question is this a case where it keeps you on the screen? I guess we'll see. But okay, so there you go. In fact, in that case... See, it's funny, I was going to put this at the end of when I had everything set, as far as when I signed off the show. You know, maybe, I guess, in this case, it probably... I mean, I guess that could be a case of it. Yeah, I'll still do that. Yeah, well, in this case, it's not letting me reset, so, as I mentioned, on Game Boy Advance, when you do beat the game normally, it does let you have the case of being able to reset, but I'm still using the Super Nintendo controller, hitting every button on it, but not letting me do anything for this. So I guess what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to reset the game and show, as I mentioned, what I got. Number 52. As I said, I don't know what counts that. Maybe it is the case that, I guess, based on how many times you die, but I'll have an answer when I edit this. And there you go, as far as that, that's the end of it. Also, I guess I may as well show one more thing that I didn't show, just because it's on my mind. And that is one other difference when it comes to the map screen when you're just playing through the game itself. So I'm going to run through the intro level once more. Because going back to the map, because you have two maps in this one. Technically the world map as far as going across each, and then the one for each individual case. There is something a little different on Game Boy Advance, and this will be the complete work as far as that. And that's what I thought as far as it, after we did last night's show at the time of recording this. I said, I wasn't sure if I'd be able to finish World 6. That was going to be my stumbling block, but I think 100% as far as that secret level. So I said, I can go back and do it on 3, because I did do it on 3 off screen as far as it. The same case as far as passing on the next helpful Yoshi. That's another part of the translation. They did change a little bit from Super Nintendo. Yeah, they actually do show, I guess explicitly in this version compared to on Super Nintendo. They do emphasize the fact that Baby Luigi has been kidnapped, because actually on the Super Nintendo game, they don't explicitly state it's Baby Luigi. I guess they say he's looking for his brother. But in this case, you have that, and you do have, like, a crying Baby Luigi over there. With a voice sample that actually does sound more like how the Baby Mario cry on Super Nintendo sounded. Alright, so there you go. That is the full case of it as far as it. So I guess in that case, I will take you back to the show in progress, and also this will explain the thumbnail, because I think I'm going to take something from the thumbnail, or for the thumbnail of this upload from this. But again, thank you so much for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed our play of Yoshi's Island, and the little extra we got as far as finishing the show for this one. I'll see you next time, everybody. And I did it. It's just I missed a flower out of that. This is the one I didn't do, so there you go. That's 100%. Maybe not 100% legitimate, but that's how you do it. Except for the one flower out of the third one, that's 100% on all of them. And I did 100% out of all of them before. And actually, I think that does count then, as far as my total star count. And then the only thing I'm gonna show, I'm gonna limit this a little bit. I'm not gonna show a boss because we showed a boss already as far as both last time here. I'm gonna show this one because on Super Nintendo that loads for a while when you load it. It sort of did. Okay, but there's Brown Yoshi. I think that's really all I want to go to. And I do want to look at something as far as going to the map. Actually, wait a second. Hold on. Right, because I'm trying to quit out of the game. Yeah, because I did do everything. I don't know, let's... Alright, hit the B button. Because you go back to this map, which is unique for this, and then basically close the map out. So I got for 6 there, so actually that should cover... Oh, okay, it doesn't count for that, because it counts for 5 that I did on my practice, but then it's like the 6th one. But alright, there you go, that's all of it. And I'll go into Final Thoughts on Yoshi's Island at the end. I'll put something up for that on music. But I do want to show Mario Brothers. Yeah, this is a redo of the 1983 arcade game of Nintendo's. This was added to every one of the Super Mario Advance games. It's kind of a bit of a multiplayer version as far as this as well, which if you had one cartridge to play, you could have the multiplayer going across any of the Super Mario Advance games of any combination for up to 4 players. So, if I had Mario Advance 3 here, people could play with me if they didn't own it, but also they had the other Super Mario Advance games of 1, 2, and or 4. We could all link together and play the Mario Brothers arcade game with a head-to-head mode, as far as which I've actually never played. But outside of that, you'd get Super Mario Brothers, or Mario Brothers Classic, as far as it, which is kind of a rethink with enhanced graphics. And also the control set of Super Mario Brothers 2. And the controls are way better than some of the earlier versions, including the original arcade game and even the NES one, where it's slippery as anything. Understandably so. But they cleaned them up a bit as far as this. And when you play is, you hit the bottom as far as under the floor where the enemies are to stun them. You hit them, you pick up coins as far as points are concerned. And then kill enough enemies, you go on to the next stage. Simple as that, but it gets way harder as you go along. Also, if you're seeing me hit down in the D-pad like that, what that does is actually charge up the super jump the same way that Super Mario Bros. 2 did. And the reason they have this is because they introduced this in Super Mario Advance, and they said, let's just put this in every other one. But it does give you a higher jump as far as it is a nice flourish. As far as a bit of a preview when we get to Super Mario Advance. Which I think that'll be one of the ways we show Super Mario Bros. 2 US, but I think we probably should show every one. Crap. Okay, good. And if you hit once as far as getting hurt, you die. The other thing you also do is hit the power block, and when there's enemies on the screen, they're on the floor, they will be stunned. You get a bonus stage every so often. We get coins to collect, and a nice snowy atmosphere outside. It's simple but addictive as far as how this is, and I have played through this quite a bit, or tried to. But as you go along, it gets way, way harder. If you get all of the coins here, you get a perfect bonus. And then we're going to the lava area. With this nice, peppy remix of the Super Mario Brothers Underground theme. As we had the Spinies on the last couple of stages, this time you have the Sidesteppers. They're the crabs. They take 2 hits to knock down, so you have to be very specific on how they go. And you also do get a chain bonus if you kill multiples in one quick succession. But if I say, hey, I don't want to deal with them, they'll go down to the pipe at the bottom and they'll come out. But also now they do mix up other cases. And if you want to get stuff going on... crap. Also, since I knocked down that Spiny, he came back up because I didn't kill him, he will go faster. Also in this platform for a few seconds, which means that you can kind of manage stuff as things go along. But there are a lot of enemies, so you don't want to let the enemies get piled up. Because otherwise it'll be overwhelming. Oh no. But the last one, right, and when you're down the last enemy, it's gonna be blue. That'll go really fast. Particularly with the Sidesteppers, because they go faster in the second hit anyway, so yeah, it's not. Yeah, you saw that right there. I had to time that specifically in order to get them. And basically, I'll go to game over on this one, and then I think that's going to be the end. But as you get the buzzies, those are the little flies. Whoa, shit! And it is Charles Martinet voicing Mario, just to go on that. In their case, they bounce around, you have to time it by hitting them when they hit the ground. But also they fly far, so you have to be careful on that too. I also want to show chaining, getting one of them as far as how it is. Whoop. Yeah, you're wondering what killed me. He was over there and he got up. Channel experience on Super Mario, or I hate Super Mario Brothers. It's not, it's Mario Brothers. It came for Super Mario Brothers. As far as this arcade game, my experience actually is with the advanced versions here. That, and also the minigame in the 2-player mode of Super Mario Bros. 3. There you go. Right, there you go, because if you do get them quick as far as that, you get bonus points as far as getting a chain going on. And that's how you want to go if you're getting going for high scores. Also time it specifically to get rid of the fire. Whoop. There you go. Whoa. Actually, there's one thing I do want to show. I want to try and see if I can get far enough to get this. I think it's on the next set of levels. Yeah, it is. You're seeing here, yeah, because we have the floor here is icy. There is an enemy here that I do want to give mention to. You also hit the POW block, by the way, for the purpose of knocking enemies down, but you also stand above it and pick it up, which I think is unique to this advanced edition of it. Okay, so you're back with the Spinies, but there's one thing I do want to look for, which is there is an enemy that comes out of the pipe. Or pops out just in general. Actually, one, oh, right there, Freezy. I want to let him go. Yeah, he goes there and he gets the, crap. He makes the, floor icy as far as that. And if you're not careful, basically he gets the whole place going crazy. In that case, it is slippery, kind of the same way the original arcade game and NES game are. Although, honestly, I think the controls are way better as far as this Game Boy Advance game. They basically took the arcade game, because I do like the arcade game, it's a fun time. But honestly, the fact that it's really slippery, I think is a bit of a liability. So the fact that they gave it a bit more of a modern control set as far as how the Mario physics, the later Mario physics worked, I think is to its benefit. Not that it's not playable the old way, but it's better to play the newer way. But it doesn't feel like it's sacrificing the specificity that went with the original game. Or it seems like, oh yeah, giving it better controls is like an insult or something. And clearly Nintendo, I guess, liked this concept. I guess gamers did, because even in a lot of the Mario Advance games that I've played, every so often I'll just put this in. I'll say, hey, let's have a fun time with this. It's kind of a simple time waster, but also something that, yeah, it is pretty addictive. And it was clever, I think, of Nintendo to say that, hey, you know, we can use this as a case of kind of exposing people to this kind of underrated game. Because honestly, it's one of those things that I didn't really have much of a familiarity with this game either. Even the point of me initially thinking growing up, I don't think I mentioned this when we played Super Mario Brothers, think like, oh yeah, that's the beginning of Mario, but then realizing later, no, it wasn't, because this game existed in 1983, 2 years before, in the Donkey Kong, where Mario was there, and also in Donkey Kong Jr., where Mario was the villain. And if you get through all the screens, the idea is that you kill Mario and you basically have the franchise. Because the idea that he kidnaps Donkey Kong, and then his son is to come by and basically knock Mario off the girder, he falls down, and he does show him dead on the ground with like the angel's halo over him. But in that case, I'm frozen, so I'm dead. And as far as this, you get one continue, that's it. I'm not gonna continue, I think that's gonna be a good case of it. In fact, there is Mario with the halo right there. Perfect timing, as far as that. And I got to phase 11. You can get pretty far. I think the furthest I got was like phase 27. It can get pretty nuts when you get up that high. And just to go into one other thing, I don't think I can really show this. The multiplayer, because yeah, and on Switch Online you can do this. You can get a case of saying, hey, if you have multiple links of consoles as far as that, you can do the multiplayer, and it does act like it's multi-cart mode, so you actually don't do the single cartridge version. Basically, it assumes everybody has it, is the idea. Okay, so we're basically almost done. The one thing I want to check, just because I'm reminded of it now, as I'll also give my final thoughts, but I'm going to go back to the Super Nintendo game, and the reason I'm going to do that is I want to check that thing on Salvo, the slimes thing, as far as the level, because I was asking myself that earlier. And then I'll put up some music as far as this to end and have my final thoughts as far as Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island. And Yoshi's Island Super Mario Advance 3. Alright, so a long time ago, we got that set. I think about how I want to end that on the music. I'll think about it. But just to give a sense, this is looking back at Super Nintendo now. Just out with the slimes level, I just want to see something quick. And then I'll think about what's a good place to end on music. I mean, it could be the intro again, but I ended the last part that way, so I want to come up with something unique, a bit different on that. Actually, you know, I know what I can do. One thing I didn't do, which is show the intro of the Game Boy Advance version. I know I'll end. I'll end on the idea of the Yoshis all together. Okay! Alright, so I wasn't going crazy. The Game Boy Advance version did add an extra room as far as that in-between where you can get more eggs. And actually, one thing I also want to look at then. Okay, so, alright, okay, that makes sense then, alright. I thought I was going nuts. I said, wait. I went in between and I said, wait, there's a room that's extra in this level. Basically, right above here, there's like an area run through that takes you over to this pipe, and then there's a room on the bottom where there's a pipe there where you're able to get enemies. As far as basically getting your eggs restocked. So, alright, they did add an extra section on Game Boy Advance, and there might be other cases as far as that. But, okay. Alright, so yeah, that was that idea. So let me think about this. Yeah, right. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back here. I'm gonna boot the Game Boy Advance version up. I'm gonna start a new game, and I think I'll end on the Yoshis in the forest as far as that. I think that's gonna be the way I want to go. Also, because I didn't show the intro as far as the start of this. And I showed that before. We have 2 clear files. Let's go to the new one. Yeah, I want to end here. This is the music I want to end. Okay. Yeah, welcome to Yoshi's Island, a paradise where all Yoshis live. They're not uproar for the baby that fell from the sky. Well, I don't know if I'm going to get a good shot of the Yoshis, so I don't know if maybe this is not a good idea. Yeah, because he's kind of blocking. At least I do love this music. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of torn on how I handle this. Yeah, I'm trying to think about this. How do I want to do it? Well, I mean, that or I can do the other thing, which is basically ending on what we're going to see next is Yoshi's story. I could do that. Let me think about this. Yeah, because we're at the end of the show. It's one of those weird cases of saying, like, how do I want to end this? I was looking at the Game Boy Advance line as far as what did they add recently. The last things they added on this that we didn't talk about before were actually 2 from Namco. Klonoa Empire of Dreams and Mr. Driller 2. Which has voice acting. It's like, wait, this does? I couldn't believe that. Like, the intro of this game is fully voice acting. It's on Game Boy Advance, but yes, it is. Yeah, it's good stuff. I think I'm gonna load up the Super Nintendo version. I think I'm gonna go just to the first level. I'm just trying to think, like, what's good music to talk over and what's a good piece of music for this that would go with this well. Because I could do the intro again, but I did that a couple times as far as how it is. It's more just a case of saying, like, how do I want to position this as far as the end of this? Okay, so let's just pull this up. I'll see. Yeah, let's just go to 1. I think that'll be nice. Okay, so as far as I end this. Okay, so we'll go back to make eggs, throw eggs. Alright, there you go. That is... Yeah, let's get ourselves in the nice flower field. Let's have the chatterbox going on there. Nice visual metaphor as far as myself. Also, I'll hold the controller in my hand just to make sure I have a sense of, well, you know what, making sure that, you know, it doesn't go dim after too much time, because it's probably gonna, based on how I go. Okay, so, there you go. That is Yoshi's Island, ladies and gentlemen. The whole game for both versions. Also, he's getting him a shot. Sorry, you gotta go. But anyway, I love this game. Let's go on final thoughts on this one. My final thoughts are, I grew up playing this game about 30 years ago. It's a case where it was a bit different than I was expecting, I guess given the name of Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island. But I loved what it was. I loved how it gave Yoshi a place in the spotlight as far as a platforming adventure. The first of many, as it was. But also showed a depth and complexity and also a unique look at Mario platforming that said, you know what, we don't have to have Mario as far as the playable character. He's just on the side here, but he's here as far as the idea. And also give Yoshi an identity of his own. And also these games that feel that you always kind of expected and got an interesting case of whenever a new Yoshi game came around, whether you liked it or not. The case of you always expect something cute and colorful and also something that has a lot of artistry to itself in terms of what it's doing. In the case of this game, it looks like it's pretty much hand-drawn, you know, art as far as how it goes. With the next game in the franchise we're going to touch, that being Yoshi's Story, it's kind of like a papier-mâché case, like a pop-up book. And then with Yoshi's Island DS, it kind of was going this direction again. Topsy-Turvy was kind of that way as well as with Yoshi's Story. Touch and Go was this way. And then when Goodfield got their hands on it in particular, that's when the artistic perspective really started to shine through even more, in more of a unique way than even we already had, with the Yoshi's Woolly World, which got Wii U and 3DS versions, where it's basically all yarn as far as it's, so Yarn Yoshi. And then like Crafted World, which was Crafted Yoshi as far as how it is. And the next stop on Yoshi as far as new game is going to be Yoshi and the Mysterious Book, which is coming out on the Switch 2 sometime this year. They said this spring. I don't know, we're getting close to the spring. We haven't really heard much about it since they announced it back in September. So I don't know if that makes this spring. Maybe it comes out later. But I think the next time we get a Nintendo Direct, I think we get a sense of what's going to go on with that, I think. Because I'm looking forward to the next adventure of Yoshi, and for the time being, I love Yoshi's Island for Super Nintendo. I'll start there. And if you've never played this game before, if you have a Switch 1 or Switch 2, it is on Nintendo Switch Online. If you have the base subscription for $20 a year or the expansion pack for $50 a year, you're going to be able to play this game and you're going to have a great time as far as how it is. It's also not expensive on Super Nintendo, really, because it sold really well. So it's about $25, $30. People want the game because it's great. And I got on Super Nintendo as well. I remember buying that actually in early 1996, about this time. So yeah, it's 30 years since I bought the game, and I absolutely did not regret my purchase. I had a great time with it back then, and I still do now. And it's a game that means so much to me as far as how much fun it is, how it gets difficult, but it also is manageable as you go along. It is absolutely beautiful in terms of how it looks. The music is terrific. It plays terrifically. And it does give a perspective, I guess, of an innocence of this franchise. Kind of takes you back maybe to your own childhood a little bit. Back then, I was a child, so in that case, I didn't really give that much thought to it that way. But now looking at it 30 years later, it is something that it does have that nice perspective. We said earlier on, almost this case of a great lullaby, as far as like the way the music goes, certainly, but also just maybe the game itself being this kind of lovely and comforting kind of thing. But also, it has it where it counts from the gameplay perspective, and it can be hardcore. And even nowadays, as far as myself, it's something where I can get really tense when it comes to certain things, like when those fly guys with the red coins are going to fly away. I'm like, oh, I'm going to definitely be letting some adult words fly as far as that as it is. But as I said, if you want to play this game, Super Nintendo, it is on Switch Online here. As far as other ports of it, it is on the Super Nintendo Classic Edition unit. They don't make that unit anymore as far as it being printed. So you probably have to go on eBay, find it for about, I guess, $100-something. There are a lot of games in there that are worth a lot of money and are also really good. So if you don't have one of those units, it might be worth picking one of those up for. Not just for this game, for a lot of other stuff. And then as far as I think that's all the ports of this. Yeah, that's all the ports, because they didn't put this on Wii Virtual Console and Wii U, even though they're shut down. So they wouldn't have factored anyway, as far as it. So Game Boy Advance is concerned, Yoshi's Island for Game Boy Advance is a really good recreation of the Super Nintendo game. It definitely has some concessions with stuff for frame rate, and the screen size is a little smaller, but they did design it smartly for the portable unit. It still looks, sounds, and plays great. And it also has extra content that give it a lot of life and really make you rethink everything you knew about Yoshi's Island. And as someone who adores this game so much and thinks that when it comes to them really going after this game, saying, let's repeat the success of this, I think it peaked with this as far as that. As far as the Yoshi games, I would not necessarily say that they peaked with this game, but there is something very special about this one that's maybe because of the first, but also something about this one that maybe you can't put in a box with some of the others, and especially the attempts to go to this one the closest. Those being in particular Yoshi's Island, DS, and New Island, I would say. And Touch and Go is a bit different because of gameplay style, I think. The other two, I think, really fit as far as that idea of saying they kind of tried to go after this again. It didn't quite work as far as it feeling the same, even though it kind of had the beats going. But not necessarily bad games outside of the insult that is the beginning of Yoshi's New Island, which the fact that it's going after this game and saying this ending doesn't count, I have a big problem with that. But that being said, we'll get to those when we get to those eventually. As far as our next stop on the Yoshi's Island train, or the Yoshi platforming train, it's going to be Yoshi's Story for Nintendo 64. As mentioned earlier, Gemini 96, I'm letting him have this one in particular, and we're going to be running the Wii U version. We'll be playing through the game as far as the story mode. He'll run it once, I'll run it once, and I'll basically say, chat, your choice, where are we going in direction, and I'll go wherever you want. And then we'll have the trial mode with every level unlocked, and we'll show them off. I don't know if that's going to be one show. I don't think it is. I think that's going to be more than one, just to go into that as is. But that's going to be the thought as far as when that is. I don't know when we get to that one, but we will get to it. And I'm looking forward to when we get to that in particular. Next time we see Yoshi on the show, I think it's probably going to do our second chance of Tetris Attack for Super Nintendo, which does take a lot from Yoshi's Island as far as its graphics, and it is a wonderful puzzle game. Perhaps the best on the Super Nintendo, maybe the best ever. It's that good a game. As we indicated when we played it years ago, but I think for its 30th anniversary, we got to celebrate it again, and with enhanced tech, and we'll definitely do that for sure at some date. I'm thinking December. I think that's when we're going to go. I know it's far out, but I think we're going to have our annual Tetris show for that. I know we have Tetris Effect Connected that we're doing a scoping session of, and Gemini 96, I know you called dibs on that one. But we'll figure when we're going to do that. I think we'll do that before December, just to get a sense of that, I think. But we'll figure. And of course, you also have Bloodborne for PlayStation 4 on your docket coming up as well. I just want to see also on my list, as far as what we got going in the schedule, if there's any indication right now of when we're seeing Yoshi again. I guess it's going to be a Tetris Attack, I guess. But Yoshi, he will return, and definitely looking forward to that for sure. And I had such a wonderful time playing this game as my gift to myself for it, as I do every December, as far as how that is. As far as what the next one's going to be, I don't know. That's also going to be... That's going to depend on a couple things. There's RB Super again playing Dynasty Warriors Origins for Switch 2. Because we saw him earlier, as far as that. Yeah, the schedule is a bit subject to change a little bit. But given that we're going to have Bloodborne running by then, is the thought. Was it subject to change still? That's initially the thought. I have the scoping session specific for that month, and we have Tetris Attack. I might use Tetris Attack as that. It also depends if Crusader 64 will start a Kodelka for the PlayStation by then, or if I have to get a case of it, I'll push into January of next year for something. I did say Rhapsody Musical Venture for PlayStation, which I don't know. I do want to do that game. I've said it so many times. I don't know if I want that to be the next one. It might be, but I'll figure that. That's going to be a ways down the road. But as far as what we have for the next couple of weeks and months, we'll go into that. And before I go to that, I just remember one thing. Game of Advance game. Great translation of this game in particular, and the extra content makes it totally worth your money. It's on Game Boy Advance. I'm seeing like $25-30 as well. It's also available on this via the Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack. You do need a $50 subscription a year thing in order to play that version, but it's totally worth it. It's not a wasted release as far as on that. As far as other places it was, because I didn't actually mention that. It was on Wii U's Virtual Console, the first time they actually re-released Yoshi's Island at all. And then also, technically the first time they actually re-released it was on 3DS. Technically, Yoshi's Island from Yoshi's Island from Game Boy Advance is on 3DS because it was part of the Nintendo Ambassador Program. Because when the 3DS came out in 2011, they priced it $250. It was doing really badly as far as remember, there was a period where the 3DS was looking like it was going to fail. It was going to be like Virtual Boy, which we talked about tonight, and what that's going to look like for our perspective of looking at Virtual Boy on the show. We're going to have to be a little creative as far as how that's going, unfortunately. I wish I could have streamed as far as the way that the Switch Online went, as far as it, but just wanted to give an indication as far as that. But because the 3DS was doing as badly as it did at the time, Nintendo took a drastic measure of cutting the price by $80, and for the people who adopted the console early, they said, look, we know you're thinking you got screwed because less than 6 months after the console came out, we're cutting the price massively to save it, which they did end up saving it. But they said, we're going to give you 20 free games for your trouble, so we're going to give you 10 downloadable games from NES and 10 downloadable games from Game Boy Advance that were never made available as far as the Game Boy Advance stuff on 3DS's eShop, believe it or not. And Yoshi's Island for Game Boy Advance was one of those. But nowadays, the way you're getting this is either Game Boy Advance cartridge itself or Switch Online as far as it is, and I would recommend it highly. And it's some nice stuff that if you love Yoshi's Island like I do, you gotta get both of them. Absolutely. But with that, there you go. We can now go into schedule. I just have to remember that part of it, but either way, I had a great time playing Yoshi's Island both ways tonight. Mostly Game Boy Advance, but having a great time, as is the case. And look at Mario Brothers as far as a little bit of an indication as well. So I think with that, let's go into schedule. Next week is going to be a Saturday show that's going to be on March 7th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're doing another scoping session. I know we did one last week, but based on how the schedule is going, I said, I'm going to fast track this one as it is. We're going to be doing Kingdom Hearts Rechain of Memories. We're going to use the Xbox One port of that within the Kingdom Hearts 1.5 HD release. I think that's the name of it. Whatever the collection that's on that, we'll get into that as far as next. No, it's a 1.5 plus 2.5 HD. That's the name of the release I have. It's going to be our first look at this game, which is a bit different than how Kingdom Hearts 1 was. We had a great time playing Kingdom Hearts 1 years ago, but I know we got to come back to that franchise. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a first look at it, see what's going on with Sora, not Mickey, we're looking for Mickey, and Riku in particular. But Sora, Goofy, and Donald, they're saying, hey, that letter from Pluto, from King Mickey, maybe we'll lead it to him. We're going to get an answer where that's going to take us, and also get a little bit of a prelude of what's going to be a very long journey when we get to that game. And also understanding the idea of us going back into perspectives of our play of the first one, and also running with a deck building case. So it is cards. We haven't really done stuff with card gaming like that before, but it's not exactly the way it goes, which can be a good or bad thing depending how it goes. I'm not as familiar with this as some other cases as far as this franchise. I played it a bit, but it's a case where I want to get a sense of what this is going to look like and basically just prep ourselves for when we get to that eventually. But it's going to be quite a long haul because we have to play through the game twice, and it's going to be... Yeah, that it might be longer than Shadow Hearts Covenant, depending how it goes, but we'll figure that as it goes. But we're going to take a first look at it next week, and I'm definitely looking forward to doing that. Week after that is going to be on March 14th. It's going to be for Looney Tunes B-Ball for Super Nintendo. An underrated basketball game, very much like NBA Jam, but with Looney Tunes and with some neat features to itself and a nice style that definitely feels like the Enterprise, and it's a really fun basketball game whether you like sports games or not. Dolly Finn in our chat is going to be joining us for that one, and we're definitely looking forward to playing that. We'll have a lot of fun as far as what's going to be mostly a sports month in a weird way. And the week after that, for March 21st, as far as how it is going to be for Snowboard Kids for Nintendo 64. This is an underrated ditty from the N64 early in its life, or semi-early in its life. It's kind of like Mario Kart if it was a snowboarding game, but that's selling it short because there's a lot more going on with that game that's very unique. And it kind of carved a little bit of a niche out for itself, sort of. It has a couple games of itself. There's a sequel at some point, which we'll do. There's a DS game, which I don't have a way to show, and I don't own it. I think the price of that's gone up. And there is a PlayStation 1 version of the original that we're going to be looking at the N64 version of, but that PlayStation 1 version only came out in Japan. So it's Nintendo 64 all the way, baby, as far as this one. We're going to have our perspective of one last hit of winter, depending on where you're at. You're like, oh god, I want winter to end already. But just one more shot for this really fun, kind of arcadey style snowboarding game with some nice wacky perspectives, and yeah, another shot of Atlas. I think it's been a while since we played a game of this. Actually, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about this, I was gonna say we didn't play anything by them, but that's not true. I think the last time we played something by them was Bomberman World for the PlayStation, and that was a while ago. But it's a nice one, and it's, when you think of underrated games on Nintendo 64, that's one that springs to mind, and it's one that I'm looking forward to showing. Then a week after that, this may be a Friday show. I don't know. We're going to look at World Series Baseball for Sega Genesis. This is a legendary baseball title from Sega and Blue Sky Software that is more realistic of a game, but as was often the case of sports games of that era, especially on Sega Genesis, which is definitely kind of a big case of sports games. I think it's about time we give them their due, especially on that console, we give them their due. It's a lot of fun in case of being able to just kind of pick it up and have a good time enjoying the sports talk announcing case, because it's a follow-up of sorts of sports talk baseball, which has this nice pick-em-play immediacy, but also a lot of extra details and statistics going on that'll be good if you love baseball. And it's a lot of fun, and I'm definitely looking forward to showing that as far as our first look at baseball on the show. And with a nice Genesis style. That might be Friday because I'm talking with Gemini... No, not Gemini 96. We are talking as far as future shows that you have. That's true. But I'm talking with Crusader 64, Chasm 22, and AG42 because we're going to be recording something for a weekend in June that we're not going to be here. I'm going out a little later, but that's something we're working on getting that set. We might do the recording there. That can be an off-screen thing, but we'll have our on-screen show. It'll either be on Friday of March 27th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or be on the 28th. I don't know. I'll update you in the next couple of weeks as far as what that's looking like. And then in April, we're going to look at Actually, as I'm gonna make it happen, 2 April Fool's Day cases, but we are having 2 separate shows. The first was gonna be something I was asked for. That's Digimon Racing for Game Boy Advance. We got another Game Boy Advance case going on. It's a car racing game based on the famous anime, and it's a case we've talked Digimon before. I know Reese the Worthing Doge loves Digimon. There's a lot of people come in the chat and said they really like Digimon of certain things. And also, this game's come up a couple times, kind of in like a joking case, saying like, you want to laugh, saying a Digimon kart racing game. But I said, well, let's take a look at it. Maybe it's a question of what we do for our April Fool's Day shows, and saying, let's take a look at a game. It's a question of a game that's either not very good, or maybe it's worth a laugh, and maybe a question of, is it good or not? And you know what? Maybe Digimon Racing is going to be a surprise. I mean, it is to me so far. It's from Kryptonite Games, who developed it, and it's got some interesting stuff. And someone who does not know Digimon that well, admittingly, I was more a Pokemon person, but still, as far as what I can tell, it seems like it's kind of capturing the feel of it pretty well, with some interesting tech that I was not expecting to see on this game. And there's some interesting stuff. The way it's going to work as far as the scope is, I was not sure about this until a week or so ago. I'm going to be unlocking basically everything off screen to show as far as how they going through the cups, which is still have some stuff to do. But it's a pretty manageable and fun time. It has a couple flaws to itself, we'll get to that later, but I think you might be surprised. Because you might think, like, Digimon as a kart racing game, you might want to laugh, but I don't know, maybe it's a better case than you think. And we're going to give it a look, and it's so much of a case where it might be better than you think. I said, if you're coming here for the April Fool's Day show and saying, like, well, you're going to be shortchanged a bad game, although even the other time we had a case where it was debatably good or bad was Justice League Task Force for Super Nintendo. That's a case where I know people who hate that game, but I also know people who kind of like it. People think it's okay. So that's something where it covers enough of a range there. It's like, all right, depending on your own, I might look at that and say, I don't like that game. Or Pacer would say, actually, it's got some nice values. And I think I'm in the nice values case. At least the Super Nintendo, I would say, in particular, where we played it. But that being said, I said, well, if I'm shortchanging a show for like a bad case, I said, let's do something I wanted to do. I was tempted to do this for a compilation show, but I said, you know what? I don't know if I want to do it that way. So I think what I'll do is I'll have a second show as far as that. I think I'll do that the week after. It's going to be for the Sega Smash Pack Volume 1 for the Dreamcast. Now, this is a case of a game that is bad. It's a classic game compilation that's bad. But on the surface, you'd think it would be great. Because it is a release that came out on the Dreamcast, and initially was bundled with the console, basically after Sega had announced the console was finished and they were leaving the hardware market, pretty much. But they said, okay, so for new Dreamcast consoles, they were selling it with this game, which is a classic game compilation that comes with 10 Sega Genesis games on it, one of which was making its debut in the United States, and actually, to this day, is the only port of the Mega Drive version, that being of Wrestle War. But there are other games on it. There's Sonic the Hedgehog, Golden Axe, Shining Force, Streets of Rage 2, Columns, Revenge of Shinobi, Altered Beast, Phantasy Star 2, and Vector Man. You're thinking, what are we doing playing this? These are good games. Yeah, they are good games. They're emulated horribly in this collection, though. So, at that case, I said, alright, we're gonna have to get a sense of that. And you're like thinking with tonight's show, like, hey, maybe the sound as far as Yoshi's on the Game Boy Advance was a little, I don't know, high-pitched, maybe whiny. I didn't necessarily think it is. I think it's pretty damn close to what we're hearing on Super Nintendo here. You'll be begging for this again if you're like, hey, you're not liking the Game Boy Advance sound, because, good lord, these games sound awful, and they're emulated badly. Having said that, there are 2 games that are not Genesis games that are on this, that are actually emulated pretty decently, because they're not Genesis games, I guess, as far as it. And one's not an emulation. One's a game that made its rounds as far as on the Dreamcast, in a unique way as far as they distributed it, and another one that's an arcade port, and probably the best version of it that's available in the home. Maybe, sort of. I'll leave you in the dark on those as far as what they are. But we're gonna have a look over that collection. We'll do the same thing we do with the compilation shows. We'll take a look at each game for a couple minutes, and then we'll go into it. And and I'll also apologize in advance for how your ears are gonna sound. Like, what do they do to this? As far as like, we'll talk about it. We'll have a good time that way. It'll be fun. And if nothing else, it'll also make you appreciate these games even more, except for 2 of them, which actually are pretty good. And actually, in that case, this collection might be worth buying for those 2. We'll get to that eventually as far as how that goes. Also, as far as in April, we're coming back to Kirby. We're going to be playing Kirby's Dream Course for Super Nintendo. This is a game we previewed a couple years ago, but it's one I want to come back to Kirby. It's been a while. I'm not ready to do Kirby's Adventure, because that's a game that's pretty hard, and I'm not as familiar with the latter half of it, and I do want to get myself set of it. I've actually never beaten it myself. We've talked about it on the show before, but I want to get a sense of what that's going to look like. So we're doing Kirby's Dream Course, kind of a bit of a golf game, kind of a billiards game, sorts of Kirby. He's also my debut to Kirby, as far as me understanding who he is. The first one I ever played. So I want to give a look at that. And then for our scoping session that month is going to be for Okami for the PlayStation 2. This is one of my favorite games on the PS2. It might be my favorite game on the PS2. And it's something that came out 20 years ago. You bet I'm celebrating its 20th anniversary this year in the spring coming up. That's absolutely going to be a good one to show it off for. And well, I'll get our perspective of what this is going to look like. As far as a scoping session idea, I think I know what I want to do with it, but it's also a case where I kind of want to give it a fresh look in my mind to get that going when we come to this game, because it's a wonderful game. As it is also the case of a game that the reason I have my semi-misgivings on The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess is because of this game. And if you never played Okami, you're in for a treat. I will definitely say that, and we're going to look at it originally as it came out, that being on the PlayStation 2, that they ported a bunch of the place, and we'll get to that when we get there. And then I gotta figure a couple things as far as open shows for the last one in April. Then in May, I have some ideas of what I'm doing on my scoping session, but I don't know. May's mostly open, so that's going to be a little subject to change or figure out what are we doing. But I'll look through. We'll have a viewer request as far as across those. I might take the scoping session that month as one of those. I'll also talk with the guests as far as how it is, because I know chat wanted to see Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. I do want to do a preview on that one. And I know Edwack and Nikki, they said we would want to not be involved with the full play of this, but if I am going to do one show, maybe they'd want to do that. I'll talk with them as far as that. I'm also figuring as far as Persona 3 FES, because Electverse in chat last week said that he's going to give us the idea of when he knows he'll be around for that, because he loves that game. And I was like, yeah, absolutely. We'll figure it. Having said that, I also will talk to Chasm22, because he expressed some interest, sort of being on the scoping session for that when we get there. Don't know when. And for our actual compilation show for this year, it's going to be in May. It's going to be Midway Echo Treasures 3 for the GameCube. That being said, it doesn't have a whole lot of games in it. So as a unique case, I'm turning it into a showcase on top of a classic game compilation look. So we're going to take a look at a bunch of arcade ports of Midways that are on Nintendo 64. I think they'll go in pretty well. And also maybe give a look of games that maybe they could have emulated for that collection, or actually, as Digital Eclipse has come out and said, they wouldn't have been able to. Like Mortal Kombat 4. That's going to be one of the games I'm going to toss in. But even with the Mortal Kombat Legacy collection, they said we had a hell of a time trying to emulate this as far as for that collection. To the point where they're trying to figure it out so late in development that they said when it came to Switch 1 and 2, yeah, they are physical versions, but technically Mortal Kombat 4 is not on the card as far as it. And a lot of people were kind of upset when they came out later and said, oh, by the way, that's not the case. I don't know if they've done another revision where they put it on the card as far as the patch that added it. But that being said, case where they had to try and figure some weird stuff as far as how to emulate that and other stuff as far as what Digital Eclipse has going for a bunch of this stuff. But that's going to be what that's looking like in June. The only thing I know for sure is June 20th, we're going to be doing Cool Spot for Sega Genesis. We're kicking off summer strong. That is one of the best summer games ever. And a case of thinking, well, a game based on Spot, 7-Up mascot, how good could it be? Very. That's how good it can be. And I'm looking forward to playing that. That's also going to be a review request that month for AG42. Then the week after that, we're going to be off for Too Many Games. And my thought is, or this is going to, I think it's not going to be a thought. It's going to be happening. It's just we got to figure when we're recording this. Because I'm talking with Chasm22 and Crusader64 and AG42. They love Final Fantasy XIV. I'm doing a scoping session of that this year, going totally blind. But to make sure we can hit the ground running when we get there for that live program, I said, I have to figure the setup of the game. They said that's the first boss of the game. Understanding the interface, getting everything set the way you want it to, and basically doing your free account setup. And I don't want to do that live on screen as far as for fears of personal information, because we had cases of that going on, so like having to be concerned that way. So I said, all right, what do we do an off-screen show? I know initially AJ42 said, I don't know if it's going to be interesting just watching you doing the setup on this. Like, well, no, it's going to be interesting, hilarious, because we're going to be talking over the idea of how this is. And also, those three men, they love Final Fantasy XIV so much. They talked about it a lot when they've been on the show. As far as I said, we got to do this. I want to do this so much. And they know when I say we're going to do something for the show, and they think, you're crazy, there's no way you can get this going. It's like, no, I mean it. We're going to do it. I'm that committed as far as this, and that's the idea. That's how much I love gaming. So in that case, we're going to have that as an off-screen case that weekend we're out. And as far as all the stuff, it's a little up in the air. The stuff I said, I think at one point that maybe I do this year that I was kind of figuring. I'm going to figure as far as some of those things, I'm going to be able to hold them or do them, like Radiant Silver Gun. I know I owe the Bull 420 Blaze at that. I want to make sure also I can do those games right. So if it's a case where I might have to push them back, I might have to push them back. But as I said, well, if nothing else, I'm not forgetting the view requests. I'm not forgetting any of that stuff. I do have to figure out what that's going to be, because if I have to push the game back to make sure that I get it to you the best way, especially with something I'm not as familiar with, I'm going to do that. I'll say this. I might have to make you wait for certain things on the show that you want to see, but I promise when you get to that point, and we get to the point of doing it, even if it's just like a preview program, the stuff we've done like with Blaze Blue last week, which that was the case, that was many years in the making to get that happening, you're not going to regret it. I promise I will make sure that you will come out of that and say, oh yeah, I had a great time and it was worth the wait. Even if it's the case where that one is going to be a little more of a wait for coming back to that, but still I have the plan on what to do on that one now, and same with anything else. So in that case, keep your viewer requests coming. We will definitely get to them. I will definitely enjoy getting to all the games you want to see, but also, of course, doing the stuff I want to do every so often and also gift to myself. I figure that as well, because that's the idea, because I also have these games that I want to show and share with all of you. Even games where people know them, because people do know Yoshi's Island here for sure. But still, just to give it a fresh look, and I was not going to miss its 30th anniversary, and I had a wonderful time playing this game. And, yeah, it feels so good to be able to enjoy more of it. And I'll definitely have more great times with this game in the future as far as myself, but as far as the show, here's a record of it. And so there you go. That is me on the screen there as far as my love of Yoshi's Island, both for Super Nintendo and Game Boy Advance. And thank you so much for joining us for the show tonight, joining us always when you do for the show, and for your support of the show, and of myself, and of all our guests, and of course our best on Twitch. That is all of you, for sure, and I appreciate that so much, including Dollyfin, Gemini96, as far as the names that I'm currently seeing on the screen. But that being said, thank you so much for watching the show. I'm looking forward to seeing next week's program. Hope you have a great rest of your night, great rest of your weekend, a great week coming forward. I will see you next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for a scoping session, Kingdom Hearts Rechained of Memories for the Xbox One. We're running through the Xbox Series X. It's going to look really, really nice and run really nice. You're not going to want to miss it. Till then, keeping awesome. Have a wonderful night, everybody. Take care, Yoshi. Looking forward to seeing you later. Take care, everybody, and I'll see you next week.